Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, our early edition. We're back to Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the finale, the first one at least, and we have a whole Lunar crew back. I'm Captain D-Trag.
Proterova.
Blood Spice Moon.
And Nocturne Phlegm.
Yep, so good to have all of you back. This is actually the first time we've had them all on the show since May of last year, so we've had a long time going. What's come to this, but yeah, we've reached the end, sort of, because Brother over here is playing through Lunar Silver Star Story Complete on the PlayStation. We're going to finish the game today, and then next week what's going to happen is we are going to come back, actually not 2 weeks from now, we're going to come back. We're going to have an extra episode looking at Lunar Silver Star Story 5, Lunar Silver Star Harmony, PSP edition, as far as the extras with it, as a delivery short show at the same time. But yeah, I'm so glad to see everybody. Hope you're doing okay. Brother, feel free to take it away. You're saying you loaded up a file to want to show something, is that right?
Yep. So earlier on, we had missed a trigger for one of the bromides, and a bromide is essentially in the pictures. And so we're just going to show, we're on a different file right now, and we're going to show basically the completion of that trigger.
Okay, we did show last time in part 6 the bromide he missed, and actually we do have something planned as far as the edit of this, where we did take off-screen, showing off all the ones we've gotten so far. There's a couple we can get later, but we're going to show off what you have to do in order to get the one that is in...
Lon, yeah, the boat.
Yes.
Because we had missed the trigger. Essentially, you had to, when you borrow the boat to face the fake Dragon Master, you have to go right back, which is terrible. That literally you're gonna fight a fake Dragon Master, but to cut things short, before you fight him, you have to go back to retrieve this.
Yeah.
So it doesn't give you a big window, and you are literally deterred from saving the world.
Yeah, feasibly as far as it, because yeah, we do want to go 100% on this. You said you want to.
Yep.
But we do have everything set. So what you do?
So we are in the
is...
fish town. Everyone's cooking fish here. We go down here, and so after, Alex becomes a Dragon Master.
Mm-hmm.
Dined with his armor, his shield, and his helmet. In addition to the dragon ring that we got in the White Dragon Cave.
Yeah, that was way back last April we got that.
So,
now it's here and ready to be used.
And now we can actually use it. So
right.
essentially, it gives 1 defense and 20 magic resistance, or endurance as they call it. So it's a pretty strong resistance item, and you can only use that if you're a Dragon Master.
Awesome.
So we're gonna go to here. We're gonna talk to him, and he's jealous that Jessica doesn't like him, and now that we're Dragon Master, we get to shove it in his face.
Right, although feasibly he's attacking the wrong person. He's attacking Kyle for that one.
Kyle has his own issues.
That's true. We've shown that the whole way.
But, yep, so he's jealous. And he never had a shot.
Okay, fine. Niles, me in this case, like, wait, that's not right. You're gonna cross it wrong. So you're saying you still have a chance. Okay, that is, let me tell you what that's a reference to. You're familiar with the movie Dumb and Dumber?
Yes, but I've never watched it.
That is a reference to that. The idea is that in that movie you have Jeff Daniels and Jim Carrey going to Aspen, Colorado to find this girl they're curious about. He says, like, you'll level me. What are my odds? I would say your chances with me would be like 1 in a million. And he says, so you're staying, I still have a chance. So yeah,
there's some good odds.
There you go. So it's not nothing, so it's better.
No, nothing.
But yeah, so this game is a reference to Dumb and Dumber. Who knew? Joe lost once he gets to know you, it's all over. Okay. He's, I guess, in a weird way right, but also she's kind of like, fine, you know, she did confess her love to him last time, although I thought 2 times ago, but I think she fell asleep.
That was in the illusion.
Forest of Illusion.
Forest of Illusion, where he's sleeping. He faked sleeping. He heard it, but he pretended to sleep, and
Then why is he still saying this sort of thing to her?
Because he likes ribbing her, I guess. What do they say about a relationship? The idea it's half roasting and half romantic.
These two just enjoy picking fights with each other. They're terrible to each other.
That is their foreplay.
This is. They have some.
Okay, that would work.
Okay,
that
there
would
you
work.
go.
Okay.
There's always an answer.
Oh, we should show her the segment where they get kidnapped, where Mia and Jessica get kidnapped from Zenobia when you fight the Spectre.
We'll show that afterwards because that's something that's that is in part 6. If you missed part 6 and all the other parts, they are down below in the YouTube edited version.
That was some serious roastings.
That's true, but also he did it for a reason because he said, hey, I'm gonna, and I did put this as far as the notes I had to give them for the purpose of this, saying that, hey, he's using reverse psychology, saying, hey, who'd ever want to be with her? She's horrible, and she's like, how dare you? But it's also the case that it distracts them enough to, like, hey, they can just break free. Like, you ready? Let's go.
He was a bit mean. He
was, but also he had a plan as far as, like, I know it'll do that because then it'll get her off guard. It's like, wait, you don't care about her. But then also she says, as you're mentioning, like, wait, no, how dare you say this to me? And they're back to arguing again.
But then after that, he's like, oh, you're a great thespian. You're a great actor. And he's like, I wasn't acting. And she just goes, what? Like, you want me dead? And he's like, yeah, because then I'll have to put up with your whining and complaining constantly.
Yep. But Vine,
so yes, that's the relationship.
Yep.
Lovely, right? Okay.
Well, it is fine. It's a different kind of love, as it is. But anyway, so fine. Is that advice from one has-been to another?
In other words, we broke up.
Well, we're on a break.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to Friends then.
Again.
Yep.
And there's the game based on the PS2.
Between Jessica and the Dragon Master, we have nothing to worry about. In fact, I'll tell you what. I'll lend you one of my most prized possessions. How come, like, all the NPCs in this game, the bromides, it's all their most prized possessions?
Have you seen the bromides? I'd hold on to that. They look nice. It's good artwork. It's good perspectives of it, and other things as far as
there's
the girl
probably.
Is concerned.
Is it the game makers kind of giving a coded message to the players saying, hey, you can get something from this if every time it's a prized possession?
Probably.
Yeah,
that would make sense. But there you go. You get Jessica's Bromide 2.
So Jessica's Bromide 2. I guess since we got it, we should show it off. Sure.
But we will also edit in the show of all the bromides going to the beach.
Okay.
Yeah, she definitely loves her fun at the beach.
Alright, and now we are going to move to, I think we're going to move to file 2 now.
Okay, because now we're going to the rest of the game as far as it going into the grindery.
Wait, oh, no, wait,
yes?
my bad, this is the right file. Never mind.
For what?
My bad, I'm mistaken. This is the file we're using.
Oh, okay, we're at the grindery in this.
Wow, we're actually a lot lower level than...
Are you sure we're at the grindery in this one?
Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. My bad.
Okay.
That would explain it.
Hey, that's a good thing about a lot of RPGs on PlayStation like this. You can quickly do loads of saves really easily. So, like, hey, I want to show something? Boom, jump over here. This is how we did Shadow Hearts as well.
Wait, so...
That was the one that you
played
my bad.
On. Yeah.
And then the other one, you're going to swap memory card on this one. So I think we're all set. So, yeah, so good to have everybody back as far as it... Yeah, well, we mentioned we gave a sense of them as far as what's gone on last time, but where we are now is the grindery is here. We got to go in and take it down. There's our last destination. And we're going to finish this part of it, and we'll come back in 2 weeks for a little bit of an extra with the PSP edition, which I'll be controlling that perspective. And also we get to talk about the fact that fitting we did this today because they ported this game to the Android platforms literally yesterday.
So...
I bought it on my Android device last night. And it's a pretty good port. It's basically takeoff on the version you have, Blood Space Moon, which is on the iOS, and it has a lot of the same stuff that it had that way as far as it. And they did say the people who are publishing Somoga, I believe, is the publisher. It's not. I'll have it down here saying what it actually is. They're trying to get a sense of they're going to go multi-platform beyond iOS, and thought that maybe they'll bring it to consoles. We hope so. And looking forward to seeing how that is. Anything else you got going?
My file system is confusing.
Okay, yeah, because we want to explain. I don't know if we actually explained the memory card you're using.
Basically, it's a multi-memory card, so I have a button that swaps between 20 blocks.
Right, because the PlayStation 1, as we're pointing out, the normal memory cards have only 16 blocks to them, but as far as multi-card things, you basically are changing between different cards on the fly, so it's not exactly, you'll have a big storage that's going to hold everything. It basically separates it into segments. And the Dreamcast
Yeah.
does this as well with the
Okay.
quad memory card as well.
I think this should be the one.
And with this case, we're all set. So welcome back to Reza.
And the one I tell is we do not have that. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So this was our file.
All right.
And all right. Any items?
I think you got everything last
think we're
time, so I think we
good.
just run right to the grindery.
Yeah. Okay. Signature. Yep. Cool. Okay. So. And okay. So we have the Gale ring. We have that. Do I swap anything? It at least makes sense. Okay, I think we're good.
All right. How do you tend to handle the grindery as far as your build out of the characters, as far as equipment? Is
Okay. So I'll give you a general gist. Okay. So, Gale ring gives you an extra attack, a lot more damage for probably normal enemies. I'd probably want to swap this off, for like bosses, since you don't use, physical attacks. Use your skills. For what are they called? Find item. I believe it's the Wrath ring. Do I have one around? Come on,
Right
there it
there.
is. There's one. Okay, so yeah, so the Wrath ring, I would want to put probably at least one on Alex and one on Kyle, because they're your main physical damage dealers. But for bosses, you'd use skills, so they don't need the extra attack, because it's only a physical attack would use their attack counter.
Okay.
But the Gale ring is 4 attacks for normal enemies, so it's a strong item.
Gotcha.
And yeah, we showed how to get those earlier after Destruction of Bane.
We showed that last time.
Next, so Nash is very quick. So generally we would just want to put the crystal pendants on, and I put a barrier ring on for magic resistance. I could probably swap that off for 2 crystal pendants, but this is generally a good layout, and honestly the barrier rings are just a very strong, well-rounded item. Some defense, I think it's 15 magic resistance, just a lot of defensive stats. Next, we have so Mia's our main magic user, and her magic costs a lot. Like Flameria is 30, I think, and I think her main single target damage is 15, I think. I guess they rounded down.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's 15.
Okay, so yeah, basically, because you're gonna be running that constantly. Make sure that you put that on.
Because this is 30 normally, so this is 5, and this is. Oh, and I believe this is normally 15, so they rounded up in this case. Interesting. I thought this is 15. Okay, that's interesting. They have inconsistent rounding. Whatever. Okay, so next. So obviously Mia wants to use the Hell Ring, has MP consumption, so she can stay in long battles longer. And she's gonna want at least some agility, so she can go quicker in normal fights. Later on, for boss fights, her agility, which determines how your turn order, isn't as important. So she can just be a slow, heavy damage dealer, because there's no you always get a turn each round. You don't fall so far behind that you lose turns. So there's no penalty to having low agility in a long battle, basically. Because everything resets.
Sure.
So it's not like, say, Fancy Tactics, where you could get one turn after your enemy goes 5 times.
Right.
So I'd want to switch to probably the Sage's Cane or anything else with extremely high wisdom. But right now, it's 20 agility, so for normal battles, that is better. Next, as I mentioned, Wrath Ring for physical damage, and I feel like the healing rings, I believe they're usually pretty strong. I like the healing. I think it's 10% healing. However, I could understand why some people could go for just some raw stats.
Right.
It's debatable. And then next, another barrier ring, and the tri-ring or anything else with prevent conditions. I believe prevent status change is even better.
Right.
I think it encompasses more statuses. However, just Jessica's going to need that, because if she gets muted, then in a boss fight,
stuff goes south fast.
Yes, stuff goes south fast.
When the white mage is silenced.
Yep. You lose in 2 turns.
Yeah.
So I feel like I can justify that.
And honestly, given how Jessica's character is in the game, you probably don't want her to shut up. That would probably be like the worst thing for her. Like, she basically, think about actually that coming off of a battle, assuming this game didn't have the case where it stops status conditions at the end of a fight. She's muted, she just like can't talk, and Kyle's saying all these things just like,
oh yeah,
move your mouth and nothing's coming out.
If Jessica's muted, Kyle is dead.
Feasibly.
Now, we don't care that Kyle technically has the strongest strength in the game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or attack power in the game. Yeah, we don't care about that. Jessica is clearly stronger.
Sure.
See, I'm actually looking at her stats. Okay, so she has like 30 more.
And it does count your buffs you've had because of equipment, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
Alex
Alex
is next
is...
up.
So yeah, Kyle's definitely the strongest, even above Alex.
Sure.
Okay, so jokes aside, I guess it's time to go to the grind ring.
All right, let's do that. Yeah, feel free to hit us with anything you got as far as out there in Chatland, the best chat on Twitch, and of course, both of you in the room. It's been a while, especially for Nocturne, actually, since June. I can't believe it's been that long as far as this game.
Fly to...
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, as far as the stream in general goes, of course, I was back last October for Typing of the Dead.
And also the finale of Mega Man Legends 2.
Yep.
So that's been, again...
And
that's that
see
idea.
if there's any other inventory I wanna...
set up, because, yeah, we're almost actually at the max.
You know what? We, are we good?
I think so. You got all the items
I
you
believe it's
needed last
96.
time.
I'm just trying to think if I want to buy, like, any, starlights, just to blow through.
It's your choice, however you want to handle it. It's your game. You want to go buy them, go buy them.
So, is that 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 36, 42, 48, 54, 56. So we have plenty of space. And if I want, I can just throw things out if I really don't need them. I have 200 and I have plenty of money.
Yeah, 215,000 silver.
Okay, so considering that we are, yeah, we have no healing. We have no starlights. So I'm thinking...
Go get some.
Yep, and anything else? Oh, we're gonna want to swap. Yeah, we're gonna put... yeah, we're gonna have... Just in case somehow she gets muted, or some shenanigans happens, recover condition. One of
Perfect.
her.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a backup.
Okay, let's see. And I think I'll just buy some starlights and I'll just blow through money.
Alright, so yeah, while you do that, feel free, what do we want to go into as far as certain things with this game? Other stuff you got going on in gaming? Anything else? Yes, with it.
Been hearing good things about Tekken that just dropped.
Tekken 8, I gotta buy Tekken 8. I've heard it's amazing. Perhaps the best one since 5. I definitely want to pick that game up. And people have been loving the customization of that game. Where they're feasibly making characters that are kind of based on real people. I think it's something the game is allowing to do because of how the customization of it works. Also, the way Soul Calibur 3 started doing that. And it's also the case, I know 6 and 7. What's your background on Tekken for the later ones? I know you played 5 Dark Resurrection on PSP, but I don't know what was some of the other ones.
I have played some of it, but it's been more either watching my husband play it or playing the bowling.
Has he played, in Tekken Tag Tournament? I love the bowling. I mean, the thing that also said I'm buying Tekken 8 is Tekken Ball from Tekken 3. It literally is, you ever played the Tekken Ball mode in 3 or Tag Tournament 2? Or 8, which just came out. I don't know if you bought 8. Has he bought 8 yet?
We have.
Okay, but in that game, because we showed Tekken 3 for the show on PlayStation.
It's only on PlayStation 5,
as well.
right?
It's Series X and PC as well.
Oh, it's PC.
Yes,
Okay.
it's on. I think it's on the PC. You know, fine. Since I'm also in a case of being
Since
in
we're
this,
here.
I can guess that. Yeah, see, Ramus, our hero. You don't worry about the Magic Emperor. He's no match for you, buddy. But hold on. Yes, I had a Lunar for me. Absolutely. No,
Okay.
that's a promise we definitely will keep.
Yeah, I just had to make sure that I found a shop for Starlights. Because I usually just buy them in Vane, but, you know, Vane
Vane's
is...
gone.
Yeah, well, Vane's on the ground. I mean, you could feasibly go, which is the case that fine. They don't have any.
believe they actually stop you from going.
Oh, do they know?
The portal, the transmission portal's down
Mm-hmm.
because it lost its magic power, and you
I
can't.
noticed that Vane looked grayed out on
Yep.
the warp list.
Yep.
Which is why I was like a bit confused, going, wait,
Yeah.
where's my Starlight shop?
Yeah, they relocated.
They didn't relocate. This is mini Vane. This is
Discount Vane.
yeah.
Yeah, what you did see, yeah, it is PC. It's PS5, Xbox Series S and X, and PC for Tekken 8.
Yeah, so this has been around since the start of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like everyone just relocated here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That being said, I do think there are some people who relocate. I think there's certain parts of the world you can go to where there's like, hey, I came from Vane because Nash helped me evacuate last time. But yeah, there's probably a lot of people who probably didn't live from that.
21.
So we lived, and we were there.
25. Okay. I think 25 is probably enough.
Okay, fantastic.
I usually don't even buy them.
Well, yeah, do what you want to do for it.
And actually, any other things I need? What does this shop have?
Okay.
Oh, nothing. Okay.
Actually, just a quick back as the Tekken ball thing. It basically is like volleyball, but you have to fight each other, like to hit the ball in their face as far as what it is, and then make sure the ball doesn't bounce on the ground, otherwise you will lose the rounds.
I didn't play it, but I do remember of it.
Yeah, it's an 8. 8 brought it back, so right there I said, we're buying 8. I even said when we did Tekken 3, I said, is there another game that has this? It's second Tag Tournament 2 on the Wii U. Only the Wii U version has it, so I said, I'm buying it.
This was the
absolutely.
person that gave Royce's.
Bromide?
Yeah, and he's more worried about Royce than.
Well, he doesn't know, I guess. Or fine, he doesn't believe it, because we sometimes said the idea that, hey, when the betrayal of everybody, did they believe it or not? Some people did, some people didn't, some people took some cajoling. And she's saying, like, yeah, our world's changing moment to moment.
Yeah,
so...
let's see if anyone relocated here.
Okay.
We can probably find someone.
Does the public still not know that Ghaleon is evil conqueror?
No, they do know, it's just that some have chosen not to believe it, but then actually it's in vain they initially chose not to believe it, but then they realized, wait a minute, when he did some other things for that, they said, fine, you know what, enough, we've had enough of it, so they basically came around to our side. I mean, certain areas definitely changed that way as we went with us, like, fine, in Berg, yeah, Alex almost was killed, so they said, fine, you killed one of us almost, we're gunning for you. Other places, like, we're not sure, they thought, like, wait, what's going on, they maybe didn't get the information, but now at this point, they see the grinder here, they're like, yeah, I think they know it's him. They know that something there specifically.
It wasn't bad weather. It was a very bad wizard.
Oh, the idea of
yeah,
flying in the sky.
Yeah, he's the weather forecaster.
Okay, so fine, he knows now. It's like fine.
Even Nash admits that Ghaleon is bad.
Sure. Well, I mean, it took some cajoling in his case.
It only
as well.
it only took a slap in the face.
Yeah, I was gonna say it took him getting slapped. Oh, school idol.
Indeed.
And on that part, it actually shows a palm print.
Yes,
So-
it does.
I noticed.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny.
It's
I
a
thought
great
it was
attention to
funny, too.
detail, isn't it?
It's always the quiet ones.
Right, but
You have
then
to
now
worry
she's not a quiet one anymore as far as Mia. She knows exactly what she wants to do, what she wants in life. It's like, yeah, I did this to Vane. It's like, but this isn't your fault. And he's saying, well, no, it is. They're fine. They're talking about the Magic Emperor, so yeah, at this point they do know.
She did, she did the best she could.
She did destroy it, but like, she said, I gotta do this, otherwise, we wouldn't get as far with the grinder as we already were, because there was a big shield around it. She said, like, at least we can tear it down, and maybe Ghaleon will come back and play.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go through everything, but when you become Dragon Master, a lot of the lines change.
Which, honestly, I'll tell you this, it's not exactly the same thing. It's almost a little bit of a precursor to something that, this is a game I want to do for the show as far as RPG.
Alright.
I don't know if I asked you if any of you played Skies of Arcadia before.
No, I have not played it.
Because they haven't ported it since the GameCube era, and they're expensive on everything, including on the Dreamcast. I have it on the Dreamcast. We're putting like a million flashlight warnings on that, but it's this terrific RPG where you're an air pirate named Vise, and the idea is it kind of has a little bit of a karma system in the sense that you make choices, it'll feasibly go up and up, or maybe down, and depending upon that, people in town will respond to you. It's like, oh, Vise the Determined, we believe in you. You can feasibly also recruit members of your pirate posse as it goes along. It's a terrific game, and it's one that it's Overworks who made it. The people who made Shinobi on the PlayStation 2 and make the Valkyria Chronicles games now. And Vice even has a little bit of a cameo in the first one.
Yes,
But
this part.
It's fantastic. Take a look.
Okay, so early on, before you get Kyle, you can't get to it.
Okay.
And he's like, "Oh, I can't read it." Kyle, oh.
Don't touch the flowers. Yeah,
that's
well,
right.
You said you wanted to read the sign after all, right? Either go back in a week or 5. Okay, so fine. Like, yes, he stepped on the flowers.
Yep. Okay. Oh wait. I'm mixing up the town. I thought it was to the right for some reason.
Where specifically?
I was trying to just get out of town.
Okay. Yeah, don't worry, Marevia. We're gonna fight for you and we'll be back.
Okay, so fortunately we had to do some walking.
That's fine. You enjoy, the build
because I
here.
couldn't just teleport to Vane because
Vane's
magic.
gone. There is the grindery though. It is right by where Vane's
okay, so we're good. All right, this is a point of no return at this point.
All right, let's do it.
Which is why I'm like, timid on.
Make sure you have everything set. All right, let's do it.
So you can't leave the grindery once you enter?
Yeah. Classic RPG point of no return type thing.
Which in this game, I think we've shown that with Shadow Hearts, Kingdom Hearts. That's it. Oh no, and tell them into the story as well. Alright, so yeah, they want to get inside this rolling turret, but they gotta say, how do we do that? Okay, that's how.
So that's also why I was making sure I got the main items.
Fantastic. Okay, we're all right. Group of ugly mother scratchers are here. Fine, I guess they couldn't say motherfucker because it's rated teen, and then we go to mature rating right away.
Alright,
we're surrounded.
Ouch. Yikes. Okay, so that is a lot more than I remember, so we're gonna blow things up.
Okay.
You know what? We're gonna start from a bang.
Dragon Anger, which is amazing.
I bought 25, so we might as well just go crazy.
Indeed, and remember, anytime there's the lightning stuff from Nashes, there's gonna be a flashlight warning below, and then anything else where I think there needs to be one like flash cut.
You know what? Or theoretically, I could just put everyone in the center and just let Kyle just do a sweep.
Your choice. What do you want to do?
Nope.
How do you want to kill him? Basically, is the real answer, or real question to answer.
Okay. Even if there's 8 of them, I think this is overkill, but it's cool.
By the power of Athena.
It is a nice callback to when we were in the forest at the beginning of the game where we had to have Ligate feasibly help us. Or in this case, yeah, boom, they're gone.
Do you get
Well
any
job,
extra
man.
kicks for killing them in one go?
I don't think so.
No.
That would be a great thing as far as like a skill system for saying, hey, if you do some special stuff in battle, you basically get more perks. So you're not having any fun because you didn't get to kill them. That's why.
Yeah.
You got this little legions of monsters. That gives up the source. Yeah, source indication. But yeah. Well, Mia, did you not realize what you just did in the last battle? We're gonna be fine. I know she's modest, but still's like, yeah, we're not gonna survive the next battle. You
so
killed them all in one shot.
Now that I know that she's, so those things are resistant, I believe, to magic. So.
Okay, so let's just start slicing.
So we're gonna have Mia blow up all the others, and the physical damage ones are gonna finish off the rest.
Okay.
No need to waste mana.
By the power of Athena.
Yep, I was right. Resistance.
Yeah. But either way, they're not living long. Fine, Alex, fine, I'm the Dragon Master. Let me get rid of you.
4 attacks. Nice.
And now they're dead. So yeah, this is gonna be no issues. Like, look how far we've come. Let's get another Starlight 2. Awesome. So perfect. We're gonna get tons of these as we go.
Yeah, I had this.
Okay, unless you take down, I think his name was Fester or Feister, you're gonna keep on getting the Putty Patrol.
Oh, from Power Rangers. You're right. We did play the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers on the Super Nintendo, and I gotta get a sense of which one we're coming back to next.
You were so
series.
close, Alex.
My dad was a fight for 7 days and he never quit. That's true. Hell-Mel had that perspective. But he wasn't fighting an army of monsters. It was like, I don't want to die. My God. But, okay.
Those were arrows. What the?
That only means one thing.
Alex, over there. The archery has arrived.
Yep. Alright, so there is Tempest and Fresca. And, of course, the group of the Prairie Tribe.
They're gorgeous.
I like he takes it almost as a joke, even though it's like, hey, I thought you only had eyes for me, but not necessarily that angry. But never forget what you did for us in part 6. Or part 5, I should say. Yeah, time to thanks and the Emperor's dead at your feet. Okay. Because remember, that's the idea of Tempest. He's kind of the hardcore one with the Prairie, but he has the respect of Dragon Master Alex now.
Yeah, he has that, like, warrior mentality.
Yep. So welcome to Grindery.
Alright.
Which I've never seen running on this version, because I played PSP and haven't gotten far enough yet in the new mobile edition, which is based off of the Sega Saturn version, which is most like this, except some differences of voice acting and music.
Alright.
It's a great version. If you haven't picked that up now, go get it.
And if you have items on, pull it up.
Okay, right.
'Cause I don't have guides with me.
Okay, that's fine. So let's skip.
So at least did I have, did I
Yeah,
at least
we were
get
using.
everything?
Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the official guide of working designs for this game. So when we go through,
there are a good bit of
places to go.
of items of
Yep.
of upgrades basically, and I don't want to miss them.
Yeah, there are 4 key items in here, and a total of 8.
Yeah. Yeah. So there will be a substantial amount of upgrades. All right. So. Actually, wait. You know what? That's fine. There's so many. Alright, so that...
Check this out!
They mentioned flashlight warning anytime. By the way, also we're going to go back to what we were talking about on part 5. I think we're asking the signal of the thunder thrust over there. Was that an insignia of anything specific? There's nothing I found out, but I believe that there was something I saw when I did the edit that looked similar to it, but it wasn't exactly the same. I didn't find any story saying, hey, what it was. As far as like the official, like an official government symbol or anything. And I believe that that's something they've carried over for the other releases of the game. But it was something I was want to follow, because sometimes we said, hey, I have a question, I'm not sure about it, we don't have an answer. We get an answer. I mean, on this game alone, we've already had a bunch of things that, as I said, our show is the only show that's documented some of the things that can go on, particularly with some of the effects of the maces that Jessica has. Even this guy we're using of Organ Designs, which I'll have a link list time for this again when I edit. They didn't say, hey, you can put things to sleep and mute some of these. Proterova showed it. We have the video evidence to prove it. Which I love that idea that kind of, even a game we've been playing for years.
Yeah, a lot of the later game items seem to have hidden status effects.
Yeah, even hidden for people who translate the game, which is a shock. I looked everywhere. He said, you're going to find something online probably to indicate that this has been happening somewhere else.
Yeah.
I looked every single FAQ on game FAQs. I looked at this official guide. I looked everywhere I could. I found nothing. I said, somebody's going to say it. But no, you're the only one. So, Proterova, you are definitely in a good case of showing that way.
I love how in that last battle everything just died. Everything just died in 3 big AoEs.
Yep. That's where we're
Yeah,
at
it's
now.
always satisfying. Okay, so... Well, you know what? New spell.
Okay.
Oops, not that guy. There's only 2 of them, so...
The Flame Bomb.
Check this out!
Like, I don't want to not use mana, but...
Well, you have tons of things to do it, and at this point, you're right. Cause this is the last part of the game we've got as far as us going in here and then everything else.
So those things are tanky. They survive 2 hits.
They ain't surviving that flesh cut. Good job. Okay, as far as on this floor, just to let you know, there are 3 items here.
Yep. I'm just gonna kill everything, but if there's... I'll go for more of a breadth first type
Perfect.
model, so...
Which will work great, because at that point, like, fine, I have that on tap with what we got, and then also everything else.
So just like let me know if especially if there's a, you know, an upgrade or something, so don't miss.
There is one here you're gonna want to get.
Okay.
2 of them are items, but the other one's an upgrade. But there's 3 things, so you'll find 3 chests down here. As I said before, this is the part of the game where now you're going to be able to find some great upgrades in boxes as opposed to
By
finding
the
in
power of
stores.
Athena.
Check
Yeah,
this
most of these
out.
items there's only one place in the game to get them.
Yep.
Which is kind of like terrible in a sense of completionist
Is it?
perspective, because essentially you can't carry everything.
Right, because of the item management.
Unless you just don't want to have healing items for the rest of the game.
Or you play the PSP version, which doesn't have that problem. Which, by the way, it's worth pointing out, that new mobile version, and fine, the iOS edition that it was based on, 12 years ago now. It is running on the engine of this one and its Saturn counterpart with Japan only, so the item management of Novel Backpack is still in place, along with the detail about the Ocarina only being on Alex.
Yeah.
We will get to that later.
So like as an example, like I would probably usually keep around the ethereal wand and the ice, whatever the ice spike.
Oh yeah.
Basically to use as items.
Gotcha.
But you know, since I don't have inventory space, I just trash those. Those are actually viable though, but still, it's just inventory space. I'd rather have for late game. I'd rather have inventory space for bosses.
Sure. Let's talk about that, because honestly, we've not really. You gonna say something about
I
that?
was just going to say that all makes sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
That,
It just, you know, from a collector standpoint, it just you're not gonna be able to use items.
But you feasibly, I guess, want to
Or
get everything, I
consumables,
guess. Because I know Maddox mentioned that we played Parasite Eve, another great PlayStation RPG for sure, and he was saying, I'm a hoarder, I want to get as many things as I can, but it's also you have the item boxes for certain things. And he's like, I don't think we're going to see like the maximizing of even the item box. We did, same like with this game as far as what it was, because like, hey, I want to do this, and also in his case, he showed off the ability to get infinite trading cards.
And just to have elementals like statuses, like for instance with Alex, if you noticed, I also sold the fire sword in the Red Dragon's cave,
Right.
which I believe is only there, and I believe the ice sword you can buy, but I don't need at this point. The weapon is not as strong,
Right.
and so the elemental advantage, it's just not worth it.
So then, alright, let's go to that then as you're getting healing now.
Lovely.
So,
I'm not gonna need healing nuts.
okay. So they're going into the pipes, yeah, there you go.
I have Jessa for healing. I'm not gonna need healing nuts.
like you still have a few of them, but I'm guessing that's just kind of an oh shit, like basically just in case of oh shit happens.
It's insurance policy.
It's gonna be a few of them are gonna go on Jessica for like major bosses, just in case she gets muted or something. But most likely they're probably just gonna be thrown away at the point. So it's a minor complaint on the game mechanics, as well as antidotes tend to never have any use in the game, because you get for statuses like poison, they go away after the battle, which removes the point of having it. It's just easier to kill the enemy than to cure the poison and then get poisoned the very next turn.
It's usually the only case we've seen where I think that's been a case, not with poison, but as far as how stats can get away, is in the case of a major boss. But even then, it's sometimes not always the case you run into that. And fine, we can talk about that, which is the idea of how status changes are affected by Valve. That one you said also the inventory management, because we were going out with Earthbound, which we're going back to next week, and also we mentioned that with other RPGs before. Like, what is your take on that? I mean, I guess it depends on the RPG, where it's like, hey, it can be, if you want to grab everything, the case that the game's like, no, you can't do that, and you have to kind of make that choice. It's like, okay, I can only hold on to what I really want.
So it was an interesting choice that goes against most RPG conventions, that you get rid of statuses after battle.
Well, Mario RPG as well, but I mean, I get what you're saying. You're right. There are a whole lot where they will do that. I think Parasite Eve does that, but only for certain things, not for everything. Of what we played.
Check
But I get
this
that.
out.
What do you think? Not doing the real
I do like it. On the occasion.
Summon elemental
On the
power.
occasion that I am playing an RPG that gets rid of status after the battle. Because then it's just more like I'll just deal with the status and get rid of it later.
What are the games you played that are like that, if you recall?
Actually, Xenoblade 3,
Oh, okay, that does
which
it.
I was playing just last night.
Okay.
Status effects go away as soon as you leave battle.
Okay. Because I still have to play those Xenoblade games. I'll start with the first one, but it's also something that I've always heard a lot of things,
Check
but I
this out.
do want to play them.
So like,
Is it only things like poison or
everything
Summon
just
elemental power.
damage?
yeah, like you have a pretty fast in Xenoblade 3 you have a fairly quick out of battle recovery speed. So your HP within like 5 or 10 seconds will be at full even if everyone's nearly dead. Also, everyone is revived after each battle if they fall.
So
Um,
then, yeah, if you can find just a way to stay, one person to survive and beat all of them, everyone wakes up.
Yeah. On the flip side, in Xenoblade, there are no healing items. Like there are no consumable items.
So they didn't bother.
Yeah. Like everything is done through character abilities. Well, character abilities and equipment, but
Makes sense. If there's no point in adding them if a function that has no point.
Yeah, you ever play Xenoblade Chronicles?
No.
Yeah, I haven't either, but it's always one I've been recommended highly. It's Monolith Soft, who made
Check
Bankai-Kaitos,
this out.
and they also made Xenogears on PlayStation. And the Xenosaga games, which is sort of kind of connect to in interesting ways from what I've understood.
Summon
People I know
elemental
love Xenosaga, like Kazumi is a big one on that. And I know, Nocturne, you love these games, too. Especially as you've been basically digging into every single one.
actually, I'm also thinking about picking up Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3 at some point.
Yeah.
Probably this year.
Yeah, they are expensive, though. That is one thing
Xeno-
worth pointing out.
Xenosaga 3, yeah. Xenosaga 3 is expensive. The other two, not so bad.
Right. I mean, it's also
Why
the
is 3 more
It-
expensive.
probably late era PlayStation 2, I think.
I believe it was a late PS2 game, and I know it's considered to be the best in the franchise. Well, the
So-
best in the Xenosaga.
Even though 1 and 2 are older, it's not considered. They're not considered as good.
Xenosaga 1, I believe, had a fair number produced. Xenosaga 2 is just not considered to be a very good game.
Depending on who you ask. But I mean, the idea is, like, I think it was Kazumi he's also the big one in Xenosaga, saying that I think he likes 1 and 3 the most. And the thing with 3 is 3 came out in 2006, so that was a little after the Xbox 360 came out and a couple months before the PlayStation 3 and the Wii came out, although, if I remember, the PS3 when that came out, it was hemorrhaging numbers, so honestly the stuff that was on the PS2 at that late era kind of benefited from that, like God of War 2 and Persona 3 and Odin Sphere and Okami, which came out in 2006, which is personally my favorite game on the PS2, if you ask me. And God Hand was another one that's by the same people. So I think maybe that's something to do with it, but I'll go on what you're saying, most in this, which is that sometimes, I've always said, like, what's the rarity of a game look like? Sometimes you think, well, hey, if it's older, it's going to be more expensive to get. But sometimes that question of at the end of the system's life, even sometimes that's not a guarantee. I mean, Warriors Woods on the NES, it was the last game officially released for the system, which was December 1994. That was very late, like about 9 years after the NES came out. You'd think it would cost a fortune, but no, it doesn't. It's like maybe $20, $30. But then there's stuff that's like very late at the end of a system's life that I believe I've picked up that's gone for a decent amount. I know on 3DS, there was Persona 2 New Cinema Labyrinth. That's one that's pretty expensive in both the forms because there's a collector's edition, which I'm not going to think you have. And there's also the main release, where it's something as far as that. And then also, as you mentioned, number of copies made. The question of what that's about. And then also, I guess the thought is get the Saints Close, and that's the last of the items.
That was
you
the
got.
last item
Yep,
in
that was
this
it.
area?
Yep.
Because there are like points of no return, so
Yep.
if I go in the wrong tunnel,
Yep.
then I think there are sections where I may not be able to go back.
Okay.
So keep an eye on that.
Yeah, which basically in that case you got all the items here, so you're all set.
Okay, so I'm all set.
Yeah, you can go to the next screen, and there's only going to be one item in the next screen.
Okay.
Just to get a sense of that.
Oh, this is Saints Close. Oh, so I believe they usually go in Alex first, so it rotates through. But
Is it going? Oh, actually, the fact that the item drops.
So-
again. Or goes to null.
yeah, so my understanding was when you pick up items from chests, they immediately go into Alex's inventory.
Usually they do. You're right. Unless if he doesn't have space to
There
put
it
on the
is.
next character, or they'll put on null.
And then I thought that it goes Alex, then Null, then the other characters.
Also,
Is
pop
that
culture. That's true, but also pop culture reference time, because of course this is the slogan for cotton, the fabric of our lives. If you've seen the commercials in the '90s, that is what they were. I'll try and dig out a commercial as far as the feel of cotton, the fabric of our lives. Oh, you know it. Okay,
Yeah, I
perfect.
remember. I saw Saint clothes and I was thinking, like the armors from Saint Seiya.
Okay, I get that. That's an anime, yes.
Yes.
Okay, the name
It's
sounds
from
familiar.
the 80s.
Okay,
And
that
they
name sounds
re-
familiar.
And well, over here they call it Knights of the Zodiac because
Okay.
someone's stupid. I don't
It was a licensing thing, perhaps.
I think they just didn't want to say the word saint.
Okay. I mean,
Oh, that's what that's.
because I don't know. Sometimes we mention that with some franchises and things like, hey, they had to change a name somewhere because of the license. Like with Dragon Quest, it was called Dragon Warrior here because they couldn't name it initially. Now they call it Dragon Quest. Star Fox is a weird one in the sense that in Europe it's not called Star Fox. It was called Star Wing because there's something that's Star Fox over there. There's also a game on Atari 2600 which is Star Fox. It's not that. But then for Star Fox 64 they call it Lilac Wars instead of Star Fox 64, and I think then for the later ones I think they kept going the whole way, from what I remember. So I guess, I don't know if that's the reason as to why on that.
I think because it aired on Cartoon Network, and I think they did not want anything that religiously affiliated, even though it's about the Greek pantheon and defenders of the Greek pantheon.
Sure.
But I believe that's what the reason. I don't know if I ever heard an official reason, but even
Okay.
in the Spanish license, it's called Knights of the Zodiac.
Gotcha.
Okay, so yeah, that was one of the. Oh, never mind. I couldn't go back.
Right, that was the one from there, takes you right down here, so this is what you were here.
Okay. And the last area I got in. Did I get everything?
Actually,
Dated.
on the previous screen, there was a triangle pointed upward above it.
Oh,
basically
yeah.
An up arrow, and then
Yep.
there's a triangle, an inverted triangle. So it looks like those ones, at least, you are supposed to.
Okay.
be
Go
able
up and
to
down.
Up and down.
Good attention to detail, I actually did not notice that until I looked. That's the benefit, of course, of multiple people looking at the game while he's shut up.
Yep. That's Jessica's new weapon. So the one
Yes.
after the Judgment. So Judgment puts him to sleep, and I believe she has the Dark Rod,
Yes, or the Dark Mace, I think.
Dark Mace, something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, but
You know-
yeah, if you take a moment to look above the tunnel entrance.
Yeah, there it
Yep.
is. It's that flashing
Okay.
blue and green and yellow.
Yep.
And the great
Okay.
attention to detail here as far as this is the only item here, this is override.
Nice. And those will be helpful. Okay, so that did go on. You know what? Okay, so that's why his inventory is so much. You're
Right.
nuts.
Right. So now hold on to our nuts, please. Super Bowl Game Saturday of context.
Yep.
I gotta do a compilation video as far as like end of the year of that.
Do I even
like
want
I done
an
the feats
Angel's
last
Chair?
year.
If he needs to use an Angel Shear, we're in trouble.
Somebody might need to use it.
It's just the fact that he's my main damage dealer.
Sure.
So, like for bosses, if someone's, yeah. Okay, so what was I doing? Okay, so yeah, I was moving his armor. Oh yeah, I was moving his armor over so it doesn't bother me.
Awesome. Okay.
You know what? Okay, so actually, this is the Dragon Master armor
Right, but you're saying you swapped it out for
for the Resistance. You know what?
resistance, which might be worth doing at least.
It's really debatable on which is better. I'd say probably for bosses, the resistance is better.
Sure, I get that.
But considering it's the freaking Dragon Master armor, I should probably
Hey, you switch.
for storyline purposes, I should probably wear it.
Well, switch it on and off as you need it, because sometimes
Yeah.
you're in cases where, hey, if you get into a battle, you can be helpful with resistance. We've seen
Yeah.
how much that's helpful.
It's just for plot. Why is the Dragon Master not wearing his armor?
Well, because he has something better. It's like, fine, it's in the wash. It's like, I have to have it cleaned. I don't know.
He is Nash. He is too good for armor.
That's not Nash, that's Alex.
That's the joke.
I know. It's like, fine, Nash is too good for everything. And hence that's why
He is trying to become Nash. Nash has rubbed off on him.
Feasibly, although fine, technically we didn't forgive Nash. Remember, you made the choice last time.
We didn't forgive Nash?
I said, what was your choice? You make the choice, they give you an option saying, do you forgive him or not? And a lot of the guys just was like, just say, of course I will. It's like, but it doesn't change anything as far as saying you can't go to the game. He's like, no, I can't, no, I'm not forgiving you. It's like, well, I understand that completely. So the idea that Nash is the point saying, you know, like, I betrayed you so much. Like, even the Dragon Master would be a little solemn.
And in context, if you're in the shoes of Nash, would you even want to join the party?
Well, I mean, fine, he's joining him because he's spying on everybody, so that's part of
No,
what
I'm
it is.
saying, would you want to come back?
Well,
This is a personal question. Would you want to come back?
well,
You are that disgraced. Would you actually want to come back?
he initially, I think, is thinking he doesn't want to. The thought that, hey, you know, he
Oops,
got
and I forgot my mana.
he
Oh,
got
well.
Mia so upset, and she's the one who came out and said, I love you, but I don't love you when you're doing this to us. And he kind of gets that realization. We've seen that, admittingly, a lot with this game. Is an interesting theme to think about it, which is, honestly, it's male characters of Nash and Kyle in particular, when they realize they've crossed the line and the idea of how they react when they do that. In Nash's case, it was that.
Yeah, the same thing happened in the Spectre fight.
Yeah.
Where basically he kept talking about how Jessica's worthless and it's better she died.
Also, yeah.
He kind of went, oh, whoops, I think I crossed the line from playful.
Well, right, and also they said,
I do think I remember that.
yeah, and also the other thing is, the one that's in, it might, I don't know if the Moleverse has cut this out, I hope they didn't, because I think it works as far as story, when they're in Demon Spire, and that was on part 3 we did that, which was when it comes to making the thing that needs to impress the guy there in order to get up there.
Oh.
Basically, when Jessica says, like, it's the necklace, and he says, like, this version specifically, maybe the mole version say this too, I don't know, I'll have to get back on that one, saying this is an IUD, as opposed to the PSP version, which changes that to, I thought only pretty girls wore this. But as I've said before, I've said it multiple times, I'll say it again, I think the line in this way, I think that's the right line as far as the game, as far as holding, and the reason being is because it gets a sense that even heroes, she's like, usually she doesn't react to anything he says, usually, except like, fine, fuck you, I'm gonna keep going on my business. But then she says, I thought you said I was looking nice in this. And she realizes, yeah, I really heard it this time.
Oh yeah, Damon's Fire was another instance. I was referring to the Spectre.
That's another
case,
one too.
So
There's like two
that
of
would
them.
be
Right.
that would be the last episode.
Right, so there's two.
Yeah.
Well, there's two cases, but
There's
it's
at
also
least two cases.
but they fit really well. And I guess same also with Nash in the sense of, well, fine, before we knew what was going on with Ghaleon, fine, sort of we knew with Ghaleon, the idea like, hey, he's joining us after what's going on. Yes, he was spying on us, but even before he betrayed us, he said, hey, we're gonna die if we don't do anything.
I think that looks like a no return.
Oh,
That one goes
okay.
right here. It just
Yep.
goes to the next area. But we did get all the items at least, so you were here.
Okay, so wait, we're at this area.
We're right here.
Okay, so I need. So I got that.
You got that already.
So there's two of them I need. There's
What? No, there's only one item. There's only one item. There's something right there. That's the coverage of everywhere
okay,
that's in
that's
the
the
dungeon.
cover?
That's the
Okay.
coverage of everything in the dungeon. On each of the maps for this, it's worth pointing out, there are letters in yellow that tell you what the items are on that specific floor. So
Alright.
for this floor, there's only silver lights, but they give you the idea, like, what are the items here, which
Okay.
there's a total of 8. And the next floor has almost all of them except for one last one. So in this case, yeah, feel free to go around killing stuff at your leisure and go on
Check
to the
this
next
out.
area. Yeah, just keep killing stuff that way. But it's kind of interesting this way of we've seen this whole game, and now it's really come to light this way. I think the reason I
Yeah,
think
I'm abusing the ice wall.
may as well. It's working. It's getting healing nuts. It's also the case like, hey, you want to recover, but you don't want to use MP.
You know what? I think the game is literally saying we don't need Jessica.
Well, I mean,
They gave me so many healing nuts.
well, fine. We'll need her in balances, so she's fine, and she can also
we'll
smack
need her
you in the face.
Yeah, we'll need her in battles, but in terms of like mechanically, her damage isn't all that high in comparison, and she doesn't have any heavy damage spells.
Yeah.
So I think the game secretly agrees with Kyle that Jessica's not needed.
Well, she's an important part of our group, though. And as I said, the one thing I've loved going through this game, and I guess, correct me if it's not right, if this is the reason why you said this is the RPG you want to do as far as this, is because I think of the camaraderie of this team and also kind of the atmosphere it gives. And also because there is a great arc to a lot of the characters.
It's just a
interesting.
well-rounded.
It's very well-rounded, yeah. Terrifically.
Just the game is well-rounded. Nothing. Okay, maybe minus. I didn't like the, as I said before, I didn't like the mechanics of the, like some of the items don't have a lot of use.
Right.
The antidote potions, herbs, kind of trail off. Healing nuts when you have Jessica or a major healer don't have a lot of benefit. But maybe if you're doing like a speed run or something, sure. But with my playstyle, a lot of the items.
Well, then again, it's also said sometimes like a backup policy, where you say like, hey, if you're going to be running this game that way, that's a way to do it. I was saying this to Nocturne the other day when it came to Xenoblade Chronicles 3, because you're going through and trying to upgrade the skills of everybody.
I was ranking up everyone's classes.
Oh, class ranks. Okay, because in that case, looking at 3 as an example, the fact that you do have a lot of ways to kind of diversify it and kind of, in a way, adjust the playstyle to how you want to run it, which I've always thought was interesting. This game, I think, is doing that to a certain extent too, albeit a little differently.
So of my list of complaints, it's the items fall off, and then except for Alex and maybe Tempest, all the main male characters are jerks. Nash treats Mia terribly. Kyle's terrible to Jessica. He's also a drunk.
But it's also character development as far as it's like, hey, there is a depth to it. Like, we still are kind of interested. I'll tell you what it is.
What about the true protagonist, though?
Alex, you said it aside from
I was gonna say aside from Alex. What
about the merchant?
Which merchant?
Ramus?
Oh, Ramus, yeah. Ramus is the case. I like him. He's likable. Initially, he has like the greed in his eyes, but he also understands really when we think about what's important and what's going to help
Ramus was
everybody.
the true protagonist. I meant the one in the forest that I thought was good at trying to scam them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, stay tuned, because there's stuff going on that way, too.
That's why I was kind of careful, but yes, I guess Lyke would be included.
Well, he has helped us, but the thing is about this game is, like, are you familiar with the concept of the rooting interests? I'll take those as a no, but basically the idea of what it is that when you talk about, I guess, storytelling in anything, whether it's a book, a movie, a game, anime, TV show, whatever it is, the question is that maybe I'm kind of unique this way, that I don't necessarily need to have characters in something be inherently likable, as far as like, I have to like them in order to be able to follow them and want to follow what they're doing. But sometimes that question that there's something about them that's maybe weirdly off, that kind of is like, I'm kind of curious about what they're going on, and in the case of this game, the fact that there's a lot of depth and shading, so I'm still saying, I like what they're doing with them, even if you question, like, hey, even like Nash's example.
Yeah, I guess I'm being kind of, like, snarky. Like, in terms of story, and they're good characters. However, they're not exactly the most likable.
But that's the idea, is that they have these elements of where they are, as far as what they're... Because, fine, I guess the idea is, like,
Wait.
It does something that, honestly... Right here.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Where are you going right there?
A4?
There's a lot of series where they have, rather than someone you can 100% get behind, is very flawed, but has great story crafting and good things about them. Like, that was one of the reasons why, or I still enjoy the Song of Ice and Fire series, aka, let's not bring up the TV show, Game of Thrones.
Right.
that ended horribly. But everyone's on a gray spectrum in the
Okay.
books.
Sure.
Yeah.
The idea like there's like characters that are flawed. You're saying no?
Yeah, like having flawed protagonists are really great for storytelling, and so are villains that have some good qualities.
Yeah. As
Right.
opposed to when you create a main character where someone actively hates him.
Or
I could not stomach Bella in
The
in
Twilight.
the Twilight series.
Right, because of how they are. I mean, admittedly, I think Kristen Stewart, I think, as an actress, would bring more of that than the character does. Fine, the books are weird. Fine, I've seen the
Check this
movies,
out.
except the last two. But like the idea, like that characterization, even for like what is it? Like a teenager, you're like, even by the standards of that, you're like, yeah, you're not thinking in this, and the question that you're kind of questioning, like, wait a second, she wants to pretty much almost kill herself to get his attention. Like, wait a second, but it's not a case where you get the sense that they kind of paid to do that way to make us like understand like why is she doing this and look at that in an intriguing way, or find the other way, which is that cases of characters who have to be perfect at everything, and for some reason that's supposed to be a strength. Which maybe sometimes yes, depending on what it is. Fine, you could say Superman is a case like that, but even with Superman, the thought like, hey, there's a lot of things going on that kind of buttress that. But other cases like, hey, you have a character who seems like they're a perfect protagonist, so like, what's the arc necessarily look like? So okay, fine, let's take Lunar as an example. What's the arc
Check
really of
this
all
out.
these characters? Starting with Nash, he's a case where he's kind of an asshole as far as how he is, putting it mildly. He's spying on everybody, he's trying to hide that, but he's also saying, I like Mia specifically, he's kind of going back and forth, like, is this the right thing? He's saying, I don't want people to get killed as far as going off of this, because I know it.
I think Nash is the worst.
He is the worst as far as that, but also the case that he's saying you can see the shadings of him, if nothing else. And with Kyle, sort of the same thing. He's like, I'm in this for the fun, but also the case that when he goes too far, he's like, he can kind of see he goes too far. Also the case that he does still care about Jessica, even
Like-
amidst everything.
Do you need to top off any or any
Oh, yes I do. Thanks. Yep. This is why I bought 25 of these.
Yep. I just thought I might mention that.
Yeah, right before we go to the screen.
Yeah, there are healing places, so normally I wouldn't use anything, but
We need to get rid of those items somehow.
yeah.
And here we are. With the next floor, there are 3 items to find here.
I have this bad habit, which is probably in every RPG, where like, oh, I'm gonna buy 99 potions for the boss that I will have to fight that is really powerful.
Yeah. Now, this game doesn't let you do that, at least not this version.
And then I'll find out, wait a second, I can buy high potions. I guess I don't need my 99 potions anymore.
Sure.
Like, I'll often maintain a supply of, like, say, 30 to 50 of each healing
Check
item,
this out.
depending on cost and what I'm able to get at that point in the game.
And what you can hold.
Yeah. But I'll
elemental
never
power.
deliberately buy a quantity that brings me close to max.
Sure.
Because, a lot of things will drop those things as well.
Yeah.
Right, which is kind of the thing in this game we're running. What did you say?
I said that's true.
Okay.
But yeah, in terms of good villain, I would say Ghaleon is probably the
Ghaleon is a good
best.
villain as
Yeah.
far as how it is. And I think that goes to the idea that, fine, even as far as how horrible a person Ghaleon is, and he is,
Well,
the question of, like, what is he doing and
he's-
why and how he was corrupted.
I would say probably Ghaleon is a little more redeemable than Nash.
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Uh,
I think eventually the case of the Nash gets to a point of realizing, I can't go down this path, whereas with Ghaleon, he then
there
gets
are
the same sort of.
there are some cases.
Like,
there
what
are some
particularly?
arguments.
What would you say? Make the argument now.
You're worried about spoilers, aren't you?
Okay, we'll see when we go
Yeah.
of what that is. So fine, we will make those arguments when they come to the point where they are. I will remind you of that when we go, which is fair enough. Like, hey, we can answer that question because hey, all of your answers on the
Check
plot
this
will
out.
be revealed. Yay! Just going about it.
Like,
Fine, what you can say now? Where you want to
okay,
go on that?
so in terms of Nash, I kind of can't really forgive Nash. Like, his claim is he doesn't want Mia to get hurt.
But
right?
then he said, "I'm going to pray everybody else."
But then he literally betrays them and attacks Mia, saying
Sure.
that I don't want to hurt you.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's that idea of almost the abusive perspective of that thought that, hey, you're so fixated as far as like a lack. Oh, I want to hurt somebody, you end up hurting them. In particular.
He's abusive and self-centered.
Yes. As somebody who's experienced enough of that in their life, I know exactly what that's like as far as it. And you can kind of read that. So that goes to a different case.
And
as
Mia's
far
not going to walk that far. Oh well.
No, but
it's okay.
that's fine as far as what it is. But that's the other thing. And sometimes when it comes to like bringing something like that and looking at it, it's like, okay, what are they looking at this? Are they looking at this a smart way, or it seems like this is getting more understanding of something in a way that feels like you don't feel like it's potentially exploiting it, and seems like it's kind of off to make. You mentioned, fine, honestly, the Twilight case is kind of a good example. Like with New Moon, the case is that she's basically jumping off the cliff because that's the only way that Edward sees her, and the thought that is that sending a message to teenagers saying like if you poison like yourself or kill yourself. It's like, wait, but the movie doesn't have, and the book, someone to tell me, don't have the nuance to kind of deliver that in a way that makes you think of anything but that harsh
Nash
case that I
is
just
just too
gave.
controlling.
Right, exactly.
He's just too controlling, and he doesn't let Mia have her own life. And
Which I think explains then it contrasts with her growth as a character. She's been through these horrible things from Nash and other people, and we saw that last time when she said, I have to find my voice. I'm going to be the one controlling the Magic Guild someday, so I'm going to make the hard decision saying, I'm putting Vayne at
Check
risk.
this out.
I'm going to evacuate everybody as far as what this is to make sure everybody's okay. I can do that, and then I'm going to try and do my part to stop
Summon
the
Elvis
grindery,
Well,
specifically, and stop Ghaleon.
with the grindery case, like, essentially she harnesses the magic of Vayne.
Yeah, she does.
And she's one of the few people that can access that area.
Right.
So, I believe she doesn't actually evacuate him. I believe it's
Nash does. She orders,
Well,
so you go do that. You can help.
it's Lemia that does the evacuations, and she gets the idea sort of last minute to harness the magic of Vayne to fight back.
True, but the point is that Mia was the one who made that decision. But, yeah, but you
So-
might want to get the. Oh no.
So I don't even think that. I'm not even sure
Right there.
if Lamina even knew
Why I
that,
said-
that they were being that they were under attack until it was kind of too late.
My point, I was saying Mia in particular, because Mia is the one who made the decision. She's the one who said, I have a plan, let's go back. She explained it to her mother, it's like, evacuate everybody in town. Lemia said, alright, we're doing it. Then Nash did it. It's like, I need to do something for this to kind of help. I don't want to face Lemia on this. She's the one who
God.
came up with this decision saying, I'm going to do this. Mia, when we first met her earlier in the game, wouldn't have done that. The way
Oh,
we
no,
saw her
no,
before.
no.
Now we have, so that idea of, and
She'd be like, "Let my mom do it."
let my mom do it, or say like, I don't know if I can do this, I'm too nervous. But the case of that is that, fine, in that case, talk about a great
Check
character
this out.
contrast.
She'll
feel
probably
like that
say-
was a great moment for her.
Yes,
Yeah, she would probably
absolutely.
say either Nash or one of the other elite students should do it.
Summon
Right.
Elvis Power.
So talk about a great contrast of the perspective of how Nash is going his way, and how Mia is reacting to that and to other stuff. And the idea of, honestly, when you think about it, I'd make the argument potentially that Mia's character arc is maybe the strongest in the game.
Yeah.
For that very reason. But then again, that's not to say that the other characters don't have something like that. You can also be impressive.
I think you could make that argument.
And I would make that argument as far as her case. I mean, because it's going to play on different personalities of these characters, yes. But I think with Mia's case, that's the case. Playing through the game, because when I played through this before we did the show for today and also for all the other parts, I didn't expect that Mia was going to be in a case of ever rising to that occasion. That would be the case. She'd be that you'd see that. So talk about subverting your expectation. You said, hey, this is a game that plays on a lot of RPG. Well, we've said tropes, but it's also a case that came out in 1993 initially, so the case that maybe they weren't written in stone yet, but nowadays you're always like, oh, we've seen this story before. But then saying, all right, with her, it kind of goes a little more, and I think just that arc of hers, as we were going to show in one of the edits we did, as far as one of the edits that I'll do with
Check
the
this
audio
out.
test, that silence when she's looking down the barrel of the gun, quite literally, of the grindery, and it's saying, fine, strike. And it works really well.
Yeah. Like of these 5 party characters, I think Mia has my favorite writing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to go into that more, or
Right.
any stuff you want to
Like,
say
it's
about
for-
that or anything else.
For pretty much the reasons we've already stated.
Sure.
I would probably put a.
We probably want to get 2 items first. We want to go and get that, and then we'll get that. Actually, wait. Okay, so wait, we can't get those yet. So actually, I'll go to the one on the right because there's an item there. Yeah, go to the one on the right. So go up there.
Go the right first.
The right one, yeah.
I would probably put a tie between Alex and Jessica for the next place of which characters I thought had the best writing.
Sure.
Actually, it didn't seem to really matter. Either way,
It's so early that I'm not entirely sure what they're gonna do with Luna if she, comes to her senses and comes out
Check
of it.
this out.
Sure.
But right now, I haven't really seen her
Summon elemental power.
sort of have. She'll have a story arc, but she's not. Doesn't appear like it's gonna have her have a character change or growth in comparison to Mia.
Right, I guess because
It
she's
may
been
be
off the
the-
grid so much.
Yeah, it may happen, but it won't be to the extent of Mia.
And I think that'll surprise due to the fact that Luna's been gone most of the game.
Well, yeah.
So I guess it's a question of, because it's interesting that because when this game is run, you first start with Luna in your party, you're going the whole way, and then the idea like she gets kidnapped, and then the thought like, okay, what's going to go on with that next? And then fine, at that point it's kind of, that's kind of when Jessica and Kyle come in the picture, and then me a little after that.
Well, I also mean like Luna doesn't quite have the same level of something to
Check
overcome.
this out.
Yeah, not completely.
It's not it's not as significant.
Right.
Summon elemental power.
So it's like Alex is becoming stronger and learning to save Luna.
Mm-hmm. And what he needs to do that.
Yeah, and that's his arc, but it's more of a. It's still there with him, but it's Luna. I don't. I mean, it really depends what they do with her.
I mean, that's true, but I mean, of what we've seen of Luna so
That's
far,
fair.
most of the arc we've seen, I think, with her so far has been,
Nash
above
got
anything
hurt.
else, the case of, I guess, her relationship with Alex.
When did Nash
Yeah.
get hurt?
That and her not
it was a
really
little while
knowing
ago.
herself. in terms
Okay.
of-
Oregon. One of the
That's
enemies, a single
That's just
enemy
a
got
question
an
of-
opportunity to attack and
I
did
see.
like 50-something damage.
See, this is what I mean.
It's also why we're recording ourselves, we're pointing out that way, so we have that on tape. If you
Yeah, it was one of those guys on the left.
I see.
Occasionally, I can also have the picture up saying like, when did Nash get hit down?
Yeah. It's mainly a joke. Just okay, so
Like what you're saying, thank you for bringing that up as far as the idea of like Luna, because I guess what we've seen most of it pretty much has been so far her relationship with Alex. And fine, we saw the boat song as far as what the editor you're going to see later of
Summon
is,
elemental power.
which is the idea of she thought, hey, he's always wanted to go on an adventure. Now he's doing it. I don't know if I can do this or I can be with him. He needs to do it on his own. So that perspective, the question, what's that relationship like looking like? Why is she having these dreams that you mentioned? So that question, through that, so it's kind of a bit of a smaller focus that way with her. And also because she's been gone most of the game, the question, what's that going to look like when we get
Also,
towards the conclusion?
probably a good time to check MP.
yep.
Yeah, there we go. We are in good shape, so yeah, all those starlights we've got.
Yeah, the
just,
reason I don't like
go through.
completely max them
Oh yeah,
is because just in case I run into like a thing in a shrine or something.
Sure.
of course. But you know,
I want it at 50%.
yeah, so like once you get below a certain
Yeah.
threshold.
Yep. Thanks for reminding me, because I'm gonna forget.
Yep.
And then Nash.
I run into the same issues myself sometimes when playing games, so I understand.
Yeah.
There's item there,
Oh
and there.
no, now
Uh,
died.
wait.
Whatever.
Left and right, so basically go up and left, and up and right. There's a tank to kill, and then we'll
Yep.
get an item, and then another thing over there, and we'll be all set as far as items here.
But yeah.
Yeah, at this point, this is kind of just
Yeah, this is going to be.
beating face.
Check
I
this
say
out.
this is just a massacre. Like, we just need to get rid of all these things.
And the experience, I think, is generally pretty good.
Summon
Yeah, I
elemental
mean,
power.
for where we're near, as far as getting close close to the end of this, that's absolutely going to be the case. At this point, you have a plan, as you mentioned, saying, how do you want to do this? And it seems like it's the way to go.
Let's see, how much is this? 3.5.
Not bad.
I guess technically, what is it? Rude, R-U-I-D
Rude, yeah.
is probably the best area for experience in the frontier.
You got any?
So that's from 5. No, the later areas are 5K.
Right.
So this is probably average then.
There's one more starlight then?
Yeah,
Or is
yeah,
that a bracelet?
It's
a bracelet.
Yeah, it's bracelet.
Oh,
coming
yeah.
up. It's up on the right. We'll grab that in just a second.
And so that was up to the right.
Yep, basically right underneath this, and yeah, just kill him, and then we can get our spoils.
Nice angel ring.
Yep.
Alright, and let's see, there's 3 of them.
Yeah, how do you wanna
we'll do
go?
something different. Let's see. Let's do fire instead.
Okay, let's burn him.
And
Check this out.
just because there's only 3 of them. And
Yeah, they'll go down quick.
By the power of Athena.
Yeah, by the power of theater, you're burning.
actually, I think they're gonna die from this. Yep. So I technically saved mana.
There you go. But if nothing else, like, because you have so many of those, as Nash gets a level
Well,
up.
the max MP went up for a few of them.
Yes, it did.
Yeah,
Or Nash.
MP went up by 6 on Nash.
Jesus, Nash went up a lot.
Yeah,
Right
Nash
after
is
hit.
getting his benefit, and but here's Kyle right behind.
Yeah, Nash and me, I get nice mana.
Indeedo.
Alright. Another one.
And then one more, we get what's in that nice box. The same deal as before against the Death Armors.
You know, I kind of feel bad for them. They just like stand and just die.
I mean, just the idea, like, fine, they're the
Check this
willing
out.
soldiers of Ghaleon, and they're sent out to die. Well, I mean, we got into that last month when it came to the mines, the case that there are monsters there who hate the humans, but they're
Wait.
also in case they're being abused.
And they have weakness to lightning and fire. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, didn't you say those weaknesses? It's just magic as far as how the weaknesses goes, or does it actually
Oh,
differentiate based on type?
it differentiates.
Okay, so fine, they're based on both.
And I just realized I even deserved even more mana because I used the weaker spells. To try to
Perfect.
get them to, do something other than die.
Awesome.
I failed.
You got the stone bracelets.
Alright, that sounds like a Nash thing.
It's also our last item here, as far as this area. There's
Rolling
one other thing
wrist
we want to get
ring.
next floor, but in that case, we would do it.
Alright, what do we get?
Rolling
5
wrist ring.
wisdom. Nice. 5 wisdom and 2 defense.
Okay,
Very cool.
so that's gonna be a Nash thing, we would assume, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, or else it wouldn't. You'd be grayed out. So
Uh-huh.
if it wasn't. And also, why does he have so many bandanas that do different things? So he has a luck one. I feel like this is meant as if you're going for like a physical damage.
Do
It's
you
a-
feel lucky, punk?
Yeah.
Really? We're going with that Dirty Harry?
Yes, it is. There's a game based on Dirty Harry and NES. They're gonna make one on PS2 and Xbox. They never did, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, just you have to ask yourself one question: Do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? And there you go.
And then I'm guessing if you're going for a defensive Nash,
well,
why would
maybe.
Nash be defensive? But I just kept those around for.
I guess to take hits, I guess, to some degree.
I
but
just-
it could also be a magic case.
Like, I feel like he's kind of meant as a magic user, but if he really runs out of mana,
Mhm.
and I guess that puts him to sleep. He can be. I guess he can be a. Yeah, I guess he can be a physical damage
Sure.
dealer, assuming where is the item? Assuming he runs with where is the item? Ghaleon's tier. Attacks all enemies.
Right, where basically anything
So
you use is a hit on
basically,
everything.
he can AOE the whole group. So that's the only case where I can see Nash being a physical, going physical.
Mhm.
But that's not how I run him. Okay, so we got.
We got everything. We can go down to A6 and we go down all the way over
Okay, so we got the silver light, we got the stone,
We
and
got
we got
everything,
the. Okay, so A6 next.
A6, basically down, right down into the vault. We keep going right down there. Just keep
Oh,
going down.
that one. Okay.
Basically right down where the tower is over there. Just keep going.
So down here.
Yep. And there we go.
Oh, this one.
Yep, that's it.
Yes, he does.
So fine, I guess Nocturne on the mana check duty.
Yep.
Yep. Should I just start calling mana check?
Oh, yeah, if you want to do that, I can put a tag in the edit for this, no problem.
Yeah, like, when you said one word, I'm like, I'm on it.
Yep, there you go. Fine, you're the mana check, I'm the item check, and Blood Space Moon, you're here to,
Commentate on pop culture. I don't know.
well, I am too. I was like, there you go. And to go into stuff as far as the stuff with the story. What do they say? We all have a role as far as this. Absolutely.
Well, I'm kind of glad I didn't bring my laptop, because usually I have my laptop up with like 5 guides, and I'm like reading through, making sure I don't miss anything.
That's the interesting thing I think about doing a game like this, especially because one thing and come back to this as has been interesting is thinking about it, which is the fact that this is the play we've had with most, well, sort of, fine, the longest full play as far as where we've had the most people on the show. There was the part of Crazy Eve, I really did that at a party. But that being said, outside of that, this is the one where we've had 4 people on the show at once. I've never been in a case where I've had that many at one time on a program. Well, fine, except the Tetris Plus play, but even then that was a one-off. As far as full play, even though it's only been a couple parts where we've had everybody, it's still been a case where we've been juggling multiple people, we have to juggle schedules that way. There's always a question as far as how it is, but in the case of especially something like this, like, hey, this is kind of a reflection of what some aspects of gaming could be. The idea, hey, Proterova likes this game a lot, he's like, I want to show it, we're showing it, he's the one playing it. Then I'm saying, like what about items? I want to make sure I don't miss anything. I got item duty. The MP stuff going on. Nocturne saying, hey, MP cost. And Blood Space Moon, you have your element going on, saying going into the elements of the story, going into other aspects of pop culture, pointing out, like, wait a second, why is there a perspective of what you might be seeing? Yeah, it's either way. Well,
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think it does right now, so you can just go right in here. Yeah, because as you're saying, like, the idea of the point of no return is like, hey, there's a pipe there, but then the other one's on the ceiling that way.
Yeah, that's just what I remember. This is like 20 years of memory, so I could be wrong. It was more of a paranoia.
Sure, no, I get that.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, sometimes that's that question, and as I said, that's when you think about that. This is always why I've said, hey, wait a second, why don't I make this a discussion program? Why don't I make it this kind of thing where we'll kind of go off on different things? Because I said, well, first off, if it's a one-player game, I want to make sure that people are going to be active with this as far as how they're going. Like, they'll be into what that is. I want to hear their input and all that stuff. And also for who's playing it as far as what that input is like the experience, what they're doing. But also just the case that, hey, oftentimes what would be the idea, like, if you're hanging around with friends or family on a Saturday afternoon and saying, playing a game, go into it, kind of just soak it in, like you would soak in a movie or a book or something, or a television show, anime, whatever it is, to that way. And I said, hey, I think we can bring this to element of game.
Go to this one?
Yeah, upwards, and then over there, although, we have to go over, okay, I guess, yeah, you're right, it's not mattering right now, because we basically just have to go, we just have to go that way, so yeah, we're on the way. So
and if there's any, like, lore or anything you want to comment on, feel free.
Yeah, let me think about that as far as other stuff.
I'm saying, like, in terms of...
In terms of the guide, yes.
In terms of references.
In terms of the guide, in terms of references, in terms of everything else.
Because there are a lot of references to earlier stages and so forth in this.
Yeah, we're going to get a big one coming up later. Not too far from here. That's, in and of itself, I think, going to be enough of a talk. And it's also a big change, actually, from the Sega CD version, where it is not in there. Because, fine, the Sega CD version is its own game. This is also its own game. And the PSP version is sort of kind of also its own game, but it's also based on this, on top of the other versions that are on mobile platforms, and also the Game Advance version, which is...
Check this out!
Also based on this, but also kind of half and half of that, and eventually the PSP will, because the PSP took some of the features that the Game Boy Advance version of Lunar Legend had. So it's one of these things as far as like the multiple different versions of each game and how there's a lot of unique things about them, to the point where honestly they do justify the idea of maybe being able to show a bunch of these, which is why we're having the extra part on PSP, and why feasibly, if we ever want to see the Sega CD version, it is totally different from this. This is a remake of that one in a way that's so different, it's something that we could justify a show if I could get a copy of that, or if they release that version.
More damage.
Although I was like, yeah, Sega already lost their chance because they could have put it on
Check
the
this
Disney 2 here like they did for Japan, but they didn't want to come back to, they didn't want to give Victor Island a call saying like, hey, we'll pay the money for this. So they didn't. And it was Japan's case only. Which I guess maybe is also why I'm excited about the perspective, hey, you know, if they're going to be starting porting this game off of mobile platforms, or not just iOS, but also to Android and then to other stuff, potentially, that can be something exciting. And fine, that's also why I bought it right away. So I want to show specifically, hey, I want to see more of this, and also, you're saying programs, like, hey, there's these things, like, kind of minor annoyances and scheme of things as far as the game, but also the case, like, God, I wish there's stuff as far as how the items wouldn't trail off, or the idea of how status is working.
I think
Maybe the thought of...
I think I'll go to, just to show the, Dragon's Tear.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. But maybe that's the next thought, that enough sales as far as this kind of thing, maybe that's like a return to this franchise. I could see the idea of them saying, hey, you know, let's come back, because it's been a long time. And that idea that this is kind of, when you really think about it, a very exciting time for Lunar, potentially, in the sense of what this could go. Not this guy's like, oh, they've announced this stuff, they haven't yet. Except for that release of the game yesterday that just came out. They could do some more.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I was like, yeah, the manager.
Okay.
But ports are still going to be easier than creating, like, even a sequel. 'Cause
That's true.
A demand for a sequel would take a lot.
That's true, but I guess also the question is, like, fine, they'll gauge that enough to say, are we going to have that sometimes? I mean, the question of, hey, you know, what's that going to look like? Because, fine, we've talked Konami on the show a lot as far as it. I played stuff of theirs. We were playing Konami. We're playing Metal Gear Solid 2 right now. They're running on the PS2. Like, I'm not playing that new version because they fucked it up. But the point is that they'll do some of these re-releases. Like, fine, the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, they did a horrible job with it as far as the bugging and all that. But, and fine, it runs worse on the Switch than it does on the PS2 that originally came out on 22 years ago, which is shocking. But the idea is that they gauge enough interest in that. It's like, we're going to totally remake Metal Gear Solid 3, something totally different. Metal Gear Solid Delta, it's called, so they're doing a totally new take on Metal Gear Solid 3 that's coming out. Same with Silent Hill, so they're doing the remake of Silent Hill 2 coming out on PS5, and also some other stuff that they've announced since, where it's only on a Suikoden 1 and 2 HD version. Thought that maybe return to that. A new game that's by the people who made it that's not the same thing. It's Eden Chronicles. It's out in April. And the two new things they announced with Konami over the past couple weeks, which is they're releasing the games based on Felix the Cat from the NES and the Game Boy, which cost a lot of money. They're putting that as a physical release for limited run in about a week and a half. And the one I'm going most nuts on. Are you familiar with Sparkster?
Alright, test nest. There we go.
Sparkster, I should say. It is a game series that started on the Sega Genesis with Rocket Knight Adventures. You're playing as Sparkster, who's this opossum who's like a knight. And his jetpack on the back of him, and you can use that to kind of bounce across walls, do stuff for not just platforming and like hack and slash stuff, but also kind of going to kind of go through areas. I've been begging for years for Konami to come back to this franchise. They made one in 2010 that was like an HD new game, Rocket Knight. A couple weeks ago, they announced the Rocket Knight Adventures Resparked collection. It's going on PS5, PS4, and Switch, where they're re-releasing these old games that cost a fortune. I have Rocket Knight Adventures on the Sega Genesis. Doctrine's played it. I actually pointed her to that. But they're also re-releasing Sparkster, which is on the Sega Genesis, which is a direct sequel. It's like a $300-something game now. And Sparkster on the Super Nintendo, which is a totally different game. It has the same name as it does on Genesis, but it's totally different. They're re-releasing that for like $35 on top of a bunch of collector's editions for it. I'm like, I'm so happy they're bringing this back, and they're adding all these things to it. Like, I don't know if they're going to do the case when with Metal Gear Solid's collection, where it's like, hey, they have problems with it, but which was a shock to me because all the other Konami collections they've done, the Castlevania collection's been great, including the Castlevania Nocturne collection that came out with Throne of Blood and Symphony of the Night, the Advanced collection, the Anniversary collection, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection was awesome. They did, I guess Suikoden coming out, and they did the Contra collection as well. It's like, okay, those were doing them right, and the thought that, you know, kind of bringing some of these games back to get a new attention on themselves and bring them out, especially for someone like me. It's like, look, I haven't played everything, I don't have everything. Like, hey, it makes it way easier to show up for the show, and also means it's easier for me to be able to play this, or anybody to play it. It's like, I can mention this game to you, like, as soon as I say it's like $300 on Genesis, like, I don't know, like, I can't rationalize that unless I really have this thing in my hands, but now you're going to be able to get this thing in your hands. And next we're going to get big stuff on store.
And I think I'm going to,
Save.
Good idea, too.
I was gonna say, because we have a cutscene coming up.
We'll save and we'll save it in a different file.
Because I know we're going into something big on story right here after we go through this area. bowels of the grinder. So fine, the reference to fecal matter was not an accident. Well, fine. It's like, okay, this is spoiler on Metal Gear Solid 2, but there's something that goes into something sort of related. I'll bring that up when we get to that.
All right.
Metal Gear Solid 2 things that we do once.
Should I just go through?
Yeah, because the item is on the way after we do that. So yeah, just keep doing
All right,
the
and I don't need to kill everything anyway.
Okay.
Which I think I did.
All right,
okay,
fine.
This is the last area, right?
Yeah, for the time being.
Okay, cool. All right, so this was the point of return.
All right, let's hit it. Let's head off.
I knew there was at least one.
Or one more on top of us going in here. All right, so let's have a look. Perfect. Okay, so we did get everything except the one item, but wait a second.
So what are we looking at here?
Good question. Yeah, what is this picture?
Is it a fossil?
Looks like one of the dragons.
Yeah, it's Clark. It's worth pointing out in the Sega CD version, he dies. He doesn't come back. In every other version, he does, and this is what's happened. He's basically up on an IV drip, specifically, and sucking his power up. They draw upon the power of the dragons to fuel the grindery, sucking the life out of them. So basically, they're gonna die if we don't do something. But sick bastard, can't believe I'm seeing. Yeah, right. Respect to that. Dragons born to protect Althena have returned against her. We fight an evil drawing in this kind of power. I mean, how can't we fight it? Fine, he's still the pessimist. But, yeah.
Wait, how can't we? Like, as in, how can we not?
Yeah, that's
given
true.
this situation. So that's actually optimism, right?
I think you're a good catch on that.
Which
Fine,
is-
I'm so used to being pessimistic.
Yeah,
that's
which
the
is
question.
wait a second. He said something positive for a change.
Right, you've seen the horrors you inflict on our world, but he above anybody else knows what they are because of what he has
He's
been.
done them.
Right. He's only strength and resolve to defeat him. Even he's, at this point, being faceless, like, okay, I can't defend this.
He's scared, but he's being
Not a coward?
truthful.
Yeah.
Yep. You're right for once. We have to stop this cretin and we have to stop him now. Alright, so that's the idea, and on our walk is the last item in here after that tank was destroyed.
Right. Let's see.
I'm gonna have to be calling my wife.
That being said, before you do,
Thanks for coming.
appreciate that, but before you do, I didn't do this on live last time. I gave Proterova his Christmas gift, I should say, which was Dark Cloud for PlayStation 2
Check this out.
from level 5. I got you both gifts. She's kind of shocked, isn't she? A Nocturne catch.
Oh my god.
Summon element power.
Thank you.
That was a throw.
I know it's safe to throw these things, and they'll be set. Fine, that one's set. Yeah, before you go, I want to at least give a sense. I know I held this. Listen, I meant to do this last time for his gift, but like since you weren't here, I was like, I want to at least get you yours as a thanks as far as it, and of course, happy holidays and all that stuff. Even though it's like a month late. What's your case, Nocturne?
I'll enjoy this.
Oh my god. Oh, it's a Dragon Quest.
Dragon Quest XI Definitive Edition for the PlayStation 4. I was between that and the Switch version. It's great on Switch, but I said, fine, you have PS4, that's the more powerful console to run it. It's really, really good. I think you said you hadn't played this.
No, I haven't played any of the Dragon Quest.
This is a good one to start with. This is a very good game. I have it on the
Well,
Switch.
that
It's
was
terrific.
insane.
And, Nocturne, what is your case?
Yeah, Switch version of Baba Is You.
Yeah, which we demoed on the show before, thanks to her. She said, hey, I want to see this in the puzzle showcase. We showed it. So there you go. I just wanted to give that to you, absolutely.
Well, and good timing. That was insane.
Yeah, there you go, with the insane shield that we got. As I said, Proterova got his off-screen
Insane-
notes for Dark Cloud on PS2.
Insane gifts.
Yep.
I didn't actually realize there was a physical version of this on Switch.
It kind of came out semi-recently. I didn't notice that either.
Yeah,
so-
I was like, wait a second, what? I didn't know
Right.
they were physical either.
Yeah, but there you go. They did put it out that way, and there you
Right.
go. And I can vouch for them. That's the other thing. When I buy games for people, as we're pointing out, I will not buy games for people for them if I feel that they're not good enough for them, or like, hey, like, I don't know. I bought somebody Super Monkey Ball Step and Roll on the
Ooh,
Wii. I played it.
here.
No way in hell I'm letting them have this after I demoed it because I got a used copy. As we're at a park.
All right. So apparently at the grindery, there is a park.
Yep. Like, yeah, why is this here? This doesn't look right.
It has to be a trap.
Most likely. Well, she's like, is it though? Perhaps.
I love flowers, plants, and trees. I care for them. Here to please Emperor Ghaleon.
So we have the fairies.
Ghaleon likes flowers?
He's like, fine, we all have our interests, we all have our hobbies. But he's trying to take over the world, so fine, he has to have something in between, so botany. So fine, there's not a crossover of strange horticulture, but fine, that's that. In the Gardern. Wait, is that a typo?
Maybe.
Okay.
I think so, because I don't think that's a word.
Yeah.
I think.
If it is a word, I'll have down here what it means.
Seems to be under stress lately. Yeah, taking the world is kind of stressful, isn't it?
Yeah, lesser powers enslaved his soul. Yeah, you're right.
Does
Even...
this have 2 soundtracks on it?
Yes, because, let me explain this, and this is why I specifically bought you this version. I didn't buy you the base Dragon Quest XI on PS4. It was modified music. People complained as far as how it was, saying, hey, this sounds like it's on Super Nintendo and not high quality. They then did another soundtrack, which is orchestral. It is absolutely beautiful. But this version has the option for both of them, on top of all the extras that came around for the game.
Thank you so much.
Of course, no problem. Thank you for joining our show.
Yeah.
Thank you for being the case of, join us for Lunar and giving the input that you've given. That's been the case of what it is. I do really appreciate what every one of you, everybody in this room, and everybody in the chat has been, what they brought to the show. That's why I also got him Dark Cloud as far as his game. I said, I'm getting him something good that way. May as well do it for both of you as well.
Actually, in here for Baba Is You, it looks like there's a little poster, some stickers, and a download code for the soundtrack.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it had that much. Right, so it's like unwrapping Christmas presents. And for those of you want to take the plastic off yours, go ahead as we see what's going on with the
Ghaleon
pixies.
treats all his pixies here like prizes in his personal trophy collection.
Yeah, he should know better than trample others like this, though, considering he's from Vane. So yeah, the pixies are here. They're taking care of this beautiful garden.
And it's funny because I'm just ignoring the shrine. It's just in the middle.
Well, we'll do that in a sec.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It's safe here. Don't worry. We'll be fine. Oh, the disc is slipping.
Yeah.
I sometimes buy new games on PS4. That happens a lot. I don't know why. Or buy new games for people on PS4. And it also has a reversible cover. So we're going out, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
He wants to kill us.
I'm definitely gonna have fun with this.
It's a great game, yeah.
That's more traditional line Toriyama art.
There you go.
Oh.
It's also the benefit. I'm gonna also not
So,
lie here. Go on. If
He
you don't
is one of the most compassionate souls I've ever met.
Maybe to her. Is that maybe the thought? We thought all humans were evil until we met him. Now we know they're kind ones too.
So, and I quote, Ghaleon is one of the most compassionate souls I've ever met.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of a weird dichotomy, isn't it? Zenobia, though, is cruel. We chafe her wicked manner. They must see something in her, because otherwise, yeah, why is she around? Fine, the other thing is also this. I'll tell you this. Being on the show also has another benefit when it comes to this, because when it comes to picking up gifts for people, it also means that, fine, if I have them on tape saying something, I don't have something, I can then come back later and it's like, okay, good, they don't have it, the second buy. It's like, perfect. Which is good, because it's also the case of, yeah, remember that idea, but like, I knew your case as far as this, I knew your case as far as Bobby's. You're the reason why we started looking at this, as far as the showcase show we did. So I said, fine, there you go.
Yeah, I've never actually gotten very far in any version of Baba Is You, but it's such an interesting game with very cerebral puzzles.
Yeah, we'll have the link, by the way, below for the puzzle showcase where we demoed it, and hey, as is always the case, we can come back to any game for full play. We can play Dragon Quest XI too.
I remember Ghaleon giving me flowers when I was just a little girl.
Okay, but the one you knew is dead. He's the Magic Emperor now. He's working hard lately, I can see it in his face. So he comes here to relax, so I guess that's what they're saying. Yeah, we have a garden here, and we're going to tend to it.
Alright, cool. And I didn't waste too much mana. So
Not here. It's like, yo, we're good that way.
There we go.
Yeah, you go get a nice thing for
Alright,
that.
and you know what? Okay, we're good. I think we're gonna. I think we're safe.
Okay. And then our next walk-in is going to be into right here, a little bit of a big area with nothing there as far as items until later.
This is the last slide anyway.
There you go. Right, because it's 16 blocks on the memory card as you mentioned. So okay,
Oh wait, 15? Is it? Does it start with 0? Off by 1 error?
Oh no. Do you have another save for another game perhaps on this?
Oh, maybe.
On this factor. Because it's 16 blocks on a PlayStation 1 memory card, so there might be another case of that. I ran that was doing virtual memory card stuff for we played Parasite Eve because we used the PS3 to play that, and also for Mega Man Legends 2, I was doing my off-screen for play ahead, play ahead after we did the shows, and then also for editing releases.
I still feel like Legends 2 is a great game.
Yeah, we had a great time playing it. Especially when we went into the Game Shark element in the finale last time we played it, and like showing you've ever seen wireframe element of your PlayStation 1 games. Get yourself a Game Shark device on PS1, run on your PS2 or PS3 feasibly, and you're all set. As in we go. Here we are.
Back to... I think there's like 3 floors here.
Yes. We got some areas we're going before we get there.
I remember this.
Yeah, there are, by the way, 4 items in here, but on this floor, there's nothing. Actually, okay, no, I lied. There is... Okay, there's an item here, but I don't know how to get it. Right there. We'll figure it out later.
Okay.
Maybe you remember how to get that? You have to maybe drop into that? I don't know. Something.
I've noticed that in the grindery and now here we have some more steampunk-looking art.
Yeah.
The art changed dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, it fits.
Let's see.
Fine, we talk Mortal Engines. Mortal Engines is a case where they kind of were doing a steampunk thing. And that's always an interesting kind of design element when it comes to something, especially with something like this. It does
Check this
really
out.
make it pop and makes it really remember that area. Gives it a great identity to itself.
Summon elemental power.
Considering all the spotlights that were shining out from the grindery when it first started moving, it doesn't surprise me that it gets a little sci-fi in here.
Sure, no, I get that. And it looks nice, but it also does extend well, and also goes to what we did in part 2. We went to the library in vain, like all the legends of it. This is kind of, in a way, paying off on some of those things we mentioned.
Yeah, because the glowing patterns on the floor here are a little bit trippy.
Oh yeah. We've sometimes asked this idea when it's come to games, the idea of where's your trippiness element in games. But we mentioned that as far as my practice for Super Mario Sunshine. I'm getting ready because we're starting that in May, and I'm 120 shine completing that game, which I've never done before. So every day on my work break, basically, I'm practicing that damn game. But it's definitely interesting. All these weird things as far as what's going on.
Let's do that.
One of the surreal of the 3D Mario games is definitely the hardest.
Check this out.
I don't know, what's when you played Super Mario Sunshine? Yeah, it's on GameCube, it's also on Switch, release that actually you have to buy and use now. We're gonna stop selling it after about 6 months. That's the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection. We're starting that in May because Brixby wanted to see that. Hang on, when are we doing this? I gotta figure that. Same as far as other stuff, and also with Despig, which by the way, I will say this as far as we'll figure the scheduling on that, but at the very least, I will be showing off the demo of it as part of a showcase show I'm doing in November. I do the annual showcase programs. We're doing delisted Xbox Live Arcade game night, since that's something that's going to be part of the delisting that's happening when the Xbox 360 store shuts down in July. And it's not backwards compatible with later Xbox consoles for that version. I'm going to show the demo because I did put it in the other day just to kind of get a soak over it. You're right, this game has a real nice charm to itself, a great look. Even the demo, because it's the kind of thing, honestly, I was saying, like, I'll buy this on 360 myself just to have this, but I said, honestly, at this point, I think I'll either go buy it on the PS3 or the PC, because I kind of want to show the demo, the case where it says, like, buy the game as far as how this is, as far as Deathspank talking that way, and then he's like, you play, like, you don't want to buy the game? Fine then. It closes it to the game. And if I buy it that way, it's like, I'm not going to be able to show that part, but then, of course, we'll show the game, because you're like, PC version, boom, PC version. But I kind of want to get it, I kind of take a look at the other ones, take a look at 2, which is backwards compatible, and then the Baconing, which is on PC, they were able to release since that, or Ron Gilbert got the respected publishing there. It is on PS3 as far as its console version, but this weird licensing thing on 360 meant it got released like a couple years ago, and at first it's like, what was that all about? But fine, that's the idea, so we can get a look. I'll definitely give a good perspective to that, but Jim, we'll still figure it out. Anything you want to do, anything you want to see. Just keep going.
Leaving in a couple minutes.
Okay,
It will be
well,
arriving.
it was a pleasure. Okay, we will see you, by the way, in 2 weeks for the last part of Lunar for the PSP.
Great to see you.
It'll be a shorter show. She will still be here the whole time, and of course, pleasure with you. And but next week, by the way, also just to let you know, Friday show on Groundhog Day. We're doing the next part of Lunar. Not Lunar. We're doing the next part of Earthbound. We're also going to finish the game, and we're also going to have extras. And like this game, we're going to have an extra part for a finale. There's going to be speedrun that's in March. But we'll go on that schedule later in the show, and also a little bit when you're on the 2 weeks.
And thanks for
Can I
coming.
look up this? That are doing normal.
Oh, Bob is you.
It's fantastic.
It is on the PC as well, so it is available to play there. It is fantastic.
Yeah, it's on PC, it's on like mobile devices, it's everywhere.
This is its only console port, though, which is enough. It's
Yeah.
only on the Switch.
Huh.
Okay. Which I was kind of surprised by. Okay, fine. Now I see who you get that item. It's like, first, like, wait a second, how do you get that? Just go down and go to the right. It looked like there's a wall there, but there isn't. So, you basically go to the left, as far as how it is right there. That's a path, basically. First, like, wait, what is that? So basically, just keep going to the left a little more. I'll show you. Like that, and basically go down. That looked like a wall. It's like, okay, just right there. Okay, first thing.
Okay.
Okay, fine. So you're looking at this map, I said, I'll have the link to the guide. It looked really weird. I said,
Yeah, that's like a wall.
that's off. That's walled off. It's like, do you have to like? Is it like Zelda? Do you have to
Oh, I
drop
see
down
it.
or something? I'm
Yeah.
like, no, you
I
don't.
see it.
So all you need to do is just walk on the area.
Also, wait. I thought
So-
I thought I had a. I thought there's only 2 healing items.
Do you have or did?
I thought there were only 2 healing rings in the game. The third one.
Alright, there you go.
Interesting.
And that, by the way, is the only item that's on this floor. Actually, 2 of them we can't miss because we're going on plot. But in that case, we're all good on the items here.
Okay.
Okay, fine. It was there, but fine. There's there as far as how it is. Honestly, I'll tell you this. I kind of like the idea.
Is that the garden through the... Do you think that's a view of the garden down there?
I think so. You're right. Actually, never really kind of put that together because, yeah, we're going up in the tower here. And so there's like glass floors down there to kind of look down. Or ever been whale watching when you have like a glass bottom boat to kind of look downwards that way.
Like, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
It looks
Yeah.
like it's a view of the from above of the garden.
Right. So that idea of, I guess, the beauty within this mechanical monster. Which you don't always expect for something like
Oh,
that.
she does have that.
The wind cane.
No, I'm just trying to think like, I want her to be casting first.
Okay.
Summon elemental power.
Check this out.
Because yeah, realistically, what I could do is just have me just use Maria, and Ash can just sit back.
Get back and watch. Get holy water.
Yay.
See you next time, guys.
We'll see you in 2 weeks. Take care. Bless us, and pleasure as always. Enjoy Dragon Quest 8. No, 11. They made 8. No, they didn't make 8. That's a fucking lie. But thank you.
See ya.
Take care.
Take care.
It's 7 or a T.
Hmm?
No, wait. It's 11.
It's 11. 8 is on PS2. I was mistaken. It's like I said 8, like, and I said wait, it's by level 5 as far as developed. Like, no, that's 8 as well. But I hope you enjoy and take care. I'll see you in a couple weeks.
Alright.
Have a safe drive back, of course, as always. Anytime.
Oh.
Alright, so there you go.
I really like how this floor looks.
It does. It's
Oh, yeah.
very stylish. It's very unique, and as we mentioned, both saying, it gives it an identity. Just when you think you've seen everything out of this game, not quite. You have
I
not
can
seen everything.
just-
There's much more.
I can just punch things. There's only 2 of them.
There you go.
Because
Keep hitting.
those other ones are just gonna die from Alex.
Yep.
Because they're weak. Physical.
And he'll finish that.
There you go. And he's probably enjoying this. Like, Kyle's like on top of the world. It's like, yay, I get to kill one. 'Cause
Yeah, he's kind of slow, so he doesn't really get to kill anything.
he did say also, like, hey, he wants to do this. So he's excited to
Yeah.
feasibly do the right thing as far as stopping Ghaleon. But of course,
So yeah,
It's working.
Kyle's thoughts. I finally get to kill something! Right?
yep. I'd agree with that.
So, if I let him kill something, then he doesn't attack Jessica constantly.
Yeah,
Is that the idea?
I guess so. Like,
we have to get that aggression out of him.
that's true. Get the aggression out of him. Because remember, what does he like in life? He likes, fighting. He likes booze, and he likes women, and he likes
Yeah.
cross-dressing technically.
I mean-
so there you go.
Let's face it, in the grindery so far, Jessica has punched more things to death than he's been able to cut.
Well, to be fair, she does have a mace.
Well,
but
fine. I guess
still,
the idea, like,
yeah.
she's magically punching them.
Well,
It's
you
like,
know
okay,
what
there you
I
go.
mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, she has killed way more things than him.
As Mia and Nash are punching things.
Mm-hmm. There you go. And there you go. They are cut down.
In fact, I think Kyle has the fewest kills in the grindery so far.
Yes.
I think so.
I think you're right.
And it's not by a small margin.
I don't think Jessica has many kills though.
I could feasibly also take account of how many kills I'm gonna edit this. I mean, I did a suicide count of the Crusader in 64 when we played Kirby Superstar because he was on helper duty as far as it. We had a great time co-op in that game. And he said, like, can you take a suicide count? He's like, that sounds dark. And I'm like, no, I can do it. No problem. I did take his final count. Actually, for every game I took a count, and then at the end of the full play of it, I said, how many times did he kill himself? Because he has to kill himself in order to
So I think the
switch
score
abilities.
is roughly about done, right?
Yep. So all you need to do is go up the top.
Oh,
There's all the
one
items
more.
there. Yeah, he needs to die. We're cleaning out the grindery. Nothing is living. But even that's kind of an excitement. So I'll tell you one thing in this case, which is this Proterova, which is the fact that I'm glad you're fighting everything, not least of which you get to show the idea of what the experience is, what your play style on this is. Like, hey, I want to kill everything. I want to go fighting. I want to go elements of experience. And also showing that idea of this battle system, even with the quirks you can say against it, it's fun enough that you're like, I want to fight. Sometimes you played RPGs, I don't know, what are some RPGs you played where you don't like fighting? Like, I want to avoid fighting. Not this one.
It really depends on, like, if you're doing more than one thing at a time,
Sure.
then it's not that bad.
I guess then to answer, I had to go back to the question.
It really depends on the game and your mood and so forth.
Sure, I guess here's the question though, just going off the top of your head. Can you think of an RPG where you really dislike the battle system enough that you're like, I don't want to fight? You would try to actively avoid fighting if you could.
It really depends on the game.
Is there any in the top of your
Not
head that
off
you
the
think?
top of my
Doctor,
head.
what about you? Is there anything you want to think about? Like, hey, I really had a problem doing fighting. You're like, I don't want to fight anymore.
I wouldn't say it's anywhere near that strong, but relative to Xenoblade 2 and 3, Xenoblade 1's battle system on the Switch version, Definitive Edition,
Right.
is pretty clunky.
Okay.
Also, oops, did I just respawn things?
Probably.
Yes, but in that case,
That's okay, we'll skip
it's an
through.
easy run, so like just go around that way.
Okay, so where do I go?
Yeah, you go down there, and then right down.
Okay. Alright, so we're gonna do the other method.
No, I get that. I mean, as far as my case to answer the question, just as far as it, because the two RPGs I'm thinking where I was so bored by the battles are. I'm trying to remember the name of this, the full name. It was Ars Nelico Melody of Alemia, I believe it is. It's on the PlayStation 2. Even to the point where, fine, the battles are kind of basic, but I was not really interested in them. They do give you a mechanic, though. After you fight enough, you feel bored, and there's no random encounters anymore. Maybe it's also the case, like, I have issues with random encounters sometimes, but also the question of how a game does it, or I gotta find it. And also the other one that kind of bugged me was a game that I guess I go, another shot now that I know this by the people who made ActRaiser. That is Inuyasha Secret of the Cursed Mask on the PlayStation 2. It's quintet made. It's like,
Okay, so that was 4 Alex kills and 1 Kyle kill.
there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, as for Xenoblade 1, I do have the Wii version. I haven't really actually played it much, but I do intend to play it because it looks like the control scheme with Wiimote and Nunchuck will actually work really well with the game, with the way it's structured.
I don't know, maybe it's also the case of because it was made around that, but then also the question of... Because it's funny, because I said, hey, I'm going to buy this game at some point. You'd think the easiest answer would be buy the Switch version, because, hey, it's the most easily available, readily available, and it has an extra episode that's unique to it. And it's also the case I've talked to people who love this game, like the Crusader 64, and said, like, I waited to buy this till the Switch version did, I'm glad I did. But then the case of you, since you've played both versions, saying, yeah, for the extra content and maybe some of the upgrades, the graphics and things like that, Switch, yes, but then again, as far as the playability, I'd probably want to run the Wii version more. And new 3DS, that's not the case because they're porting Wii version, but also the case that you need a new 3DS to play it, and also the question of, I know that runs into frame rate problems, even on new 3DS, which the game requires to run. It's, I think, one of only about, There are fewer than 10 games, I think, that require a new 3DS to play them. And that's one of them. I get why, but it's also a case of, fine, as far as like something like that, it's a tough thing. I mean, fine, it's like playing Metal Gear Solid 3 on 3DS, because it is on 3DS, shockingly. But in that case, like, it also costs a lot of money. But fine, I have a PS2. We'll play it there.
Oh, whoops, I went past it.
Yeah, basically just go straight up in the center and right up the stairs.
And nothing else in here.
Except the beautiful sights of the garden below. And next up, we have 2 items here.
Okay, and it's pretty linear.
Yep, just rooms, and there's
A new enemy, it looks like.
looks like it's a Triceratops. What was that? Okay, fine. No, it's not. It's the
New enemy.
Blizer. Wait, we saw variances of these before,
Yes.
but it's the case like they're spinning like Sonic. Be careful.
Yep, we've... I'm thinking the Blue Dragon cave as an example.
Oh yeah, from part 4.
Yeah. Let's see, so... We will do... Okay, we'll do physical attacks. First, this one needs to die because it's spinning.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm hearing like the Sonic spinning sound going, the spin sound running whilst it's doing this.
And, wait, so those ones were weak to... Okay, so that worked. And I think I'm gonna exploit the Hell
By the
Ring a
power
little
of
better.
Althena.
Okay. It's burning.
Because, you know, it's cheaper to use me as AoE than it is to use...
Oh, you saw that, right? As far as like how
It
it's...
kind of went glitchy.
yeah.
I'm really curious now that you had one that had that and the one that didn't.
I've seen that happen a lot.
Okay. Okay, so it's fine. It's how it's handling its spinning animation. I'm glad we saw that. And it's also the case, I guess they're physically defensive, or the defensive pretty well, because they're taking your hits pretty well as far as how it's running. Shot 3 right in the
3 of
area.
them.
Which, well, that's no problem now.
That's
Yeah,
okay,
we have,
'cause
yeah,
I-
we're the Dragon Master now. We can handle this. We're not gonna have any trouble taking down them. In fact, he's reaching out the hands. He's like, yeah, get rid of his case of that.
Alex will get hopefully 5 kills here. That's what I'm using more physical attack because Alex is
There
weak
you
to
go.
physical.
Boom. And there's another holy water into the starlight. Awesome.
Nice.
Right, so you were going well through the grindery. On the sights and sounds and everything else. Also the music here, which I don't think I really...
There's only 2 of them, so I can punch them.
Guess we'll go back to the music on the grindery, because it's the same music we saw when we were at, when we were over there at the frontier last week, when we were approaching it.
Yep.
It's this very progressive rock synth keyboard sound, which is really great.
Yeah, the fortress.
Yeah, the fortress music, and they have it here. Just sounds really great. Almost the keyboard. It almost reminds me of, I think I've mentioned this man's name on the show before, the late great John Lord, who's the keyboardist for Deep Purple. They're getting, yeah, the
a new
bomb
enemy.
angels.
A new enemy.
Yeah, that one's aiming their guns right at you. Fine, one's aiming straight, the other one's aiming upwards. I get the sense the one aiming upwards is probably going to be the one who's attacking, which you think would be maybe the
I
opposite.
believe it's... Yeah, the one that's aiming up is an AoE, I think.
Okay, because it's one of those things, looking at that, you could feasibly make the case either way, saying, okay, which one's in its attack animation? Feasibly could be either one, but I said, oh, this game I think is probably going to shoot up.
Yeah, to me it kind of looks like one is aiming a rocket, the other one's about to launch a mortar.
Oh, yeah, good look at that.
Hopefully it'll... Oh, did it live?
No, it's not living. Okay, so there you go, Kyle.
I was
gets
kind of
2 more.
hoping it would get its attack off.
What does it do, as far as the attack?
I think
Remember?
it's a small attack. I think it's like a small AoE. I'm not sure what's
So it's like an explosive.
Yeah.
You get the insane helmets.
Alright, and then on Alex.
Crazy cranium can.
Crazy guy.
Yeah, there you go. He is one wild and crazy guy. A reference to this game I don't think makes. But
Defense.
we'll see if it does.
Alright.
At this point, just
over
need...
to the right.
Yep. It's basically, if you're going for progression, go straight. For the items, go left and the right. That's all you need to do. the only other items that are in here are going to be in the next room that are on the way, so you cannot miss them.
And like that guy, he has the same animation as the white baboons.
Oh yeah.
The white baboons, they just run in a single file line. Kind of a common thing a lot of enemies do.
Yeah, for this game, I've kind of noticed that. But I said it's also interesting to
There's
contrast that with
there's a lot
the
of
other
enemies that
versions.
that charge you.
Right. But usually contrast that with the other releases, and also said the one particular outlier being the Sega CD version because it's complete rated battle base. I think I mentioned that on past parts, but just to reiterate again, so you wouldn't see them doing that.
So if you wanted, you could dodge them.
Yeah. Which is cool that way, so you can kind of get a sense of, maybe that's also why I like the idea of sometimes you have the enemies on the screen that way. Get a sense that, fine, I have a choice to say, do I want to fight? But then is that the battles of this game are so much fun, you kind of would want to fight everybody. Kind of understand different things, like, hey, what can I do to take them out? How can I, maximize what we're going to do to get them out as quickly and efficiently as possible? Whose kill count we're going to get up? That's the other reason.
That's the main reason.
Mm-hmm.
Bragging rights.
Yeah, feasibly. And it seems fine. Alex is the hero as far as the Dragon Master. That's true.
It's just so easy. Like
Maybe a mana check?
mana check.
Especially because we got another Silver Light and another Holy
Silver.
Water.
Yep.
Alright, Alex is able to have element to that.
You know what? PS18.
He'll be able to
He can
handle
do
the
one
shots.
more
You
battle.
can do one more battle.
Which is perfect because I think it's only gets you.
Yeah,
And then we get the
and
next
the
item in
thing
the
is,
box.
I probably could. It probably actually would be, since he's always using that. I probably actually could switch over to him getting the
hell thing?
yeah
The hell
the
ring?
hell ring.
Also-
Considering that Mia is not using hers as much, and she has more mana periods, so
Actually,
if I wanted to be really precise, that would be probably the
Basically, really min-maxing
Yep.
Alex.
because then it would cost me 9 per battle.
I do want to look at something when I go back on the edit on this, which is when we came in, as far as the gunners there, it looked like the one at the top, he was in like his default animation before he then quickly changed to like the aim up. I don't know if I've noticed that with other enemies in the game. I'm gonna take a look back at that and see what that was like.
Okay, so I think there's only like a very small amount of rooms, right?
Yeah, we're the next room is our last
Okay.
one here.
So it's not going to be a big deal. Though...
You'll find.
Do I get a heal, though?
No, it does not look it.
Okay. Then in that case...
Well, at least I don't think
nothing obvious about a free heal or anything
Okay,
like that.
actually, no, I lied. There is actually one more floor. There's There's only there's 2 more floors.
Alright, so I want to...
We're set to go.
I want to have some potions. Let me a little more. I think I will do that.
Right. Okay. Fine. The guide is also saying that. By the way, you can't. Fine. The only Althena statue is back in the garden. So
Yep, okay.
after we go,
Because
with the next room, then we can.
my first playthrough, I think I used to. This is one of my farming spots
Sure. No, I get that.
because of reasons.
Well, because you're there, you can't leave. You said like I'm stuck here, so may as well. If you're gonna be doing level sets, may as well do that. Especially with what we're gonna have coming up soon.
Let's see. So take off this. Because essentially, like, I can, for the enemies that are weak to resistance, I can just give Nash and Mia kind of dual responsibility instead of just blowing up things with Mia's highest level spell.
Sure. I mean, it makes sense to be able to do that. In fact, this game is well designed if you can do that. Not like, oh, you have to do it one way.
Yeah, it's not so much it's more of an efficiency thing, just so I can keep constant supply of starlights.
Yeah, like it does look like there's like a lot of the abilities stay relevant even later on.
So it's basically the items taper off, but the abilities seem like they're consistent the entire game, which is pretty unique that way.
Like not always super damaging, but still good for what they do.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so in that case, wait, where did I put it? Took it off Mia. I'm looking for the hell ring. Oh, there. Okay, it's still in her. I just unequipped it. Okay. Just because I know there's a boss coming up soon.
Yeah.
And there is no free heal. All the way back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a
And
defense buff, but
he's
yeah,
not
that
even
helps.
he hasn't been even using this, so
Yeah.
I guess this goes to Kyle.
Yeah, what's Kyle?
Yeah,
got?
I guess
What's going on?
Kyle, because he never needs the healing anymore, because everything gets exploding.
Yeah, in all honesty, this is the point of the game when I was going here that actually Kyle became very useful, especially late game.
Alright.
Should the dragon ring go back on Alex?
Dragon Ring.
What do you want to put in that last slot?
It's for magic resist, and since they're not taking a damage,
Okay.
Fair.
yeah.
Then what do you want to put on that last slot?
Remind me to switch off gear for boss though, because it is a big boss.
We do have one more room, so in that case, we'll do that after that. Not big boss from Metal Gear Solid 3. You played Metal Gear Solid 3? It's a good one.
Okay, so
Actually, what's your experience with Metal Gear Solid?
I've never played any of the games.
If the new collection was good, I'd tell you about that, but it isn't, so you shouldn't.
okay.
But we're playing 2. I'm loving 2, and I loved 1.
Yeah, like I've watched parts of some of them, but I don't think I've ever watched any of them all the way through.
Right. There's definitely some interesting stuff going on with Metal Gear Solid 2. There's that plot, which I cannot wait to get more into in a couple of weeks.
And
I am aware that the series is kind of a can of worms when it comes to untangling everything and figuring out what's going on.
Yeah, hence why we're playing it. So in that case, we're able to untangle everything for this. Especially, it is with 2 in particular. So it's the case that, fine, I'm untangling this plot as much as I can on the back of what it is on top of what I played Metal Gear Solid 1, which actually Proterova is the reason why I played Metal Gear Solid 1, and I had a great time playing that. So that was asked for 2, I said, let's do 2, and now at this point, man, it's getting labyrinthian. Even though the 5 hours and 40 minutes we did last week, I said, okay, I gotta get a sense of this. I was playing dumb as far as one of the biggest twists of the game that comes in like 2 hours into it. It's like, okay, I'm gonna dance around this a little bit, and since you haven't played, I'm still gonna dance around it. But the point is that, hey, we're going at it as far as the play, and also that other thing I mentioned that I'll go on to, I think there'll be 2 months as far as we
what?
get to
I
that.
had 2 of them.
Do what? Only was you're getting a couple of them off with the enemies.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Because I was just like, I thought, okay. Alright, so- Oh, so,
I did more than that.
yeah, I didn't realize I was collecting them.
They've been I guess you're getting lucky drops on them from some of the battles, unless they'll have a high chance of dropping them. I don't know what they do. And they're mixing with other items when they came to those drops, which is unique. Like, hey, you've got a silver light and you got a holy one.
Alright, so take those. Yeah, I was like, did it get moved? And then I was like, oh, I had more than one. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So at least you're in good shape for that.
So a little low. So that's what, 6 starlights out of my like 20 something,
Perfect.
25 that I bought.
There you go. But I think,
And you know, of course it doesn't matter because I've actually been I made all the money back.
pretty much, yeah.
But,
Also,
Okay.
Alex has
Yeah,
0
0.
MP.
yep.
So in that case, I guess we're going to help him out.
And that's why I spent so much time doing the switch.
Which is smart to do that. I mean, that's the other thing I've also liked to see, just because you're saying, hey, you know what? And I said, that's also the reason, like, I don't, fine, if anybody starts complaining about that, fuck them. It's like, fine, you're, as far as saying, oh, this is taking too long to watch this, I don't care, because you know what? You're doing the plan
it's
out for what you're
also
doing.
kind of an RPG.
I know,
so-
well, I know, but even by that standard, it's like, no, you're showing your plan out as far as this, which even by the standards of how it's been played, it is unique. It's your story. This is Proterova on the screen showing how's he run this game.
And also, I could certainly play this better. Like if I put
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think you've played it really well as it's been. I don't
like
think
it's not a hard game, but like as I mentioned, I'm just kind of like, I've been kind of wasting a lot of starlights.
But
And
it's
it's
been
like
fine for
it's
them.
like does it matter when
Not
you have
now.
when you have 200k? It doesn't really matter.
No,
But
not now.
but the thing is when you can't go back and buy more starlights,
Yeah.
then you may have an issue.
Potentially, yeah. I think we're gonna be okay. What's
So
up?
what about that other item? I think from the playthrough that I watched to catch up on things, I think they're called silver lights.
He has a
Don't
couple
Oh,
of those.
yes.
Don't those fully restore?
Yes, and I'm keeping those for.
And-
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I figured that much, but
Yeah, they're on Null.
Yep.
They're basically those little silver things with the cross in the middle on them.
Alright, so, yeah, thanks for reminding me. Those will be used for.
I mean, obviously.
Later. But it's interesting that way too, because it's also the case of, hey, when you have an item like that, A, do you want to save it till later, and also, how do you save it till later to sometimes potentially decimate the end of the game if you get fully bandana.
What are they, bandanas? So who's bandanas?
If Magic Boost is probably going to
The
Nash.
Judas.
Yeah.
The Judas.
Are you giving it to Judas? Okay.
Well, he's the only one who wears bandanas anyway.
Yeah, his name is Judas. He carries the wheel.
Okay, so wait. So that's just a massive defense bonus.
I guess based on what other things he has on him, is that right?
So I believe this obsoletes one of them.
Okay, that, well, not really exactly.
Where's the
luck
Oh,
boost.
found it. It's the dragon bandana. So this is the holy bandana is an actual upgrade of the dragon bandana
Gotcha. Okay.
by 3. Okay. So sadly, since I don't have space, I have to shove this in the massive inventory and wonder why it says over there.
I was saying, that's no problem. Just shove this.
It's
right
okay.
there.
I know that Nash. I know that Nash luckily is the only one who wears bandanas.
Yeah.
So I know where it came from.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we'll just shove this right up here. We'll be good.
Yep.
Yeah, because
Okay.
there's a preview when we get to Armed and Dangerous. You play that? It is on the Xbox. It's actually, I think both of you would like this. It is a third-person shooting game. Really, it's only one player, which, given the idea, is like a camaraderie kind of game. It's LucasArts who's involved in this. It was High Moon Studios who developed it. It's like ex-members of Shiny, Raider from Jim and Wild 9. It's very funny as far as what it is. It's almost like this Monty Python-esque
Right.
shooting game
back.
that also has these really likable characters about itself, and even like references to Star Wars because it was LucasArts published. So basically, just goes straight up.
Where?
Right. Hang on a second.
Wait, this is a different map.
No, I was saying, yeah, that's right there. So basically, right
Okay,
there.
just straight
Go
up.
that way. Just go straight up.
Wait, not there. Oh.
You're not quite in the
No.
center yet.
Yep.
Yeah, right there.
There we go.
If I knew, we're gonna die, and then we can go on. Yeah, the next we go here, then
This
here.
room?
Yeah, that there and there, and then
Okay.
there and there.
Oh wow, big room.
All right, and
Or
a lot of
7
things
enemies.
to die.
Alright, so now this is cheap, and we're gonna be a little more conservative.
Okay.
Okay, so these things are weak to Alex, so all I need is that small AoE.
All right.
And we'll be... Oh wow, oh, okay, so, yep. On, so we just need a little bit of fire.
Yeah, a little bit of coverage that way, that way.
And
Then just start whacking.
if somehow Alex, or Nash and Mia can't kill those, we have
Check this out.
Jessica and Kyle that can, edge them off.
Yeah. Well, fine. There we go.
Alright,
Yeah,
so...
we'll be fine.
Yep, Jessica and Kyle can just sit and watch. 6K experience.
You're definitely getting a lot more in here, that's for sure. And I also get what you're saying, like, hey, you come here and you want to get some more experience. So, alright, next up. Also pretty straightforward as far as going. There's one item in here we'll grab.
Here. I'm always suspicious on these little, like, crevices.
Right, oh, fine. It gives you the hint of like where that item is. Like,
Yeah.
okay, there it is. But like, oh, sorry, there's a wall. You gotta go around. And that's really all you got, though.
Okay. So... They need physical. And... Let's see. Oh, well... They're not... It's gonna do some damage to them, too,
Mhm.
so it's not a big deal if they don't all get hit. So I just need 2 of them to... See if I can... No, I can't get all 3 of them. Ouch. Let's do that instead. So... Let's soften them up. So everyone gets hit once.
Okay.
Check this out.
And I may need... I may need one of them.
By the power
Okay.
of Athena.
Let's see what we got. So far, we had no issue, but that's gonna change soon.
Yep. Oh, and shoot, she attacked the wrong one. Oh well. It didn't matter.
Okay, so yeah.
So we're just gonna go in here for a little experience.
Yes, kill everybody. It's only 3 enemies, I think, in here, maybe 4, depending on how it is. Yeah, because these rooms now are getting pretty short, and the next one is 2 items that are already possible with this.
Okay, good. And so it's this. We'll have her attack the right
Check this
enemy.
out.
Not like very heavily, but
By the power of Althena.
yeah, that flame circle. You know, I was still using it like level 18.
Yeah, no, I
back
get
in,
that.
Back in the Blue Spire.
Oh, sure, no, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just great that moves like that remain relevant
Yep.
even late into the
Yeah,
game.
a lot of games don't do that.
Right.
Usually things fall off. So that's
Yeah, like usually it goes from, well, to use Final Fantasy as an example, usually it goes from, yeah, now that you've got Kira's completely
Yeah.
useless.
Yeah, don't bother
or,
at that point.
Or like now that you've got Fyraga,
Yep.
Don't
yeah,
bother
you're
with
not
the
you're
fire.
never gonna use Fyra again unless you're just that low on MP.
Sure.
Yeah, so
And
that's,
even then when you do, it's not going to be helpful as far as stats. Whereas this one, like, fine, because it's running on their magic stat above
Check
anything
this
else.
out.
Even though it's a little weaker, it still is going to be strong enough based on what
Which
their
is-
stats are going.
like they did so well in that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't make the same assessment for. Also, was that a bit of lag there? I saw a bit of latency.
I looked away for just a second.
I'll look back on the video. We'll see as far as what that was. Maybe it was.
It just looked like it was dropping frames.
That or maybe the disc was loading, because technically there is a load going on when it comes to loading a, like the flash cut. It's brief.
Okay.
You sort of kind of see. I'll take a look. I'll have an answer when we edit.
But yeah, like back to what I was saying, it's kind of odd they did so well with the spells, but then they completely.
Didn't do that with the items.
It feels like maybe I'm over leveled, or maybe their playtesting was meant like as if you're a speedrunner.
Yeah, like maybe the items should have been percentage-based healing or
Well,
something.
they are. They are.
Oh, they are?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Well, more like for statuses. I think it was a weakness of them to allow for statuses to be removed after
Check
battle.
this out.
Well, as I said, there's also feasibly a game-breaking problem that they introduced in this. They had to do a quick fix on. We'll bring it up later. Just coming up at the end of the game. And also, I don't remember. The other thing is, I don't remember when, because what happens as far as I think we mentioned this a couple times before, but just in case it didn't. When it came to the working designs releases, whatever it is, they would have translation notes in the instruction manual, and they'd say, hey, what are some certain things they changed based on either the Japanese release or other releases that they'd done of something like the Lunar, because they said, fine, compared to how Sega CD we made this one, what did we change? I don't remember them saying specifically that they changed anything in regards to how items went for this one or for Lunar 2. So, in that case, yeah, fine, it's something that they didn't indicate. Although those are really fascinating reads, some of those things. I actually realized that because I bought on
I'm
PS3.
saving.
I bought 2 games that they published. That I think the only 2 of them there on PS3, which are Alundra and Vanguard Bandits. I don't know if you are familiar with either one of those. I didn't play Vanguard Bandits until I
My
bought
Secret
it.
Garden.
But the thing about it is they kind of went into some of these things. There's digital manuals on PS3. You're able to read that. It's fantastic. It is Phantom Ribbon. So Mia, that is yours.
Right.
I believe so. It should be for Mia. I don't think Jessica gets that. But fine, it goes to Alex. You just mentioned whenever there's a box item to pick up and there's space for Alex. Yeah. Okay. So what does Phantom do? Ooh, it's a nice boost to defense and
Straight
wisdom.
upgrade. Look,
Yep,
well,
straight upgrade. Most items are straight upgrades, which is why Nash is kind of strange because he seems to have like essentially
a lot
three.
of potential builds.
Yeah, it feels like he has like 3 potential builds.
Yep.
At least 2. I don't know why you would build him defense. It does not make sense. But there's an item that gives more defense.
You could feasibly put them if you want, but either way, and we're good. So you have to go
Okay,
upstairs.
so-
We have 2 items to get, and we also have something you want to heal for. Or do an item swap back for.
Right, and here.
Healing nut. You did say you want to do swap off on items.
Yeah. Okay, so, first we do heals. Good thing I bought a lot.
Yep.
And, wow. Okay, let's go Mia or Nash. Or actually, does it?
Probably Mia, I guess, because she has less than he does. He's off by like 40, 30, 40. She's off by like 70 almost.
Her mana consumption is higher, though.
Alright, you're not running the Hellraiser anymore.
Yeah.
Alex.
Let's see, I have 3 more. Do I want to save those, or... Nah, I think I'm good. Let's use them.
We're all set then, I think.
I think it's a little risky, but I'm okay. Usually,
Yeah, I think you're set.
usually I'm good. Okay, so now
Just walk ahead.
for, yeah, I'm just thinking for,
You want to save now, is the question, or not? Or, because did you save down below?
yeah,
before
what
we
I
did
want to,
this?
what I want to do is I want to, prepare for, fight.
Okay. You can do that.
There's a big carpet that it looks suspicious.
No, the carpet, you're right. Yeah, like, yeah, it looks too
Red
regal.
carpet.
Red
Yeah, there you go.
carpet. Isn't a red carpet usually a sign for, like, I don't know, a boss or something?
In a game, yeah.
In a
you know,
game.
I never really,
It
I never really kind of thought that.
It just
yeah,
feels like a
right.
trope. Every time you see like a cathedral and like a red carpet or something special like
There-
that.
well, I think it is. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways the proverbial red carpet is used.
Sure, but I get what you're saying because I can
Yeah.
find you and I played a game that was like
Okay,
that, which was The
so-
Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. That had it when you were walking up towards Ganondorf.
Mm-hmm.
if you recall. So good catch on that.
Okay, so we're gonna move. Actually, I don't even have any items to. Okay, so Mia. Ooh, one more. So this is definitely gonna go on Jessica.
Okay.
And let's see. So one of those. Conditions. She has mana, but if she gets silenced, she should get silenced. So I'm a little confused. There's prevent status change, and then there's also prevent. What is it? Prevent conditions.
Right, I think
So
we
I
were
believe
confused with that, which is
conditions-
kind of not inconsistent.
I believe conditions are things like poison and
Maybe status change is like debuff like individual stat debuffs.
There's not really a debuff though. Like there's buffs, but there's not really a debuff. So I think it just includes more statuses.
It looked.
That is my understanding.
I looked at that when we did part 6. I was not able to find an easy answer for that
Okay.
either, but I think they kind of split it off for some reason against 2 things. That's kind of the worst thing. I'm kind of wondering as far as I know.
So-
It seems like it's confusing.
Yeah.
What's stat change? What's a
Yeah. So
condition?
I think this is just an upgraded version of the other one.
Right, because I think there's one. You put one of them on, and you just like, hey, it'll prevent like immune. It didn't.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't. I don't think it was this one, but or maybe it was. This
Yeah.
one.
Well, I think I remember that time. So
That was the last part we did.
That was the last part.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's the one status that can get me killed. So.
Right.
Okay. Alright, so in terms of her stuff, I don't think she has... So we're gonna have resistance to keep her alive. Everything else is pretty standard. We're not gonna need this. I don't think bosses can get statuses.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it's rare you're gonna have that happen.
So, put him to sleep, you know. Oh well, yeah, we can't put him to sleep. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, I don't.
Put him to sleep every turn, have Alex put him to sleep again.
Common RPG thing, bosses frequently can't be statused or
Yeah.
are very resistant to statuses.
Yep. Okay.
Which makes it more interesting when you have games that do let you do that, like Super Mario RPG and Earthbound. Actually, Earthbound's another one where there's a case like you can use something on a boss and totally
So-
decimate it, but you can't do
I
anything.
think in terms of damage, even 4 attacks is less than...
I mean, occasionally there's like 1 or 2 statuses that a boss actually doesn't resist.
Right.
But that's usually because it's part of some sort of needed strategy.
Sure. An interesting thing going back to the Super Mario RPG, the remake, the one thing they do that I love is they do actually give you information in the encyclopedia about all of the resistances of every enemy, including bosses. In cases where I didn't even know that from the Super Nintendo game. It also changed my way of playing that game, because I was using what they call Psychopath now, they call Thought Peak with Mal. He was in my party the entire time, and that game also gives you an option where you're able to, you have the 3-character party limit, but you also have the option to switch out party members during battle, which is awesome as far as how it is, but it's also something you can't exactly exploit it either, so they're really tuning that terrific.
So I'm thinking that Mia should probably get that
Okay.
without doing the math. I don't know. I have a bias when everything costs so much.
I mean, understandable.
Technically, I think the
pretty-
math is probably about the same.
Yeah. It is pretty
but-
common to favor casters with MP reduction.
Yeah.
Well, with MP cost reduction.
Like, mechanically, what they're doing is the exact same.
It's just whether it's doing it in
Yeah.
physical or
Yeah, so basically, it depends on who's going to run out of mana first. And so either of them are high priorities. It's just the fact that, let's see, so his is 6. So I think Mia's a clear winner. Because
Okay.
I have to cast this 2 times, so that's a 20, and then everything else is 6.
Right.
So versus hers
It's like 30
is,
on so far.
is
Strong
this
stuff.
is 15. I believe this is 15.
Yeah, by default, yeah.
So 15, that means she gets 20 casts, and then in addition to, she can also, she
Yeah.
may boost as well.
Yeah, that looks right.
So she gets 20 casts versus 120. Oh wow, that's about the same. So 120, and then 2 casts of the other ones. So I guess Mia's a slight winner in that regard, but not by much. Okay, and then obviously I could look at Nash as well, but it's okay. I guess actually mathematically Nash probably would be.
Mathematically, Nash
Yeah.
probably would need it more, but
Mia has more utility.
yeah.
Because she also has more types of
Yeah.
spells. She's mostly just the lightning.
Yeah,
and the
like
other stuff
I
doesn't
said,
need much.
mathematically,
Yeah.
he probably needs it more, but
Skill-wise.
And so another issue of the game, like Spark Ball doesn't really have a use. Turn to Stone, never really use.
yeah.
He's a status mage, and you generally don't use Confusion. Hypnotize. There's all these statuses, but why status things if you can just kill them?
And also, as you mentioned, since you can't do this to bosses, which would be maybe
Yeah.
helpful, then that's kind of a question. on
Yeah. So
He becomes mainly just an electricity tank.
Yep.
I mean, or an electricity pump.
Yep.
I meant pump.
Fine, he's either way. It's like, fine, he's a tank in the sense that he's doing that stuff,
Yeah.
but as far as actually being strong
Okay,
to do
so,
that, that's the other
okay,
case.
so Alex is going to need the resistance.
Okay. It completes the look.
Yep. I feel like it should be part of the dragon set anyway.
It kind of is, as far as we're making it.
It does say dragon.
It
but-
is the dragon set. We got it. We're all
Okay,
ready.
so some extra physical damage, good. Resistance, always good. Boosting to magic, always good. He has the right. I don't need the luck. I just need pure wisdom. Which, even though in this game they treat wisdom and intelligence as the same thing, Nash has none of.
As far as character, in battle, yes. In character, no.
But they don't distinguish between wisdom and intelligence because there is no intelligence.
Right.
So, yes, sadly the game treats Nash as wise. I beg to differ.
Well, fine. Everybody's seen it. So we
Okay.
gotta get it.
Anyway, enough ranting and raving. All right. Okay. So the agility I don't need anymore, as stated earlier. We're just going to need wisdom, and that's a useless item.
Scrunchy. It was nice while it lasted. And yeah, we have the other thing.
It's just
We got the
just gonna
Phantom
go
Ribbon.
inside.
That's what we want to run now.
And we're gonna keep that around just for later on. Let's see. Kyle somehow has nothing. So we want to put on Okay, so one note. This reduces your attacks down to 1. So sadly, this does not work. You cannot have a 3 attacks on the whole party. I've tried it. It doesn't work. It reduces down to 1.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate, because it would be too game breaking to basically do 3 AOEs per turn.
That is so unfortunate.
Yeah,
And I think the PSP version is the same
thought of
way.
that.
They didn't. I don't think. I think the PSP version is the same way. I think you can't. It's the same. Or the same.
Okay, so now, okay, so would you happen to have the boss attacks? I think it's fire.
Yeah, it's coming. Well, it's coming up. We'll see.
Without doing spoilers.
Fine. Is like we'll see as far as what we got.
I'm trying to think of like resistances.
Yeah. Yes. That's the idea.
Oh wait,
So
in
so
that
okay, so
case,
looking at it.
actually, I may swap off things for some resistances. So I need thunder and fire. Yes. Yes. Okay. Glad I remembered that because this is of my defense. This is actually probably more important than that barrier ring. Okay, so to stay alive, we're gonna lower my. We're gonna wear him down a bit. Okay, so. Let's see. You know what? Okay, actually, we don't care about Nash nearly as much. Oh, so wait, this is fire and the other one is wind. Is it wind attack?
Yeah.
Okay, he does. Got it. So I will be using both. All right. So so I guess my mages are gonna get. Yeah. Okay. I see. Got it. All right. So something I almost forgot about. There are special rings, very specialized, that give resistances. Yes.
I was listening.
Yep. This is more for chat. I actually almost forgot. Like, they're really powerful, but they're specialized. Okay. So, alright. Moving. Sadly, my damage is going to go down, but I like to stay alive.
Staying alive is generally kind of important.
Yeah.
Yep. Maybe. Okay. Alright, so we have fire resist. We have fire. We have wind resist, and we have fire resist. Okay. Oddly enough, I feel like I have noticed, like, it seems to be for like Alex and maybe Bear Ring. I've noticed like sometimes they seem to have resistances, and I'm not sure where the elemental resistances come from.
I think I remember looking into that. I don't know if I found an answer.
But it is not the barrier ring, right? It's not like this is just a resist all. Okay, just making sure. Okay, so next,
What do you put in that? Assault tiles.
resist. We're gonna put. I'm thinking a healing ring. Anything else? There's no I don't believe he does conditions. Is there any
No,
conditions?
that I'm not sure completely.
Okay,
didn't look at
I'm not
it,
gonna risk it because I could take off the thing for Jessica.
But
I don't think he does, but I don't.
Yeah,
it's
may
just
as
such
well
a,
just be
it's
careful
just
in
it's
case.
such a core to Jessica's items.
sure.
So, and honestly, these two are kind of weak at this point. And I don't think he does much physical.
All right.
Okay, next. So, yep. No, I feel like this last item should be a. I feel like that should be an actual item he uses.
There you go. May as well. The thieves' chest. He does have that element as far as it. So yeah, fine.
Nope.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't put it
I
on
was
him.
joking.
But you can also just keep it on him. Like if you're not gonna put anything else on him down there, just like, hold on.
I'm gonna be confused. It's gonna confuse me.
Oh, you
alright,
won't remember that you put it on.
yeah.
did you?
I'm gonna be like, why? Okay, luck. I think it affects physical. Only physical attacks. I don't think it affects. Okay, healing ring. So for the longest time, I used to just put a healing ring on Alex and Kyle. Felt like the healing rings were just really strong overall.
Yeah, early on they were, yeah.
I don't know.
They helped as
I
far
have
as we saw.
I have conflicting opinions whether they're broken or not, but yeah, I just don't want to be blown up. I think I'll just go for the not being blown up idea instead of getting health every turn.
Yeah, I mean, free HP is always never a harmful thing, except in very specific fringe cases.
Right.
Where you're running like a low HP build or something where it's actually better for a character to be in a critical state. But...
Yeah. Quina, Falsely 9, Limit Gloves, killing Grand Dragons, and Gizmo's Grotto and getting level 60 by Discipline.
Yeah, like...
As an example.
Yeah, there are a bunch of RPGs that have at least one character that does really well with a critical HP build.
Alright.
Okay.
I think we're good now.
Alright, let's get ready to go then.
Right.
Here we are in the quarters of the grindery and going up that red carpet. Let's see what's over on the other end.
But given the given the stage and all, this procrastination is wonderful. It's a silence for a circle. Okay, let's go.
Dead end. Let's use that thieves' method to. Yeah, I can't pick the lock. Yeah, sorry.
Fortunately not.
The other magic more powerful than any lock, sorry. Bam! Is there anything around here we can break through brute force?
Maybe Magic Emperor Ghaleon.
Yeah, it's true, but unfortunately he's not with us anymore.
Nope.
But we can't find a way to open it, we have to find another way in. Yeah, that's all we got. It's the only way to get in the inner sanctum of Magic Emperor. Well, who the fuck said that?
Your
Facia.
Facia.
She got hurt. Remember last time she actually helped us get forward to what she is, but apparently she was found out. Really time for this, children.
What?
And Menarena and it's her magic spell.
Yeah.
And boom, there goes the door. No lies over there. I pray you're strong to face it.
Alright, and quick
Sick.
bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Alright, want me to keep going forward as far as this?
Way.
Okay. Alright, so in that case then. Yeah, because, okay, as we saw last time, Facia was helping us out. She basically has, I guess, betrayed Ghaleon, if you want to put it that way. It's like, gonna help us, which you kind of got that sense the whole game, in the sense that when it came to Zenobia and Royce and her, they're always the case that she seemed she was kind of chilling in the background.
Yeah, like, she always seemed the least antagonistic of the bunch.
Right, and even when she said, like, hey, go out of here, otherwise we're gonna have to hurt you. It's like, she was kind of almost warning them away. So it's almost this case of, almost her question of, do I agree with what Ghaleon's doing? And I guess that thought that last time she said, fine, you know what, I'm gonna help you go through this, I can't do this anymore. But, yeah, behind this door, that's where Ghaleon is thought to be. And yeah, it is an interesting thing also seeing the arc of her, which is also unique from Sega CD because there's only, I think this is Zenobia, there's only character, Royce, and I guess it's Facia are not a factor in that.
Huh.
Because, fine, as far as how it is, so there's technically no Vile Tribe in terms of that. It's just one person.
Fine, yeah, okay.
But alright, so what do we have to do to go through the door? Get her, and now let's hope.
Alright, so I hope everyone got their popcorn and, you know, everything they need.
That's also going to be the next Metal Gear Solid 2.
I didn't plan that, by the way, but sure.
Well, no, fine. Remember, that game has cutscenes that go for almost 40 minutes. Yeah, why are you helping us? I believe in Ghaleon thought he'd give us what we desired. Can't leave a cold dead world behind. Yeah, because they were at the frontier where they're banished. He said, oh, we'll be able to go somewhere new. We were seduced by the dark side of the Force. He approached us, commanded us to do his bidding, and we decided to obey. because Athena herself exiled her over there, and he gave us some acknowledgments. We were humbled by that, so we decided to blindly follow him. But what was our place in his new world? There is no place for you, and I can't realize that.
Shame on you, sister. Can't believe you'd sink so low as to betray your master and your tribe. But then, you never were able to keep a secret. Zenobia, it's too late for us to undo the evil acts we committed in Ghaleon's name, but we can help Alex and his friends stop him. Silence, sister! But you must listen. The only one who ever truly cared about us was Athena. Don't you see? That's why she did what she did 15 years ago. I did not ask for your meandering opinions. I command your silence! If you do not hold your tongue until our business here is concluded, I shall be forced to sever our family ties in a most uncomfortable manner. I see only suffering in your future, dear sister. It's a pity you cast your lot in with this accursed Dragon Master.
Alright, so now we gotta make our way. I'll fight them off, but you gotta keep going. If there's a little consequence, go quickly. You'll be invincible if you're not quick.
And we have a invisible wall.
Yeah. And, yeah, she ain't living through this, unfortunately. Give you the crimes you committed against your world Dragon Master. Alright, yeah, keep going.
Alright, cool.
Alright.
No, Facio.
Yeah, so yeah, she did die off screen, technically. Alright.
Alright.
Actually, okay, one thing before you go.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Before we'll be sitting here. I just noticed something in the guide weird enough.
It appears our little hero found the way at last, and I have just the thank you you've deserved all along, Dragon Boy.
Yeah, there you go. Alright, battle. Yeah, I was gonna say before you go into battle, or as far as you start fighting Ghaleon, because you were fighting Ghaleon, looking at the guide here, they're saying something about, there's a line Zenobia has that, I guess we didn't see it, or what that was about, saying, I told you shut up, you're not my sister, you're a backstabbing bitch. But I don't know what we have to do in order to see that. I don't know if that's something they cut out of the game, or what. You said it's invisible wall past where, Facia is.
Is this for the US?
Yeah, this would be the US version. This is what we've got. I don't know if there's like an extra line or something, but the point is we didn't see that.
Or maybe a different release? Was there different versions of this?
It's only on the PlayStation as far as this version.
There's only one
in the
release.
US.
Okay.
So I don't know what that's about, but alright, here's Ghaleon. So
Alright.
what are we doing
So
with him?
cue the epic music. And have we heard this battle music before?
No, we have not.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Ghaleon's theme.
Yeah, this
Why not?
is Go Go Go, I think.
That's the name of the soundtrack?
Yeah.
I have a link also below as far as the
Which we
music
do
as
have the
well.
ocarina, so I could show you that.
Yeah, if you want to do that, go ahead. Fight this however you want, and then,
Okay.
yeah, however you
Pretty
what are you doing?
standard stuff. Let's see. I think I'll power up Alex. Just so, yeah, power up Alex with Mia. He can power himself. And, Saint's Litany for the heal. I think it does stack with the healing ring, though, but you can't have two healing rings on. Those do not stack.
They don't. I did a check on
Yeah.
that parts. Because you asked, do
Yeah.
they? It's like, no, they don't.
Yep. Alright, so very important to
Check
have
this
some
out.
healing.
Alright. Let's take him down.
Althena, lend me your power!
Yes, get ourselves ready to take down the ultimate villain here.
And what's the multiplier on him?
His multiplier
His health multiplier.
is for what 180 times your level for
Yep.
your current level of
So you
everybody.
can make a quick estimate on how much health he has.
I'll do better. I'll tell you how much health he actually has. Because hey, I can get a sense of saying that right now.
Okay, so he's. I'm not gonna like go by number, but I'm just gonna get a general estimate.
He has 8100 HP.
8100. Okay. Let's see. So Kyle. Okay, and now he doesn't need that. And you're good. Wait. So. Okay. So. Oh shoot! I should have checked to see how much health I started off with. I think it's for Alex. It's in the upper two. I think it's like 260 or something.
Yeah.
And Jessica's probably upper hundreds. Maybe 180 something. Okay. All right. So let's see. I guess I'll just be on the safe side. Also, somewhat
Check this
conserve
out.
mana.
Okay.
Like, she won't be a physical damage dealer then.
Althena, lend me your power!
You also see the power in his hands as far as like that purple going on. Which pretty much build up and you should be okay. There is one other detail of this fight I'll talk about a little later.
And you may remember these spells now.
Yeah, Inferno. Per the guide, it bathes everyone in fire. Youch.
Because we used to have him in our party. And we did that.
Yeah, briefly.
When at the old Hag's Force.
Yep.
Also, that still hurts. Ouch. Okay. And you can see why I was so careful on the, on getting everyone's magic resist so high.
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay.
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
Yeah, but at this point, yeah, the power slash of Kyle's is very useful here.
Ouch.
Yeah. He says the like the purple pimp slap. I guess that's not something they say, but fine. They call it a pimp slap in the guide, but I'm calling it the purple pimp slap. But it does hurt, and he does have 2 attacks to him when he does that. So yeah, be careful.
Alright.
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
And Jessica's really useful. Again.
For healing, yeah, absolutely.
By the power of Althena!
Yeah, and everybody's just gonna keep going. Oh, well, Niles is kind of on the end there saying, "Don't worry, I got this." He's getting the Nitro Dagger. Yeah, there you go. That's the good reason to run the resistant elements
Yep.
going on there for Alex and Nash.
Check this out.
Everyone's health up.
Yeah, basically, I think what you usually want to do at this point is balance between attacking enough so you can keep going and also just keep
Yeah, and
everybody
it'd be
alive.
rare for me to attack with Jessica.
Yeah. At this point, she's a
By the
healer.
power of
Yep.
Althena!
For
Does-
what? For she's only a healer during boss battles. No Dash. Good.
Yeah,
It's
you
close.
also can't telegraph that easily, because even when he does that movement with his hand, you can't see who it's attacking, so you look at that first thing, oh, he's going to hit Nash, but not necessarily.
That was close.
Fine, it would be canonical if he killed Nash, but the good news is that you were able to avoid that.
For betraying the betrayal, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Double crosser.
Pretty much. Or triple crosser, technically.
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
damage on him consistently this way, as he has Tornado.
Alright, and one person has a ring for that. Oh, but 2 people got. So Alex got resistance.
As did Nash.
Yeah, and I think Nash is the one with the ring.
Uh-huh. There's one other attack he can get. We'll see when that pops up.
Check this out.
So what attack?
The last one. We'll see if he does. If he doesn't do it, I'll mention what it is.
Okay.
As I said, as a Super Mario RPG player, it makes me cower in fear. And I'll mention that as well.
So yeah, he basically has all the same attacks as when we actually got him in our party.
Yep. Yeah, he's going after the Dragon Master, clearly. He's like, yeah, that's not allowed.
Alright, let's see. So... How aggressive do I want healing?
I mean,
Keep him all the way, probably, I think.
Alex is the only one who's lost more than a few HP.
Yeah, I just want to know if I use... How do I want to save mana? It's 6 mana.
I say my
Yeah,
first
let's do
poison.
it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Check
keep him
this out.
alive. If he dies,
Oh yeah, and he has buffs too. So
Althena, lend me your power!
I think it's worth it.
okay.
By the power of Althena!
She's gonna run out of mana.
That's fine. She'll be able to manage this. Yeah, rock and roll. This is the other attack, so find a shot. Yeah, the rocks. I'm thinking Boulder from Super Mario RPG, which scares me to death. But yeah, same in this case.
Oh, you know what? What I should have done is I should have put healing nuts on everyone. I'll probably be okay, but
I think you're
it'll
going
be
to be fine
close.
to this now.
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power! By the power of Althena!
Yeah, usually Alex is the one who runs out of mana. Well, at least it's not as bad as the fights with the those in the fire temple.
The bronze
iron-
dogs.
Yeah, the bronze dogs.
Yeah.
We almost
That was
had like
tough.
a party that was. We just kept losing party members.
But you did persevere and get through.
Check this out.
This is much better fight.
But it's also the case, hey, you learn from something like that just in general as far as the idea. Especially, you know, we're like, hey, Ghaleon's here. You're not fucking around. Another way.
And now everyone's at max HP.
And you got him. It's worth pointing out,
50k experience.
assuming I'm trying to remember if this is actually the case, and I think it is. Yeah, it is the case. You can lose this battle, and the plot still goes on. At least on the PSP it did, because I did lose this battle against him.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the case where you do get a game over doing this one, but for that one, I lost this battle.
All right.
But good news, good job getting them. We have a voice cutscene that's going to come up to Samwise soon. So we'll do what we always do on that, which is mic mute. Get gloves on running.
Alright, I'll take care of it. I'll handle the.
Oh, the mic, yeah. Just let me know when it comes about.
No,
Then the muting of the mic. Yeah, when we get in there, we'll see. Actually, we'll do a fade out, so we'll know as far as what it is. Thank you, appreciate that. 'Cause, yeah, we have the mic specifically set that way. There is Ghaleon gone.
We won? We won! Alex, I think you did it.
But we did.
I mean, we did it.
That's not all telling the game and get back to Nonza. I'm gonna have to take credit for yourself. You okay with that? I don't know if you asked that. You played blow hard. You were proud, wonderful. Never so proud of you. Good job. Find Luna and take her home. Alright, time to end this. All right through. And there Luna is, looking down. And by the way, there's gonna be flashlight warnings in this cutscene. I'm gonna warn you about that right now. And I'll have the indications below when I edit. But either way, Luna is up there. You did it, Alex. I believe it. We made it. Alright, this is the moment you're waiting for. Show me the power of love for sure. Hey, you brought Jess and me back together. We'll hold the last part against you, Tiger. Alright, good job. That's not what I savor as far as us being done. I'm going into time forever.
Okay.
Alright, so there you go.
So any particular person I talk to?
Take a pick, your choice. You and Alan will be together again, this time forever. Go to her, we'll wait here.
Oh wait, I have to talk to everyone.
Good job, yeah. You became the Dragon Master, we beat Ghaleon. All that's left now is our happy ending. And even Nash has given us his respect. Okay, it has our respect. Yeah, it's your job, so you gotta do it. We'll sit back and we'll figure what's going on with her. Yeah, what are you doing talking to me, dummy? Hurry up.
Yeah, she's the one who knows.
Yeah, you're nervous to tell her how you feel? Then you knew that one, naive. Just tell her to say what's in your heart.
It's not, okay. There's no second line, okay.
What about Kyle?
Kyle.
So it's wrong with you and you machete to hack through it. Okay. At least he has one. Go make your move. This doesn't happen twice.
Okay.
Alright, so I think when you walk up... Yeah, they're all out of the party. Keep that in mind for later. When we walk up that, I believe when the screen fades, I think we do a fade out, so
Alright.
Alright, I think we will, listen to this, we'll be back.
Shouldn't have interfered. Haven't you figured it out? There's no way to stop this.
Luna? doing? What happened to the goddess tower?
This can't be real.
Amazing, isn't it? Behold, the long-forgotten fortress of Althena.
That's the voice of Ghaleon.
Impossible.
Ghaleon?
And we're back. So, yeah, we didn't kill Ghaleon. Also, something I said about being able to lose the battle, I was thinking ahead. We'll get into that in a second. But
Yeah, I was gonna mention. I was thinking.
I would just say, but that's what's going on. He's back. Luna is completely transformed. Her evil song has risen the goddess's tower. And, of course, Ghaleon saying,
Now,
yeah, you
Nash,
should figure this.
I would have thought that surely you would have detected the illusion.
Oh, he's a fucking
You
idiot.
see.
So no, he isn't. No, he wouldn't.
What you defeated was just an illusion. And not a particular interesting illusion at that.
He's kind of taking himself down when you think about it. He's like, wait a second, he made this illusion, but he kind of made it so it's like it's easy to spot,
You're
not
longing
impressive.
to believe what you see is somewhat endearing. But I do find it a tad insulting that you so readily believed I was defeated by you.
Well, not Nash, but what happened to her? What have you done with her, Ghaleon?
There. No need to take that tone from me. One should always maintain proper decorum when in the company of superiors. Or didn't your friend Lakey relay that gem of etiquette to you? Regardless of your little transgressions, I shall tell you what you seek to know.
So talking killer syndrome right here.
I have done nothing to her that wouldn't have happened anyway. For you see, the girl you have come to know as Luna is actually Athena herself.
Yep.
You're lying to me. I'm afraid it's very true, Dragon Boy. Shocking, perhaps, but so very true. For 15 years, the goddess lived as a human being, with memories buried deep within her soul.
Yep, the plot stuff is coming hard
But
and
I have
fast
awakened
now.
the dear goddess, revived her power, and claimed it for myself. With our combined magical strength, your chance of stopping me are nil. Right?
Of course, our new world order is over there.
The cornerstone of our new world. I believe Yuki's voices that too. You're not going anywhere. Really? Now, what would you why would you say a thing like that, Dragon Boy? I used to find your effusive manner somewhat amusing, but now I find it to be a thorn in the side of my ambition. But I'm feeling generous today. I'll grant you your wish. A fight to the death, then. That is what you wanted, isn't it, Dragon Boy? Well, then, step forth.
Alright, let's fight him. This is what I was thinking about. I don't know, how do you
Yep.
want to handle this?
Do
you want to try? I didn't know this when I
Ooh.
first played it. Do you want to try and see what happens?
Oh, we got a
with
free
this?
heal, except for Alex. Did he get a level or something?
Yeah, he did. We got level
Oh,
ups.
so that's why I didn't get the mana back.
Right, because Alex, Nash, and I guess Kyle got a level up because we were 45.
Well,
we were
no,
right
if,
there.
if you notice, he's the only one that doesn't have full mana.
I literally was saying also they all got level ups, but that's the reason why. Alex didn't have full MP, so that's the reason. Kyle and Nash, I guess, must have, or something. Unless maybe their levels were high enough that they... Because
That's weird.
Just to mention as far as this, when it comes to a level up, when you have a level up, you will recover some HP or MP if you had it, but it also is going to be dependent upon the fact that it's going to be increasing your total amount of both. So I guess with
You would
Nash
have to
and
have-
Kyle,
You would
they
have to full mana.
then they would have been full feasibly as
But
far
no
as
one,
Nash and
no one
Kyle.
had full mana. No one had full health.
We'll also have a picture as far as what the numbers
Yeah.
were when defeated Ghaleon. just to
Like
see
Jessica
that.
was at least at half. So I basically got a free heal. Okay.
Okay.
So
I would find this.
we're going to, all right.
Do
So
the
we're
same
gonna.
thing, right?
Yep. All right. So we're gonna fight him, and we're gonna do our best,
Indeed.
of course. Because why wouldn't we?
Indeed not.
Even though we're a little scared, and it is.
Yeah, he is intimidating. We'll also look at his armor change as far as there. He has like the white armor with like the purple at the
Check
top and
this
the
out.
robe. He does still have like the glowing arm there.
Althena, lend me your power!
Oh wait, no, she doesn't say anything on the power drive. I was like, wait, why is she not saying something? She doesn't say that when you use power drive.
Okay, so you got a second boost.
I also love how Alex is facing the completely wrong direction.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna fight, but it's like, I need a second. Like, guys, you ready?
He's he's showing disrespect to Ghaleon.
It's also
he's turning
the
his
case
back
that
to him.
he's also kind of shaken up because of the fact that finding the girl he loves has said
Also,
that she
how-
doesn't love me anymore.
Also, how did he get turned? I guess Mia turned him for some reason.
For the power drive, maybe? I don't know.
That's weird.
I'll look back on the video. I'll be
Okay.
curious of that. See if we can have an answer.
I love the disrespect, though. Just turning your back on Ghaleon.
But nobody else is. So like, fine. Okay, he's the Dragon Master. He has to. So fine, he's leading the example, and everybody else will
Yep.
follow their lead right now. Or fine, they're keeping an eye because they're like,
Okay,
fine. If he's gonna turn his
so-
back, we're gonna make sure he's gonna live.
All right, so this is a second boost. Wait, yeah, that's a second boost.
Yeah.
And wait, who did Mia get? Oh, I didn't boost. Yeah, okay, got it. So Nia needs to boost Kyle. Then he gets his attack. And then they already got their. I wish there was a status effect, like they could show whether they got it or not. That'd be a nice improvement.
It's not something PSP has. I was gonna say PSP does that, but it doesn't.
And I guess since it's the first part and there's nothing I can really do here, we're gonna punch Ghaleon in the face.
Okay.
Check this out.
Because Jessica's even Kyle knows that.
Start cutting. They're doing good damage to him.
Alright, now what is this hell?
You want that answer now or later?
Let me guess, a lot.
Yeah. That's the right answer.
Okay. You can give me it later. Alright. Oh, he hasn't attacked yet. Cool.
Check this out.
Jessica.
Yeah, Ghaleon's not attacking us. Seems very suspicious when he said, hey, he's gonna kill us.
He's playing with us.
Yeah, that's true. That's what he does.
By the power of Althena.
I like the free damage, though.
I was gonna say, I'm shocked he's not attacking you guys.
Well, this will be easier than I thought.
There's Nitro Dagger. We saw that before.
Maybe we won't be too bad.
Alright, we're still getting hurt.
Okay.
Same deal as the first, as far as we've got.
Same spells. None. Jessica has to go back to healing.
Yep.
By the power of Althena.
Right.
It looks like he's starting to attack. He's put his hand out. Like, uh-oh. That's probably just from the Nitro Dagger again. Which you're able to handle that, no problem.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Where is Jessica? Okay, that was Jessica's later. Just want to make sure that I don't do something stupid like a attack. Alright. Too bad there's no full party heal. That would be wonderful.
Yeah. Not in this version. PSP does do that.
Die.
Oh, wait, that's different. Oh, right. Instant death. Okay, it's worth pointing out this is an unwinnable battle, but also on PSP you can actually feasibly survive some of this stuff. Where actually I was going this battle for like 20 minutes because I didn't know you could avoid it.
What a delightfully inept showing that was for the good team. With them out of the way, I now claim the title of Supreme Ruler.
Oh, well, that was disappointing.
Yeah, it was.
The world is my oyster, and dear Luna is now my eternal pearl.
He did lucky sevens on me, too. That's right.
Bad, so acknowledge it. That's me. Got to help Luna. So fine, going back to Metal Gear Solid 2 last week, you know, they say, Snake, Snake! Now it's Alex, Alex! But if I don't get them out of here, they're gonna die, and so will Luna. I have to do it, so, no. Yeah, your time. Wait, what's Null gonna do? I was able to revive.
Right?
Yeah, he was able to revive us well in battle, so that's the other thing. Like, hey, usually we fall in battle, it's no problem, just do that.
A very good magical cat.
Indeed, but also the case that, you know, how the place is shaking. It's like, yeah, gotta get us out of there, otherwise the place is gonna collapse.
Never stop believing in your power to change the world, and especially my love for you. For love is the wellspring of all that is good, and far more powerful than you can ever imagine. Believe in yourself, Alex, and you will find the strength to do what must be done.
At least we go to Jessica's bed.
That's true, we're living. We had. Where am I? And what was that voice we heard? And how are they alive? Right, hi, Null. I knew you'd be okay. Yeah, what's going on here? The White Dragon when he started to shine and brought me here. I don't know what made him do that. Maybe Quark was watching over us. But it's been 3 days and you've been out cold since. What about everybody else? They're fine. Your injuries were the most serious. Doesn't mean in particular thought you were never going to wake up from them. And they're kind of trying to get a sense of what's our next move. You won't be happy seeing what's going on with Kyle and Nash, though. Alright, let's
Also,
see.
his portrait, it reverted.
Yeah, you're right. He's now, you know, the old, he's the old, villager case. Good to see you again, but, well, there's Mel again. Remember, he's been encased in stone for a while. He's been over here.
We haven't revived him. Interesting.
Yeah.
Extra sadness.
With this beautiful music, as far as this element. Oh, they're in his office, so maybe they got something.
I believe this is one of the few times this played, too.
Okay. That might be the only time the game plays that I know. You're alive. Alright, so good to see you both again. You're just a really sound sleeper. Feasibly. Just use your healing magic since we got here, so fine. She also is doing this outside of battle. So alright, in that case we're set. That was trying to embarrass me by doing a good job that I did, and also his great job. Well, hey, if there's any case that's gonna really solidify the bond of this team, it's right here. Okay. Yeah, Kyle's taking up drinking again, and not the fun kind. Nash and Stanley, he's not even talking to me anymore.
Well, Nash told you so. Nash told you this would happen, but you didn't listen.
Can't believe Kyle's fallen back to his old habits. It hurt his pride, but his body should be okay. He's ready to do it again as far as fighting. Alright, so they don't want to give up. Kyle doesn't know what to say, honestly, at this point. I guess we have to go find,
I know what Nash would say. I told you so. I warned you.
Feasibly, but he also knows that if he tries anything funny with us, that he's going to get run through.
Yep.
Nash is persistent at all. It's like he doesn't even care what happens to us anymore. Concerned, he's not even speaking to me to tell me what's wrong. I want to help us, but he refuses what's happened to him. Okay, we don't know what happened to him since this, and how is this different from even all the other times saying we're going to die? I mean, we lived. You think you'd be amazed that we lived, but clearly something happened.
I guess I'll talk to some people.
Yeah, where are they? See, how are they feeling? Yeah, I'll get ready whilst Mel waits before Mel goes. I have workitis. Alright, so they're getting ready for when he comes around, but if I can't beat him, it's all over. So there you go. Definitely getting the very solemn case of the fact that, fine, we're the Dragon Master, and it didn't work. And of course, as we saw, the fact that, yeah, Luna's role in this. Yeah. We'll come back and serve some fish when that's happening, please. Yeah, fine, that's right, we did lose. Are you sure the real Dragon Master? So now our pride is hurt and they don't believe that we're actually going to do it. And don't worry, he'll be doing the butt whipping next time. We're never going to surrender. Well, Nash won't, no, Na won't, but Nash
will.
Fine, Nash will. Alex seems like he's just going to go drinking, so yeah, we got to go find where they are.
Kyle?
Oh, Kyle's
Yeah.
I don't know, Nash probably would take up drinking
I would
that
say
way.
Alex may too after that.
But I don't know, maybe Nash takes some lessons from Kyle. Like, hey, you know what? Maybe you're not a man. Maybe that's the thought of Kyle's attitude. So like, fine, let's man you up a little bit. So now at this point, fine, here's alcohol. Get used to it. It's like, ugh, this tastes horrible. Why would I ever want this swill? It's like, well, hold on, we'll find something you'll like.
And these kids are running in circles. They're playing Dragon Master.
Yeah, they were when we first came here back in part 1, but now they know what's going on. But they seem like they still have their spirits. The only thing scarier is Lunar with the temper tantrum, which means something totally different
Or
now.
Mia. Okay, you told me to go drinking. I believe it's this one?
Yeah,
Talk to him first.
who are you? He looks like he's drunk. Why is this guy so dark? I'm looking at the blue star when I'm here. Now there's a bottle of sake in my way. Yeah, he drank the whole damn bottle. Alright. You need the power of the grindery and the dragons to get that set. Is the source of Luna's singing as well.
And I don't believe there's any items or anything I need to get, right?
Not that I'm aware of. As far as bromides, that's not till later.
Yeah.
Yeah, you come here to drink? Maybe. Yeah, no, not until later.
Alright, then we'll move on.
Nash, okay. I was surprised to see you. I knew you'd feel his power. I knew you'd be too afraid to leave again. You should be, though. He's stronger than all of us are. We were ashamed to think we ever had a chance to stop him. So he's completely saying, no way we're gonna be doing this. No, there's nothing we can do to stop him. He might hunt me down and kill me because of my betrayal, and I'm definitely gonna pay for that.
You're
Nice.
You're gonna be killed for a lot of betrayal.
Yeah, it's not easy to accept a single lapse of judgment will cost me my life. What are you talking about? That was probably the smartest thing you ever did. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Null's trying to smack some sense. What about you? Okay, guess it's goodbye, buddy. I'm just a thief. I don't have the strength, the skill to fight someone like Ghaleon. And now he's probably Athena. I'm much more out of my league than that. Have a few beers before I hit the road to Nons, okay? Victor battle well fought. Okay, so he says okay experience as far as saying like, fine, we'll laugh this off, but when the end comes, I'm gonna be happy.
Okay.
Never seen this upset before. Tommy and you getting drunk, mostly the drunk part. Yeah, join them. Yeah, scotch on the rocks.
Alright.
Actually, what would Alex drink if he was gonna drink? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't know my drinks.
Okay. Okay, fine. He's honestly more in a case than even Nash, saying like, yeah, I knew you weren't gonna win. He's rubbing in our faces more than Nash did.
But yeah, these guys were the gamblers. With
Yeah, they are.
Brett, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah,
But we
they-
do have
they were
this.
the betters.
The songstress
Alright.
are back. She's here. Maybe you sing us a
So
song.
hopefully she'll, lighten our mood.
Yeah, please sing us a song. That was the power of her songs. I realized it could be true. Because she was kidnapped with them. All the songsters got kidnapped. They're back.
Maybe there's a second backup singer that can give us more positive news.
I tried on with the dress case, but I just couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't squeeze my ass in the opening. Sorry. It's too big to squeeze into, isn't that right? Yeah, we can't even get her to turn around to take a look at that. I'm sorry.
So we can't even look at her ass?
Yeah, she might be lying. It's like, for all we know, she's just like, fine, I don't know. Why looking at dresses for no reason? Yeah, he's looking away from them. Okay, now he is. And you're saying, like, fine, we're not looking at dresses. Like, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck
just
I
the
want.
makeup run, right?
I was gonna say, yeah, even Alex, like, fine, I'm gonna do what I want.
Okay.
No, let me be a little bit. We gotta do
even
this.
the dancers couldn't, okay, bunny girl.
Yep.
Make our mood better.
Yeah. Yeah, the gods of Magic Emperor are gonna live up there when they rule the world.
Right, attempt 2. Okay, nope.
That's
Alright.
the city in the sky that they raised.
And, alright. I give
Almost
up.
killed
With the
you.
string. Yes, we know.
Yeah, it was stupid to attack him in the first place. But we're not giving up. We can't give up, and we're not gonna let Luna die.
Alright.
But it's Nal doing the talking for us
Okay,
right now.
so clearly the bar is not gonna help us.
No, it's not.
So let's see. Oh, you know what? We should probably get more starlights.
Yeah, because we can go shopping. We are in town. Maybe that'll make us cheer up. Spend some money.
I have the space, right? Yeah.
Yes, you do. That being said, it's also something to find. That money's only going to go so far as
And I think,
healing ourselves.
I think we'll
mentally
wait till I get
speaking.
our party back.
Okay.
Let's see.
Alright. Then again, there is somebody in town maybe we should see. Maybe he can give us some more positive reinforcements.
Like Master Mills.
I was going to say, actually, Ramus.
Ramus, sure.
He is here.
Yeah.
He is our best friend since we were a child.
You know, he was the former Dragon Master after all, right?
And his music is happy still. To come in here, that's maybe it. Why'd you give me your weapons? Because you're fighting the Emperor, Magic Emperor, you should get it for free. Okay, so he's like, fine, whatever.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. I believe this is like half off, which essentially gives you free infinite items.
Actually, I think on PSP it's something different, but let's see. What's his PR nightmare? He sold us and we fucked up. He'll be fine. Or what happens? With those magic stones to control Luna's soul. But the real one is alive, I know it. No match can destroy a will to live. Yes, free. You can buy anything you want here without any costs. So yeah, anytime here's a take all the items you want, you'll be set for the rest of the game. So take all you want. Alright, so yeah, what are we buying?
Yay, they have... So we need... Oh my goodness.
Yes, remember, this goes back to when Nocturne, you and I were doing Mega Man Legends 2. Remember how we had the Game Shark code, we were buying stuff, and the money wasn't going down?
Yeah.
In this case, it's programmed into this game, saying, like, fine, we're not gonna have to pay.
How much is that? Did I get?
Oh, as far as items?
12. Yeah, the thing is I don't know how much inventory space I'm actually counting up. Let's get 4 more.
Okay. Just keep buying. And at this point, you're also limited because you only have Alex here.
Yeah, basically, I just wanted the extra space with,
Okay. I mean, this is a good benefit. In fact, I love this benefit as far as the idea of how it works for gameplay, but also with story. The idea that, you know, Ramus understands. Fine, he was our hero at part 1 for that very reason.
So that's...
He's got our back.
I think that's about 20.
Is that going to be... I guess it's going to be enough because we also have the silver lights we're going to be running through next.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, and fine. It was happy being in there because everything was free, but, yeah, coming out the
Okay,
streets...
so... next. I guess I go back to Mia.
Yes, we do.
And you know what? I might as well heal, so I'm not running around with 1 HP. It would be really bad if the actual Dragon Master actually dies.
Yeah.
A random.
Yeah, he trips over a rock and falls onto his keys. I don't know. They're like, you go to the hospital and he has his hand, and he's like, he's bleeding. He's like, I fell into bullets. Like, what are bullets?
So, Ghaleon couldn't kill us, but somehow, like the baboon or something killed us.
Yeah, that's true. Or as the game says, in this version, it's a dead man's party, which the other versions do know how to have, including the mobile version. Because fine, they have to pay.
At least we got to see the game over screen.
That's true, yeah. But fine, tell me you're fine. It's unavoidable because you lose that battle always with Ghaleon. You always see that. All right, naturally this isn't the will to fight. Probably been through Wisey's crisis of faith. Here now, what faith? I want to go. Find what's going on. I'm gonna slap him out of his depression. Maybe literally. And Kyle's there. All right, let's go. Fine, she's gonna be doing that specifically. Alright, so back to town we go.
Alright, so Mia's gonna teach Jessica some slapping skills.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, you saw what I did back at the factory.
Yeah.
Like, okay, here's it. Just get your hand, make sure you have your right form, then just pull back, and then with as much force as you can, push forward. But also make sure you keep your hand in like
They're
this.
on the other side of the
Oops,
bridge.
my bad. I think I was trying to avoid these kids that are running in circles. Yeah, I think there's actually two sections of bar.
Okay.
Alright, so.
Alright, so where are you?
Let's talk to Kyle.
I'm wondering where we were. Come pour me another beer. So drunk I can't see my glass anymore.
Jess, beer today?
And he's like, yeah, I can't believe you're even dumber now. How can you quit when the entire world's at stake? I'm the stupid one, you're the one who seems to forget we already lost to Ghaleon. And as Dragon Reason kicked in, we've all been dead. Dead! Oh, your beer's your poor little ego, Kyle. Get over it. Well, you tell me you can beat him with one arm and one leg behind your back. You talk about how big and strong you are, so I can't just big strong man help defend a little helpless little girl like me.
You're really not all that helpless. Just saying.
I know, but I know what she's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I think she's just trying to get him riled back.
Yeah.
It kind of a reverse of what happened when we were at the mines because of the fact, like, hey, you know, he did that as far as, like, saying all these things. Like, you're not strong and you're weak. If there's anything that's going to cut him more, it's that. But he's like, fine, alright, give me some extra energy. Alright, Kyle. When Jess and me were kids, I know the boy hit her and made her cry. I promised to beat the shit out of that punk, and I promised I'd do the same to anyone who hurt her. Never gonna make that promise to you. Ghaleon hurt you, and now I'm gonna hurt him. Okay, that's the Kyle I know. What about you? Sorry, I don't think I can fight anymore. I'm afraid what Ghaleon will do to me. Because, yeah, he is all about saving himself. Don't laugh at me.
He's gonna do something to you anyway.
I know I'm a coward. I know he's letting you down. So he's very self-aware as far as how he is. But, you know what? I'm not going to laugh at you, Nash. I'm here to thank you for fighting as hard as you did. Wait, what? I can't force you to fight. Now I'm just as afraid of Ghaleon as you are. You made me feel strong, so she's opened herself up. You found me feel confident in myself like nobody else could. Because you, I know I'm ready to take my place as the next leader of the Magic Guild. I'm ready to defend our world against Ghaleon's evil. But if I don't come back, please promise you'll look after my mother.
I'll go smile.
She's gonna need emotional support to recover from the effects of the spell. It might not be that it provided. So she's openly saying, you know what, I could die. So I think she also understands how to take the screws to him, saying that if there's anything that's scaring him more than him dying, it's probably her dying. Yeah, I'm gonna be in my prime. You don't have me, how are you gonna have a chance against Ghaleon? Well, he does have the knowledge for that, so sure. We can use that as a benefit. So happy you change your mind, thank you. Yeah, nothing you wouldn't do to impress me, that's what you opened up so much. But, there we go, we tried, but they got gone back in action. But... Hi, Laike, we have not seen you today. Ghaleon is combining his power with the strength of Althena. Stronger now than he's ever been before. Knowing that, you have the courage to fight him.
What do we know? What will we pick?
Proterova, you have to make the
chat
call.
Group.
You make the call, Proterova. I'm leaving this to you.
We did get our ass just handed to us.
That's...
777 damage to our whole party.
That being said, I guess that's the question. How dejected are you feeling right now to say that, you know what, we have to fight him again, or say he's already beaten us?
I mean, the game's kind of expecting us to take the, of course we'll fight him.
You know...
You can take either one, though, so
wait,
that's interesting to see.
Is it a forced decision?
Yes.
Oh, it is it's a forced decision, so that means I can pick both.
I think so. I mean, fine, unless he's like, he already beat us once, it's basically a case like, we'll run that. That's in a sec. Yeah, I guess you... Fine, in that case, I think it's basically a case of like, fine, when we're ready to go, we tell him, fight him. So we could say no, I guess. So if you want to say no as well, show that. Go ahead.
He already beat us once.
That's true. I'm not going to try and convince you to change your mind. I don't want you to fight with a broken spirit. You don't disgrace yourself and the Dragon Master who came before you. But at least you died with the knowledge you tried. Okay, but
yeah. So he sits down and then waits.
Yeah, let me get a drink, please. Yeah, barkeep. Now I'll take the scotch. Dark Age upon us.
I hate to admit that Ghaleon beat us though to Laike because he's kind of our idol.
Well, that's that idea, the thought that hey, he's been there for us, even when like he's gonna rob us, but no. You have to tell me something, right? You're just standing there distracting me from enjoying the business of enjoying my beer. Okay, fine, he's a beer man. Ready to fight or it's nothing.
You know what?
Alright, leave me alone. I have a lot of things to do. I can't think that with you hovering on my shoulder.
Ouch.
Okay.
Alright, that's harsh.
Alright. Yeah, fine. You had a little bit of your drink. I think.
Alright.
You ready?
Yep, ready.
I'll do anything to save Luna. I'll give my life up for hers. You have to keep that promise. Let's hope you don't. Alright, so right now, if you want to go shopping, this is his last chance to do it. Get the great Laike theme. So whenever you're set to go, you can come talk to him, but in that case, yeah, you're ready, you can tell yes or not. Say yeah, you can go and shop and check stuff in the area. Yeah, be ready. The time is short.
Okay, so
if you want to check your stuff on items, go ahead.
Considering I can just throw away Starlights if needed, I might as well.
You can also feasibly sell anything you're saying like, hey, we don't want, because yeah, fine, this is the next point of no return we're gonna get into.
You know. And if I don't have space, doesn't it just put back the items?
I think so. I think we did see that specifically, and then you just have to either consume something or drop something else.
And I believe the only things we would actually lose are things that are loot from battles.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you want to do it. You want to hold on to what we got, or just offload it? It's your choice.
Okay, so in that case, let's see. Okay, so let's... We're gonna have a lot of small fights first, so we need to switch off to that. And okay, so this goes. Let's see, that goes. That looks good. Let's go. Actually, there's Okay, back to. Alright, where was the spot for Alex? What was I using? Oh, of course. Ghaleon. Oh, either for that or for Kyle. Let's go for Alex then.
So much stuff in the last in the grindery was just dying before Kyle could get his turn anyway.
Yeah, but I'm thinking I'm just going to use the same idea and just not even use the Ghaleon. That's the idea. So in that case, I just need more damage. Just raw damage. And I think his skills revolve around wisdom. I think every spell.
I believe so.
Even what you call skills, I think revolve around wisdom damage.
I think so, yeah.
Actually, wait, is it that?
You're talking Ghaleon, yes.
No. So, Alex's Alex's damage, his skill damage, is it based on attack power or spiritual power?
I
think it
believe
actually.
it was based on attack. I think. Or you might also want to take it. Yeah, it's based on attack power.
Yeah.
I remember. I think I looked in that for a past part just to make sure because it was kind of a confusing one. How do they figure that?
Okay, so now I roughly want to do the same thing. So Mia's going to get. Mia needs damage. Mia needs lots and lots of damage.
Okay. She was very useful as far as going into this last part of the game.
So she needs to be able to get an attack off. So that switches. Oh, but I was using the I was using Alex a lot for I guess it depends on the enemies that I face.
Sure.
I may switch off it later. We'll see.
All right, we'll get a sense of that.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's roughly about the same style of enemies. I will switch. For being iconic, I'll leave that here for now. Let's see. Alright, so who next? Okay, good for now. Let's sell crappy items.
Okay.
To make room for Starlights.
Fair enough. May as well get all set. There's only one place to go, which is Ramus's shop.
Yep, exactly.
Also,
Oops,
here's the great thing about that is not only do you get everything for free, but he will still pay you for the fact of everything that you're selling him.
Yes, I was actually thinking that.
So fine, he's feasibly going to be going out of business doing this, but fine. It's one person who's doing it. He's not going to do it to everybody. Fine.
It's okay.
The fate of the world is at stake.
A friend's benefit.
Also the case that fine, the world is at stake. He understands it.
Yeah.
Fine, he's our hero for sure. Also for that reason.
I'll switch to this. So Dark Shield and Dark Helm are not needed.
Alright, so there you go. offloading.
Offloading. Dark Shield. Dark Helm. I think technically this gets the silver armor gets obsoleted, but we don't have a replacement for it yet, so. Let's see. What is this?
Judgment Mace.
I'm thinking if I want to get rid of that. Okay, so Judgment is for silence. And this
No,
is
dark
for...
is for silence.
Oh, Dark is silent, and this is sleep.
And Judgment and Mace is for sleeping. Yeah, remember, Super Bowl Game Saturday, we're the only people who know that. The only place on the internet you're going to find that is right here.
Let's see, you know, for inventory space, Judgment Mace goes away.
Okay. I guess it's also a question of what's probably going to be more useful if you're going to be even inflicting a status on normal enemies on top of that.
Everything will just get blown up anyway. They're not going to live long enough to even be worth inventory space.
Yeah, we're mad, and we're mad as hell. We're not going to take it anymore, so we're going to be tearing through Ghaleon's forces.
Besides, giving it to the shop, you know, it can be a souvenir for the shop.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the story of you know, the history of Dragon Master Alex. His best friends, of course, Jessica,
Let's see.
Alkirk.
Okay, so what next? All right. Any? Okay, I've been complaining that I don't think this has a use, really.
It might, potentially.
I mean, I don't think you're ever gonna have it. May get upgraded, and also the fact that you shouldn't be going for defense on the caster.
That being said, it's also worth pointing out one thing we didn't mention when it came to Ghaleon. We fought him before. I don't know if when we fight him again, because we're fighting him again, clearly, if this is going to change this. Actually, his attack stat was stronger than even his magic was. For some weird reason.
Okay. So you're saying that...
Yeah, the fact that he got
defense.
slapped by that, it feasibly could help depending on how it is, but it was also the kind of thing it's not that much of a spread, it's worth pointing out. Yeah, just to go into that specifically, I'll mention this. Ghaleon's attack we fought him before was 4 times Alex's level, and his wisdom was 3 times his level. So it's not that much of a difference, but it is something that it is more as far as physical. He's technically more of a physical attacker, even though he has a lot of magic he's running.
Oh, okay.
So fine. He's trying to keep you on your toes. Like, I'm the Magic Emperor, let me just physically punch you.
Okay, so now we can offload the stuff that we're probably gonna get rid of. Okay, so that was Nash. Okay, so I think it's that bracelet. Yep. Star bracelet goes away. Star bracelet, good. And alright, we'll keep those. And then from there, I believe Dragon is obsolete. Yeah, so just for clarity, yep, Dragon Bandana is obsolete. And switch off. And what next? I think this was Alex's. Yeah, this was Alex's. I guess we'll just keep it around.
Okay.
For now. Alright, Holy Parrot. Is that Mia's?
Yes.
Mia's. I think that's all the major items. Okay, cool. Yes. Yep. Holy hairpin, yeah. Cool.
Served us well, but yeah, put it in the Dragon Master Alex Museum.
Yep. Okay. Now for there's one more.
The Radiance Close.
Yep. So. Radiance Close. Okay. Now, I'm thinking at least 2 starlights on Jessica.
Okay.
Alright, let's see. 2 for Jessica. And for this resurrection, is it half health?
I believe so.
So Miracle Litany is technically better than the Angel's Tier. Technically.
I'm trying to remember how the Angel's Tier does it. If it's going to be.
I thought it was. It's not full health. I'm pretty sure it's not full health.
Let's find out then. Since you're going through this, I can at least get a sense of what's going on with that.
Yeah, I generally just didn't use Angel's Tears.
Well, now at the end of the game, we're getting towards the end of the game. We've got a potential to run it. So let's see. Okay, hang on. Fine, it doesn't say it. The guide goes in the same perspective of it as the game does. So the Angel's Tears is saying it's reviving fainted characters the same way the game is. Although, fine, we'll put it to the test. We'll find the answer.
Yeah, we're probably gonna at least lose someone.
Yeah. So yeah, be ready with that.
Okay, so now those good. Oh, let's see. Do I just want to get rid of all my healing nuts? Replace them with. Oh no, because I need to put them on for healing. Yes.
Yeah, you want to have a little bit of a backup. You're saying you're losing people here. Yeah, make sure you have that.
Okay, so. Nash for backup equipment. And Nash gets 2 healing nuts. This is just in case, like, Jessica gets one-shotted.
After what happened, it's fair totally to be ready for anything.
Backup for revive. Actually, let's do a condition. Revive. Okay, good there. Next. I think that's good. Will I ever switch off this? Yes, for battles. Switch it off.
Okay.
So, Ian. Kyle. He is our damage dealer, but just in case of wrenches.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna want to be set. Jessica, you already have said.
Picking up for this armor. And then Jessica's good. I think we're all set then.
Okay. Did we just buy more starlights? Is that the idea now?
Yep.
Okay.
So how am I paused?
So what's the total amount of inventory?
I think it's 96 for Null. I think it's 96. Or 95 or something like that. 612. 612.
May as well just run it the whole way.
And just throw them later. Throw them away later.
However you want to do it. Your choice.
That's 10. 12, 13, 14. This should go probably on Alex.
What?
Oh,
Did I just count?
you put it on no.
Yeah, but I believe if he doesn't have inventory space, it goes to Alex.
But I guess you'd still have inventory space in all, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm trying to cap it on null.
They probably gotta keep buying.
Because I want some inventory extra, but I'll just use that for the party members.
At that point, also, if you when you do max out on null, I guess in that case you would do the count to get a sense of what's null's max.
Okay, yeah. I think I was checking yesterday, it was like 96, and that was for mine. And,
Yeah, you still don't have null
Wow.
maxed out. Inventory full,
There
okay, so
we go.
that's it.
Alright, let's do a count.
Okay.
Six, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42, 48, 54, 60, 66, 72, 84, 90,
96, okay, so there you go. So your max element as far as items on null is 96, and since each character is 6 after that, is that right? How many slots do characters have?
6.
So in that case, that is... Your maximum
Well,
inventory is 100... is 126.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah,
go.
there's 30 inventory slots across the 5 characters, and then
There you go.
and then 96 on null.
Okay, perfect.
So 12 times 5.
I mean,
Counting the other slots as far as on the top, and that
Oh,
would be...
yeah, okay.
Fine, counting the item slots, it's 126, but counting the everything as far as items, that's
Yeah.
going to
Well,
be...
I want some.
well, I mean, if you're adding in actual equipment slots, then that gets bumped up to 156. But
Right. He was
yeah,
literally asking about that, so that's
Oh.
why I put that together.
Okay.
I just tend to count equipment slots as completely separate.
But he did literally ask me how many is it counting that.
It's alright.
Okay.
I just want to get as much as I can, but allowing for a buffer.
Yeah, just in case.
Just in case something funny goes on, like it tries to add an item and it doesn't have room, so it's like, oh sorry, you don't have room for this item. I guess it'll be thrown away.
Okay.
I mean, as long as there's a couple slots available between the characters.
And that's what I have. Okay. No buffer flow errors or anything like that. Okay. Alright. So now we're gonna save.
We're going to go back and talk to YK. It's worth pointing out, when we do talk to him, we're going to have a couple voice cutscenes kind of in a rapid succession, sort of. We'll come back between each of
I
them.
think we can savor this one, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we don't need it.
So we're gonna have to be jumping between that a little bit. We'll also briefly stop to go into one thing before he then needs to do another thing that goes to another cutscene and another one. And then until the finale, that's the last one.
Okay. So now I have to talk to Like.
Yeah, he's back at the bar. He should have finished his beer by now.
Yeah. I gave him a lot of time to finish his beer. He probably just got another one, and another one, and another one.
But okay, it's fine. Is that the narrative now of Super Bowl Game Saturday? With this, that the story he's going to tell us in just a second is now he's totally drunk, just letting it all spill. Are you ready?
Alright, let's go.
All right, follow me. Where we going? Place where it all began. Place you took your first step. White Dragon's taking us there.
Huh?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Old man, you know too much. What's up with you?
Yeah, Null's, yo.
Let's go.
Null's, like, has flashlight. What's going on with me? Alright, so yeah, we're back at, like, at Dine's Monument, basically, what's going on. Now, how do we get here? Did I do that?
What's going on, old man?
Well, here we go. This is the biggest plot reveal of the game happening right now.
Perhaps I should have told you this sooner.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
We got hints of this saying, like, what happened 15 years ago. But now he's gonna tell us.
Tell you what happened 15 years ago. What happened on the day Dragon Master died.
Yep, we'll be right back.
chosen strips you of the very power that safeguards your soul. Die! No! Why have you done this? What is it that you can see that I cannot? Tell me! I see a bright hope for the future that resides in each and every human being.
Oh shit. Okay, so yeah, we're stopping now. I guess the disc is scratched. So this is the one we saw one play all over again. Good thing you saved. And you can't skip cutscenes in this game, it's worth pointing out, so... Okay.
It will go through, right?
You would know better than I do, because this is just a copy of the game. Alright, fine, I didn't expect this. Okay, so...
And I did just say, right?
You did, but let's also talk about this. How do you want to handle what we're seeing right now? Do you want to reset the game and try again?
Yeah, let's do that.
It will not feed cut. It shouldn't feed cut. Also, the other... Oh shit, it's going to feed cut, but don't worry. One thing I'm also going to do is let's take a look at this. Find Metal Gear Solid 2, 1 playing all over again. But that's a good case. Because what have I always said about this show, and you both better know the answer to this by now. That is...
You'll improvise.
Thank you. Okay. Actually, yeah, there is some kind of elements to this. So, okay, how do we want to try this first? Do we want to try...
Do you have some disc cleaner of some sort?
Not on me, no. But here's the question. Do you want to try the disc as it is?
Let's try it again.
Try it again as it is. Okay, well, let's do that. Okay. Okay, that didn't. I was not expecting that. But all right, there you go.
Me neither. I was a little nervous when it seems like the frame rate was slower like a while back.
Yeah, I noticed that. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna try this again specifically. We'll load the save that he just had. So okay, fine. Do we want to talk then in this case what we are sort of seeing up until the point it started freezing? Because you were saying off camera.
It wouldn't be like the heat or anything like that, right? That's generating.
Heat of what?
Just because it during that one sequence had to constantly render.
I don't know, because all the other cutscenes of the game didn't do that. So I wouldn't think so.
Well, it's playing. Well, it's. Well, the cutscenes are playing from a pre-rendered, right?
No, well, they're not pre-rendered exactly. They're basically FMV, so it's pulling from the disc. But it's only the access on it. So you want to load that file? We don't have to watch this right now. I can just get this. Because, okay, here's what we're going to do. Just to let you know, for now, we're going to try and get this working. We will do a clean on it. I will say this. If we still have a problem, I will try one other last resort, which is...
That was unexpected.
I have my PlayStation 2 with me because I said I want to make sure of this just in case. We will stop the stream if that happens, and we'll set up the other one and we'll try it there. And if not, we might actually have to... We might need another part next time for the purpose of this. But we'll see what we can do. In the meantime, as we try to see if we can get this cutscene going, do you want to go into some of what you're talking about off camera, off of the mic? What we saw so far before it
should I
stopped.
explain?
Go. Yeah, run it.
Okay, how do I improvise?
Explain what you saw as far as, because you were going off the stuff. It's like, hey, Ghaleon's not that bad in some way.
Okay, so this is kind of my opinion. Basically, Dine and Ghaleon just have a very different perspective of the world. Dine believes that...
Yeah, keep talking, I'll handle this.
Dine believes that essentially mana or magic should be shared among all the people in the world, and doesn't really believe in a like authority figure. Basically wants to divide Athena's power with everyone.
Yes, something very Christ-like in terms of what we're seeing too.
And so, as opposed to Dine doesn't believe that humans can carry that weight, basically. Or can, not so much use the power responsibly, more of like, will they be strong enough to live without Athena's protection, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so it kind of reversed a lot of the order in the world.
Sure.
From, a divine figure to basically everyone has power.
Gotcha.
And so, yeah, I don't know.
So you think feasibly
he's not like pure evil though. Like it's not as
they're shading. You're right. I agree with that. Yeah, if she carries out her plan, the world will perish. So Ghaleon believes that by Dine here, stripping his powers as Dragon Master, and giving that to Athena, that will is a selfish thing. Number one, and number two, that it will basically result in havoc in the world. He's saying she'll live in the heart of every human or human soul. She'll smile on them. He's saying, no, that's not going to be working. It's just a sort of pie-in-the-sky romantic perspective. Yes. She holds all the order from the chaos, and we need that power for that. They can't be trusted with it, but also, I guess, fine. So we see later.
Dine is kind of the idealistic romantic. And,
yes.
And Ghaleon is more of a, I guess you could say a realist, maybe?
Yeah.
And so he views it, he's trying to correct the mistake, as there was one section where he says, I will correct the mistake that happened 15 years ago.
Right.
This is the mistake he's referring to.
Yes. Is that we're not meeting the cutscene yet until we get to that point where it happens, if it happens again. If it doesn't happen again, it works fine. We will play it as it is. If not, we'll do cleanage on disc. And if all else fails, we stop the stream. I hook up my PlayStation 2, And I tried in that, we'll see if that happens, because actually I'm not going to lie around that
Well,
problem.
it did really well. Like,
too.
considering how this is a 20-plus-year-old voice.
Yeah, there are some scratches I'm noticing on that are feasibly affecting this part. Like, it always gets to that part. Like you mentioned, we did Metal Gear Solid, not 1, I was looking to, not 1. We did 1. Because what happened, Nocturne, just to get conscious of this for Metal Gear Solid 1. That's a game that's on 2 discs as well for the game. I finished disc 1. I actually hadn't beaten the game until we played for that show. Disc 2 is not running on my PlayStation 2. I did everything I could to try and clean it. I said, fine, we're going to go back to this next month. I did a disc buff on it afterwards to make sure of it. So it would work the next time, which it did. Next, I had to do that for Metal Gear Solid 2 before we did it. But we'll see how this
I
goes.
see a bright hope for the future that resides in each and every human being.
Okay.
Okay, maybe not.
Okay, so yeah, fine.
Alright.
In that case, it just froze. So alright, there you
Yeah,
go.
that's actually froze.
Okay, fitting it's happening with the crying baby. It's worth pointing out. I was like,
It's the baby's fault.
the baby's fault, but also the case that people are crying and the fact that the game has crashed and the disc is that. Okay, so next step.
Oh man.
Next step is going to
We
be.
were so close.
Yeah, we were so close, but I said we'll figure this. What we're gonna do is trying to think of a good case as far as cleaner of some sort. I don't know what you got around your place.
I don't think I have much.
What you got feasibly, as far as it, we're gonna try water. Feasibly, it's that choice. If you have any isopropyl rubbing alcohol.
Rubbing alcohol I do have.
Perfect. That's what we use. That's how you clean. Yeah, there you go. Just make sure on the tech. So we'll try that. This is what we did with Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah. In the meantime, we start vamping. Nocturne, let's talk to you about this. Cases of broken games aside from Mega Man Legends 2 when we were having some issues before we did the show.
Yeah. Like Q-tips or anything?
Yeah, may as well, just because. Sure. So we can fine-tune it. Go on.
Games. Well, I mean,
experiences you might have with it.
Well, I mean, we did go through a whole bunch of my PS1 and PS2 games like sometime last year.
Yes.
And found a few that really weren't that at least weren't loading on some discs.
Right. Yeah. Good point. And we did try and fix some of those.
Yeah, I think we got some of them working, but some of them were not.
Right. I know it was Mega Man X. 6, 5 was the case. Both of them.
One of the two, I think.
Okay.
I think we were having some trouble with one of the discs.
There you go.
Perfect. Thank you. Proterova, appreciate it.
Here or where?
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
I just don't want to.
We're doing it right here. Trust me. I've done this multiple times. I'm a trained professional.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to give you. I want to give you space.
Yeah. I think we were having trouble with one of the discs of Final Fantasy VIII.
Yes, we were. Sort of. And
also 9. I think there were some of the PS2 games that we were having trouble getting to load.
I remember trying to get your copy of Mega Man X7 working initially, and then you said, fine, I couldn't fix it. It was that bad off. And then you said, fine, I bought another copy.
Although, wait, that was also around the time that we realized that my PS2 that was what triggered us to realize that the PS2 just wasn't reading my discs right. My PS2 discs.
Yeah, the newer copy you had. I remember years ago, I did actually take a bunch of your PlayStation 2 collections. I was like, let's try mine. And honestly, you're not the only one who's had cases as far as PlayStation 2. This is not the system. This is the game, clearly.
Yeah.
As far as how it is. As far as everything else, what we're going to do is we're going to let this dry for a little bit. Again, like with the Metal Gear Solid 1 play, we're going to teach you how to clean a game on the show. We're going to do it live. As is the case. We'll make sure everything is set. I'm going to give it some time specifically for this. I said if we have to run into a case where we might have to stop this show, what we will do is we will, I think about how I want to handle this, or how we should handle this. But first, we're going to try, as I mentioned, I clean the disc, rub some isopropyl on it. I'll run another one just to make sure. Just set it and look as far as what the disc is. There's some scratches and things. It doesn't look terrible. It's not the worst case I've seen with this. So it's something that I think it's feasibly salvageable.
Yeah,
to start.
It is a pretty old disc.
Well, yeah, but even then, it's also the case that sometimes when you play a game so much, if you've ever seen my discs of some of the Rock Band games, because I played them like crazy. Not they're scratched like crazy, but you can also tell, like, man, these have been massively used as far as how dirty they are. and fitting, I guess, because this past week was the last DLC for Rock Band 4. It's a long run after like 8 years of weekly DLC for that game to be reaching the end. But it's also the case that, fine, with that game, I've played that game to death, all those games. Basically live in all my Xbox consoles as they are. So, the case of, figuring that out, getting that experience that way. And for this, we're going to, as I said, the other thing I'm doing is I'm being careful with this. Actually, fitting like Metal Gear Solid 2, it's disc 2 as well, or Metal Gear Solid 1. Keep saying 2, fine, because we're playing 2, that's why. And actually, with Metal Gear Solid 2, I did have a problem where I was doing my practice on the copy of Substance I bought. When I did a couple months before I was going to do it, I realized I went into a locker. It went into a disk read error, but not the PS2's disk read error. The game itself has a unique disk read error that shows on the screen. Was trying to access from the disk, and it doesn't. It's stuck. I actually went in the locker on the tanker, and then it happened. I gotta do something. Actually, I was doing practice of that before we did the puzzle showcase. Like, I didn't have my disk doctor in order to fix it. So I said I had to wait a little while in order to fix it. I did, and it fixed it, and it seemed like it was working fine. So for this one, I said what we're going to do is we're going to clean this off to start. We're going to run it again. And it is still going live, it looks like, for it. I'll see if I can't find also something more interesting as far as like the background for the visuals. Like, hey, I could keep it on the browser screen of the PS2 for the purpose of that. So I'll give it a little bit of time, just make sure it's all dried. As far as it, just make sure everything's good.
Food break anyway.
Yeah, may as well. Hey, good way to do that. It's like, hey, if you're going to be doing that, take advantage of that.
I was actually considering having food while playing it.
So there's also feasibly Super Bowl Game Saturday behind the scenes. It's also the case that when it comes to the show, why do we improvise? Why do we make the discussion program? Right here is why you do it, and anybody who doubts why we do that, this feasibly should put it to rest, and if not, maybe this is not the show for you. But anyway, I think we're in good shape so far. It is looking dirtier the way I did it, but it's also because I rubbed it with rubbing alcohol. I will give it, let's take a look. I'll give it like 2 more minutes, just because. Fine, okay, let's, whilst we're waiting for this, trying to think of other cases. Yeah, fine, when we did Metal Gear Solid 1, we ran this, I know you mentioned, brought over this case, which is, there's somebody you knew who played the Legend Dragoon for PlayStation 1, as it is, to the point where I think it's right before a part of the game, or right after a very emotionally charged part of the game.
Yes,
and it kind of shook them from playing the rest of the game.
I feel bad for this person.
Yeah, no, I get that idea, and fine, and that's for that version. Fine, I have it digitally on PS3 as it is, and by extension actually PS4 and 5. As I realized, hey, if you bought something on PS3, it extends out, and they fixed the bug that's in the PS4 and 5 version where the timing of the buttons was messed up.
They claimed that it was so I don't know what's the word, heartbreaking.
And they're stuck with that, and they can't get past.
They hated the game because of that.
Okay. Alright, I think that's enough time as far as what that is for the disc, so we're going to do another shot.
Which is a little bit of a shame, but kind of reasonable.
Well, and also that's a long one, specifically as far as how the game is. But as far as that, because that's on 4 discs. This is on 4 discs as well, but not for the game itself. The game itself is on 2, on this console. It's just enough. This is the only console where this game is on 2 discs. On Sega CD, it's on 1 for its different version. PSP, it's on 1 because I don't think there's ever been a multi-disc PSP game unless I'm
none
not
that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'm not aware of that either. And then this was actually, I don't even know if the Saturn version of this was on 2 discs. I'll take a look at that just to confirm, because this came out in Japan on Saturn. I'll get a sense of, did this run on 2 discs on Saturn? I don't think it did. So fine, let's take another shot. Let's run and continue. I'll give it a shot when we get to this cutscene if we can get past it. And I said, if this doesn't work, just to let you know what's going to go on, I will stop the show. And what I will do is I will hook up with the tech I have. This is also why I brought my own PlayStation 2. You always come prepared for a show like this. At least in the case where I have a console that's the same. I'll hook mine in. We'll see if maybe it makes a difference. And if it doesn't, well, then we're probably going to have an early end of the show. Because remember, in this game, you cannot skip the cutscenes. At first, it's like, hey, if we saw it again, we can skip it. But we realized last time, no, you can't. So, if that's the case, we would feasibly be stuck. So, point is, what's going to come here. And fine, if it doesn't happen, if we can't do this, I'll tell you what we're going to do. The part I planned for the PSP version, I think I will do that myself, and I will then attach that to what might end up being the finale. We'll see. We'll try this. We'll figure this out.
We could just have a longer part next time.
Yeah, well, part of it. Well, just to go back to one thing as far as it, because we said at the beginning of the show, hey, we're coming back to this two parts or 2 weeks from now for that. The initial thought was, hey, I wanted to also get a case like, hey, we'd have a full element to it. So for Close Place, as you've been able to tell, some cases she has to leave early because of commitments she has and things she has to do. So in order to accommodate that, I said, okay, let's try and see, can I do this shorter? Fine, if that's the case, we'll figure that. So if nothing else, we can then be in a case of, I guess, just going through the end, at least seeing let her see the ending. Specifically, because we did confirm with her earlier that, yes, she'd be set to be running for the 2-hour program they were planning. But hey, we can adjust this, we'll see what that's about. I said, if it comes to that, we'll finish this in 2 weeks, and then I will do the PSP showcase myself. I will record it myself, as far as the extra stuff to show, and I will append it to the next part, if it comes to that. And the other thing also we'll do for you, Proterova, as well as for next time, we'll come a little earlier as far as this. I'll bring my disc doctor. We will fix the game. And it's light enough as far as what's on this that I think it will be working like a charm. And the disc doctor is a disc buffing device. If you've never seen it, it's kind of out of date as far as how it is, as far as being old. I had it for a while. We're getting new disc wheels for the buffing regularly enough. It's gonna be working fine. And if you have discs of any kind and they're not working, run it through that. That is a godsend. Let me tell you that right now. I have so many discs of multiple kinds, DVDs, games, music CDs, that I've run through that. There's stuff that's been really bad, I could not fix it. Stuff like Ultimate Fighting Championship on the Dreamcast, NFL 2K on the Dreamcast. Also, my copy of Croc Legend of the Goblins is coming a little later in the show tonight, because we're going to talk about, in fact, we're going to start playing that, actually. But we're not using my version for sure for that very reason. Even after I buffed it, like, okay, this can't completely be salvaged. Maybe because the label said damage, maybe because it's too deep. But we're gonna see. Hopefully this did it. So far, so good, but we're gonna have to get a sense. So we'll see. As long as we get to a point past this, I will also make sure, because we do have an in-between after this cutscene, I will make sure I save right after that.
Right.
To make sure that, because we're gonna have 3 cutscenes in a row.
Yeah.
And actually, to point out, after this, the only cutscenes we're going to see until later are the last cutscene in the game for the epilogue and the outtakes. So we're going to see about this, and also, if this does work past this point, I will then mute Mike when we get to that.
Oh wait, it looks like it froze for a second.
Oh no.
Oh, black screen?
Oh, no, it looked like the video froze for a second.
Okay. Also, the flashlight warnings, by the way, when this happens.
Why have you done this?
It's not as bad as Skies of Arcadia will be, but still.
You can see.
Constant Skies of Arcadia. Fine. Skies of Arcadia is going to be like flashlight bit warning the whole goddamn video. That's what you do for every part of that game. It's a wonderful game, and I love it. But it's also the thing I'm going to put the warning. So, fine. Here we go. On the 15th day.
I see a bright hope for the future that resides in each and every human being.
Unfortunately, same case.
Alright.
Okay. Alright, so, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Reset once more. Here's how we're going to handle this to start. As far as the next thing, this is going to be the last resort. We're going to be taking a bit of a commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Because of feed cut reasons, I have to stop the stream for the purposes. What we're going to do is, I'm going to hook up my PlayStation 2. It's in the bag over there. We're going to run it through that. See if that fixes the problem. If it doesn't, I'll try one more time as far as cleaning it with the isopropyl. And if not, we'll come back to this in 2 weeks. And that'll be our finale. And since we did confirm everybody's going to be there, they'll be set. And that will be the case. Specifically, that is unless... we think about this also. If you do want to take this maybe up to like a 4 or 5 hour or so show, if you maybe want to take a preview of something over there in the stack, even if it's something that's, hey, you just want to like show this as a brief thing, Proterova, it's your choice. Right. Whatever you might want to. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop the stream briefly. Give us about 5-10 minutes. We said earlier when we started setting up the show, it's like when you do racing as far as like stock car racing. They go in the pit crew, go quickly, like boom, boom, set everything up for that. I will have my PlayStation 2. We'll get that set. I'll make sure we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Also, when it comes to the edit of this part, I will also make sure these are stitched in, so you will not have missed a thing. You will never be no waits. Beauty of editing. Like Chris said this once, he was absolutely right about this. Thank God for the edits. So, all right. Sorry for this element, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to you, Proterova. I was like, hey, the game is taking you out of this.
I'm just surprised.
I know, but sometimes this happens, you know? So I was like, we'll roll with what we got to do. We'll do what we got to do. You know how I am. I'm not giving up. Or to quote another PlayStation game, Battle Rage Shinden, I never give up. Yeah, we're not giving up. All right.
Okay.
In that case, we will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll see you then. All right, hey again, ladies and gentlemen, for Super Bowl Game Saturday for the finale, feasibly,
We'll try.
What?
We'll try.
Yeah, we're trying. Yeah. You're like, well, we started again. We started before. Yeah, we're back again. We got to the cutscene, actually, of a very climactic moment of the plot here, interesting enough, with Laike here for this case. I have Proterova and Nocturne, of course, hello. Yep. And earlier, Buzzwizz Moon was with us. It would be interesting to say, like, hey, we're going to have to stop for this. But just to give a little brief idea, we took a break because that cutscene starts skipping, and you can't skip the cutscenes in this game. So I said, we tried cleaning it. I cleaned it again. I also said, fine, I'm pulling out my PlayStation 2, my good old reliable fat PlayStation 2. I'm going to see you get a sense of that because you have the Slimline. Yep, and this is the original tower model. It came out in 2000. But we're going to try again. We're going to see what happened. I did clean the disc a little more as far as the isopropyl. If this doesn't work, just to let you know, we'll come back to this game in 2 weeks, and we will show the finale then. I will have the disc doctor, we'll make sure it works, and we'll also test this part of it before we go live next in 2 weeks at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But in the meantime, Proterova, also for you, as I mentioned before we went off, and when this edits, you'll like, yeah, what was that about like 10 minutes ago? Like, more like, not 10 nanoseconds. But anyway, since you have your whole PlayStation 1 collection over there, is there anything you want to show on this program? Feasibly also that doesn't have licensed content, in which case I'll mute the game volume. So basically, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is out, unless I mute it.
Okay.
We can show it if you want it, but I'll have to mute the game audio. And the TV's music and all that stuff.
As a feature for next time, or
just to show, like, hey, fine. Technical problems got in the way of your play of this game.
Yeah, like
so you know
as
what?
a teaser.
So you know what? As I said, it's also this case that fine. I'm definitely a fair person. It's like, hey, if you're gonna be playing this game and something goes wrong with that, we're gonna do our damnedest to bring the show back to get everything going. And if we can't, we'll adjust that. But say, hey, you know, you have control right now.
Well,
this is your play.
I want to see it work, but if
we don't,
if we don't, I guess I could show a teaser for the game that that was its direct competition to this.
Sure, if you want. You can also, here's the other thing, since we're running different tech now, we're running on his HyperCAN HDMI cable, we're running on the RetroTink 5X with my component cables. The reason we're doing that, by the way, is because I don't want to change the settings of my PlayStation 2 that are against this, or the settings of your PlayStation 2 that are against that. So we're keeping it that way for it, but we can also do disc switches, no problem, because we've used this thing before for the purpose of that. So we'll try again. If this works and we're able to get past this cutscene, we're going to save instantly as soon as they give us. We'll hope the other cutscenes don't go that. We'll continue the finale as originally scheduled. If not, we'll show a preview of whatever else you want to show. We can show multiple things.
I wouldn't mind, because I had a long. I've been playing this a lot the last few days.
Sure, I get that idea. You know, like the idea of the potential burnout. But I was like, we'll see.
Not really burnout, just like you know.
No, I get that. So okay. A few minutes ago, something happened 15 years ago. Like I said, let's talk about this. This is the biggest reveal of the game, or one of the biggest plot reveals of the game, if you ask me. We're not muting on this cutscene until it passes that point where it was a problem, which was when the baby cries.
Yeah.
Fittingly, is that we planned the show, I swear to God.
And now Laika gets to give his explanation for the 4th time.
Right, it's like, I'm trying to explain to them, but like, something's getting in the way. It's like, what is this thing?
Besides losing to Ghaleon, this is probably one of the biggest plot points.
Well, I mean, could you really imagine our play of this game going... I mean, the unexpected stuff we've seen in this play, every part of this game. Remember, part 1, Rammus was the real hero. We didn't expect. He said, I've been playing this game for 21 years. I've never seen that in my life.
And then Rammus just finished off both bosses he gets to fight.
I didn't say it couldn't happen. I'm just saying that...
It's not going to happen, but
it's statistically unlikely.
Well, it happened to us. Somebody's watching over us. Maybe Althena It's like, we're gonna toss that in. Then part 2, of course, when Alex got knocked dead, I guess previewing what we saw tonight as far as Luna going evil, it's like, fine, she's getting started early, saying like, no, as you said, which was lost as far as an edit until as far as the tech problems we had, and then revived in an edit. She's like, fuck this, I'm out of here, I'm leaving. So, all these stories that have come up for this game, it's been kind of amazing. And it's one of those things that I would not trade it for the world as far as my experience, but also the case that, fine, Proterova showing this game and also being another trooper saying that I'm going to push through this game as far as sickness, as far as the idea of all stuff you might have going on yourself, and also cases of running 8-hour parts, which, ambitious, I give you credit for saying I'm going to run 8-hour parts, but you did it, you went the full way, you're showing your commitment to this game, that clearly you have a fandom of, from what I've gathered, but also the case that, fine, we're showing that. This is a documentary, in a way, of Proterova with Lunar. So we're starting
This is such a sad part. Can we get through this?
We're trying to get through this. Yeah, because, remember, Like is all about, like, hey, I'm going to give my power as Dragon Master over to Althena. Ghaleon saying, no, don't do it. It's a bad idea.
So, when I first played this, I do remember losing to Ghaleon. That stuck in my memory more than this, but I'd say as a plot, this is probably... I want to say this is probably the saddest part of the game.
I agree with that.
In terms of actual story plot.
Yes. Because, full disclosure, I know where this plot's going because I played through on PSP. Nocturne does not yet. Blessed Moon does not yet. He does as well. Let's see. Here's the baby in our arms.
I see a bright hope for the future that resides in each and every human being.
Crap. So close. We tried.
It's alright.
There you go, the skipping. Fine, this is the soundtrack to Lunar that you never knew you wanted. Out now on Laserdisc.
Alright, so we started off with Luna and we end with Luna.
Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. Yeah, you just saw the ignominious end of Part 7 of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. So much so that I went back in time using Lunar Silver Star Harmony on the PSP to take Luna out to the bar so we can drown our sorrows away, along with Nal here. Yeah, so as you just saw, we were not able to finish Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for this part, but I also want to put in this extra because I have a little bit of an update to say as far as when we're coming back to this. We're going to be coming back to this game at the time of this recording on February 10th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're actually going the earliest we've ever went for Super Bowl Game Saturday, and the reason for that is because we want to ensure that Blood Spice Moon will be able to be in for the entirety of the grand finale of the game, along with Nocturne and along with Proterova, who is going to be scoping the game out as much as he can to ensure that he can do it in 4 hours. I did talk with him about that, and he unfortunately is at a bit of a disadvantage because even though he does have Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for PlayStation, as you saw, Disc 2 has a scratch on it that means that, yeah, when the child was born 15 years ago, we couldn't show that, and that version of the game does not let you skip cutscenes, unlike Lunar Silver Star Harmony here. I mean, if it was that case, I would have edited the cutscene in, or something. I don't know, I would have figured something out as far as it, but since we couldn't, he can't actually practice the game as far as it, so he said, I'm going to look online to get a sense of what's that looking like. I'm going back with my memories, because admittingly, my experience of beating this game is much more recent than his is, as far as when I did this back in September on my own time, to make sure that we'd be set for the finale of this game as it was coming up. But yeah, so with that, we're starting early at 1 p.m. for that because we are going to also bring out the good old data doctor that I have. Disc 2 is going to be fixed, and it's not bad as far as Disc 2 that it would be unfixable. So I'm confident we're going to be able to fix that. We also want to make sure, as I said, we'll have enough time to do that fix, test it as many times as we can with both his Slimline PlayStation 2 and my Fat Tower PlayStation 2, just in case it doesn't work on one of them for some reason, and it works on perhaps mine, perhaps his, I don't know. But either way, we're going to troubleshoot that before we do the show. We'll all be there, and Blood Space Moon will be there the whole time, as will Nocturne, and of course Proterova, who's controlling it. But I just want to give you a little bit of an update on that, because also, as you say, like, yeah, it was kind of an abrupt jump cut as far as it to this. We did have something else we did after we found out we could not continue and complete Lunar on the time we did, which was last night at the time of this recording. It's worth pointing out. So, Proterova gave us a preview of The Legend of Dragoon for the PlayStation, which is another RPG he loves, and one that it was kind of a choice between which RPG he was going to do for the show, which was going to be either Lunar or The Legend of Dragoon, of which he picked the shorter one, technically, as far as Lunar is concerned, although the way we're running it is feasibly going to be as long as The Legend of Dragoon, lengthwise, based upon how we played. But that being said, that was his choice, and also his choice as something to pull out as a little bit of a preview. So you're going to get an inadvertent preview program, as it is. And for the purpose of the YouTube site here where you're watching this, thank you, by the way, for stopping by, just to give you the sense of that. We're going to have that part in the link list down below for what you're watching now as a separate episode. We'll also go into the information about when the next Lunar part's going to be, but I say in that one it's 3 p.m. Actually, it was today that I talked to Proterova and to Blood Space Moon and Nocturne, so we all are on the agreement that we're moving it up early to 1 p.m. on February 10th. So yeah, that's what it's going to look like. Hope you enjoy the extra inadvertent look, but still nice look as far as a little bit of a look at The Legend of Dragoon. And also, one last thing as far as this. Also enjoy a little bit of extra I mentioned when we streamed this game as much as we were able to last night. With Super Bowl Game Saturday behind the scenes, a little bit of the audio checks that all four of us did yesterday. So with that, I hope you enjoy. We'll see you in the next part of Lunar, and of course for the next show, which will be at the time of this recording, on February 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Friday with Gemini 96 for Part 4 of Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. Till then, keeping awesome. Have a wonderful night, day, whenever you're watching this. Hope you enjoy the rest of the extras, and I'll see you later. All right, here we are. We're back for the audio check for Part 7. Its finale, sort of half and half.
You know, we'll do
Lunar Silver Source Complete. Yeah, by the way, I'm Captain D-Drag.
Hi, Proterova.
Wait,
What's my name?
I love that song by Leonard Skinner, by the way. Blood Space Moon. That's a great one. Yeah, we have our full fine. I was gonna say I have our full Nocturnes. Like, fine, Nocturnes here too. We have our full Lunar crew for the first time since May. Can you believe that? This is the audio test. Okay, so we're audio level.
Sure, you can't stay longer. This is great.
I think we have blooper reel material.
Yeah, editing fodder as it is for sure. Yeah, Super Bowl Game Saturday behind the scenes as we down at the bottom. But, okay, fine. For the audio test, we're running at negative 22 decibels per game, which we ran for last part. Everybody here, we're going to show off what we didn't show last time. Well, fine, this is one aspect. Yeah, going off on a nice spring day with Luna.
That's actually a good picture.
Marilyn Monroe.
Yep.
I love that Marilyn Monroe. We mentioned Marilyn Monroe on this program, and they probably did, knowing how Work Design's aspect was. They were taking that into account, thinking, but it was fine. I think this was in the original game, so I'm going to go with the bromide show-off.
Which comes with Nash.
Yep, the idea is like, yeah, I'm getting ready to go on a picnic. Let me get my shoes ready.
You know what? They're apparently the first two are picnics.
Yeah, it's like picnics, beaches, and all these other things.
I wonder if they knew each other beforehand because they're both on a picnic.
Yeah.
All right. Shorts.
Yeah,
It's a hometown girl sort of association, though, isn't it?
Maybe.
The picnics.
Potential, yeah, I guess like the country.
She's the girl next door.
Yeah, she kind of is. She's literally the girl next door in Vane. There she is going out on the beach.
I can see Mia like going out.
But we've seen her grow so much in this game as far as where it is. I think she's going out now. I think the idea is like everybody wants to go out.
Next one. Clean, get obscene.
Is it that obscene? Okay, fine.
Oh, no.
Well, fine.
Oh, come on, game.
Well, fine. She is cleaning that way.
It is clean. She is clean, right?
Yes, feasibly.
Though, I wonder... Okay, that one was from, I believe that's... Isla? Not Isla.
The shower... Not the showers, the bathing...
Shoot, no,
that was not
it.
That was not that one. We did show that cutscene. We have to memorize it. We want to play that.
That one you find I forgot the town.
It is Illick, you're right. The pervert has it.
Yeah, the one with the poster of Lemmy as well.
Right, it's like, yeah, you give us this bromide of those.
It's the Hot Girls News. I believe it's the Hot Girls News one.
Yes.
So this is Girls Gone Wild.
No, that's the guy game. You ever play that?
Alright, moving on.
Are you familiar with that game?
I think you described it in a previous cast.
And I probably also mentioned that it's technically illegal to own that when you really think about it, because one of the girls is underage.
Oh, well, that depends on how old she is in Japan.
Well, fine. It was filmed in 2004 during spring break. She was 17. She lied as far as what it was in the question as far as
That's very legal there.
Fine, there, you're right, it is. for America where it shot.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is the one bromide we couldn't get,
Yeah.
but we do have it now. Going to the beach.
Just going through. Might as well do a showcase.
And then we'll also show find the Rememberizer for that. So then we did do the female bads last time. You leveled up massively to get to that point, but we were all set as far as it. And here's Jessica going hot in the shade.
Well, in terms of leveling up, like everything on this, we've actually gone up on the stream.
Yep.
So I did my own file, which is separate this, just to get 100%.
Sure. So and it's good we get to show that. And it's also a good thing that playing
the shade.
I've done this before. It's like lounging around in the sun.
This
She's
is the
getting a tan.
one you get underneath Kyle's bed.
Wait, what?
You get it under Kyle's bed when
yes.
when you meet. I believe you first get him in the party, and he's cross-dressing to
throw Zenobia off, right?
I believe he's trying to bait Zenobia into a fight, just for fun.
Yeah, in fact, the official guide of the game does explain exactly what he's saying, quotes, "It's Steph underneath Kyle's beer-drenched bed Nanza only after Zenobia and her critters are driven away by Kyle and Drag, and before you speak with Kyle to make him join you, so you have a very small window of opportunity."
Yeah, that one's a rough one to get.
But we did get that. And the reference to Ted Nugent there is Cat Scratch Fever. But this is just fine. This is how she always is, but now she has the Panther case, I guess. Or the
and
Jaguar.
this one you get in
I don't know
Rude, I believe it's.
I don't know if it's her age, but I find her more attractive than the younger ones.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that because
mature sense.
Yeah, a little bit. It's funny because the Christianer 64 mentioned that when they put Harvest Moon 64 up on Switch Online a few weeks ago or a month ago, as we're seeing Facia. But what he was saying is that the characters looked young in that, but they're in their 20s. So it's like kind of a question. He was like, "Why do they look like they're underage?" Like, I looked like, no, they're of age, but I never really thought of that. So it's kind of an interesting thing to kind of bring up.
It's not a terrible one.
And
Yeah,
then
furs
her,
and legs.
she
I
looks
think
really
Facia
good.
is legitimately beautiful.
Yeah.
That was.
I like her hair.
Which also explains, I guess, aspects
the hair
of
is beautiful.
Aspects of the plot that explain that as we're seeing Royce. Fine, here's Royce.
Now,
She is the snake.
If you like them spicy, well, there you go.
Or the snake. Or fine, it's like the Wild of the White Snake albums. Like that's a place where a snake should not go. That is where Harmonic said that at one point when they released something.
In actual composition of the picture, I preferred the last one to
The one to face you.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Royce.
Yeah.
In terms of composition, okay, from Art Take.
It's interesting
All right.
the way they said that.
So do you want to go through these real quickly?
Yeah, sure. The Rememberizer.
Okay. How much? How much do you want to skip?
You want to show the? We just want to show off the. Well, I don't know.
Actually, no. This won't take that long. Might as well.
Well, the opening of the game, yeah, because what happens is the Rememberizer is an item you get after you become the Dragon Master. You go talk to our favorite hero, who was the hero we deserve, but not the one we needed right now, of Ramus.
Oh, he's still not back. That's right.
He's running the shop in Morevia. The point is that if you become the Dragon Master, he's like, hey, you've achieved your dream. So come back to see him. He'll give you this, which is basically a look that lets you run through each of the cutscenes of the game. Or each of the cutscenes. These we're pointing out, though, when it comes to these cutscenes, because of the fact that this game stores the cutscenes in different discs, you might have to do disc switch between one and two.
Do I have the box around?
Yeah, the box is
good.
It's also worth pointing out that we did show this last time because I was asking, where's the disc switch part as far as gameplay? Some of the questions, is it doing that or not? It's basically when you go to the Frontier for the first time, when you're looking over it as far as the cutscene for that. That's the end of disc one.
Alright, I have a question though. In terms of the lyrics, do you think it's too cheesy or do you think it's sweet?
I like it. Particularly, we got 3 lyrics we got to talk about on this game, which are going to be this one, the Sega CD, which is a little more upbeat, peppy, differently as far as how it was, and also the PSP's lyrics, which are also in the iOS, and now the Android version, literally came out yesterday, where they, that version and the PSP do this. It has the same music composition for this, but they redid the voice of it with, I believe it's through Voice Luna in the PSP game.
I like the sweetness of it.
I do too.
But the same.
I love it.
But at the same time, it's like the word choice is very simple.
Yeah, but then again, it's also I think
it's very straightforward.
Which I think for this game makes sense. I don't know what you think. I'll be with you there as well.
It's short and it's from an era where I would more likely expect them to do it. Like they don't really do that anymore with dubs.
Right.
But they did do it back when I was like in elementary school and middle school. I mean, like, I remember watching Magic Knight Rare.
All right. You want to just switching?
They
so you're
dubbed.
closer?
all the
sure.
openings
No
for
problem.
that. Tenchi Muyo, they did that with
Yeah,
a
you're
lot
right, I
of the
remember that.
insert songs.
Yeah, that I do remember. Keep going. Don't worry about this. Yeah, we
Yeah,
get to see the beautiful disc switch screen.
It's actually
I
not
don't
bad.
need it but it is just sort of nostalgic, rather.
Sure.
Oh, hello, Noel.
Well, you said part one, going to this Blood Switch and thanks to this, the idea that
Alex,
when
couldn't
looking
you
at
hear
this
me?
game in the context of
I've been flying
93
all
when it came
over
out on
for the
Sega
last
CD
half hour
first,
calling
then
for you.
96
But
and 99 for this
I should
version
have
from
known
Saturn
you'd
and
be here.
PlayStation respectively.
Oh,
This idea
no.
that
Where
anime
else would I
sometimes
be?
looked like this, they sometimes sounded like this, with the voice acting, and the idea of that reflection of that, but also that idea of what is this doing differently until you do kind of remember. In your
In
case,
I think
honor
it's
of the
endearing.
great
Like
It's very
the word
nice,
choice
yes.
is very simple, but it still conveys the
I know
message.
that Dine was
Sure.
probably the greatest
Sure,
of
and
the four
we've been
heroes,
seeing that the
Alex,
whole way
but
as
I'm
far as this
amazed
game.
that you never
The thing
get
about this
tired
game I
of
love
coming to
about this
stare
game
at his
is
stone
I've been playing
monument.
more.
Oh shoot!
Is that
I
there's
just
an
remembered.
earnestness to
We
this
better go
game
meet
that I
Lunar to
think
practice singing.
It's
If
one of those
we're
games
late,
that sometimes you
she'll
can
be
tell when a
upset.
game's trying too hard to be feasibly maybe meaningful or maybe be more.
Yeah, there's nothing
I
about
don't
this that's
know.
over the top. It feels very.
It does, yeah. It doesn't feel over the top. Even as far as some of these things, it feels like it kind of can take place as far as what this world is, and
Hey,
it adds
Alex,
so much
I
energy to it.
figured
Even the
you
idea
might
like
be
here's
here.
Ramus, of course,
Now
our
that the warm
hero.
weather has melted the ice near the
Sing
Dragon's
the
Cave,
opening.
there isn't any time to waste getting started on our big adventure.
Well, you do
If
say
we
that there
hurry, we
is
may be able to
one
sneak
thing
in
at the
without
end of
waking
this.
the
We're gonna have
dragon.
Mike
Then
do
we
it
can
when we
get
do
a
this after the
fantastically
credits in
huge
this
diamond from
version.
its lair worth
They're
thousands
outtake
and
voice
thousands
acting.
of silver.
So they
But we
do.
can spill these
I've actually
things
not
and
seen it, so
very
I'm
popular
totally in the dark on this
The
one myself.
outtakes from this one are very good.
So that they have that specifically for it, and I'm trying to remember as far as other stuff for that. But point is what this is. And tell me, I've seen this cutscene 3 times over the past 2 days because no. I won't explain this because I saw it 3 times over the past 2 days because I bought that Android version that they just released. I watched this cutscene on my phone. I watched it on my tablet, and now I watch this new version here. Here comes Luna.
Also, that opening scene, it feels like a Link to the Past, or
Yeah, it
something
does.
Zelda.
Well-
I can just see the Master Sword, like.
Well, especially Link to
in
the
the room.
Past. You're right because that's where it's in the forest is where the
They had
last
that
sort of
same
game.
like visual with the
Oh, yeah.
trees and like a meadow, like a meadow clearing.
Mm-hmm.
And when was that made?
Link to the Past was 1991, so it was 2 years before this.
So maybe
on-
they did have inspiration.
I think they were looking as far as what it was, as
It
far as
could
GameWorks
also
was
be
concerned.
just a mentality of what's most common
Sure.
without, like, they could even be referencing or being influenced by the same source without them taking it from that.
Right. I
It
think
just
that's the
reminds
idea.
me of it. It just has that like old school Zelda feel to it.
Or the kind of the perspective of the adventure.
I don't know.
You know?
I'm just like looking around, going, where's the stone?
Right, you think like, yeah, you gotta take that out. Well, fine, we saw that earlier with Dine's Monument. The idea, like, the sword's there, nobody
So
can take
as you
it.
mentioned that, isn't it all kind of based on Arthurian legend?
I mean, there's the thought, maybe.
If you want to actually say the original source.
For Zelda or for this game?
Is that a push?
Arthurian legend actually draws from even earlier stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it has
like,
to do with the era of when, and the cycle, right?
Like, I'm pretty sure that the whole sword in the stone thing was actually drawn from I forget which culture it came from, but a legend of a sword in a tree.
I have heard that.
Okay.
And
Ed down below explaining
that's
what
not
that
even
is.
Excalibur. The one in the stone is not Excalibur.
Excalibur's
Excalibur's
the one
from
the
the
woman
lake.
gives.
Yeah.
right?
In the lake.
Yeah,
Right.
the sword in the stone, I believe it was Caliburn or something.
Yes, it was for Arthurian legend, because also, they remember Sonic and the Secret... No, Sonic and the Black Knight on the Wii. It is a literal retelling of the Knights of the Round Table with Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic on the Wii. It's interesting. It's the best of the 2 Sonic storybook games, that one
But
and
do you
then
think
Secret Rangers of the Arabian
Zelda
Nights.
got inspiration from the Sword in the Stone?
From what I've understood, the inspiration of Zelda came... Shigeru Miyamoto said this on record. He said his main inspiration in that game is that, for the first in particular, he was inspired by the perspective that he would kind of be alone in the wilderness as a child, kind of in this perspective, kind of wondering where he is, but kind of this idea like this mountain forest vibe, and also from Christianity as well. We talked about that up at the time, which is that the initial religion of Hyrule is intended to be Christianity, as far as that's why there's crosses, but they kind of shaped it a little different because at the time Nintendo was not one to acknowledge that in games. We showed Harvest Moon off a couple weeks ago, where they said, fine, we're allowing this in Europe. They
Also, this is not intended, but I just realized the irony of it. The first 2 opening scenes,
Yes.
he's literally staring at a sword in a stone.
Yeah, right. To a certain extent, that's true. I mean, I don't know. They could have been pulling from that. They haven't said.
But wouldn't it have been grave robbing?
That's the question. When that kid in Ocarina of Time saying, like, "Don't do this, or I'll tell Dompe."
Isn't there a line with Ramus saying, "Let's pull it,"
Yes,
and then Alex just gets pissed?
Yeah, you're right.
It says,
there
"Don't
is.
you dare."
Yeah, there is. I think we've shown that on the game.
And it was like, "I was just joking, Alex."
Because yeah, you don't defile the dead that way.
All right, Luna's dream.
Yes. We've seen her dream this way quite a bit through the game. I don't know if they repeat it.
Oh, before I forget.
Yeah, go
You mentioned in the newer one, it's Luna singing the song. Who's Luna's... her dub voice, right?
Her new dub voice in
Who
the
is that?
PSP. That is Eden Regal, who is the voice of Marie in Persona 4 Golden, Sophicia in Soul Calibur 3, and all the Soul Caliburs after that. She's the voice of young Miriam in The Prince of Egypt, interesting enough, as well as Estelice in Tales of Vesperia, Sumia in Fire Emblem Awakening. Actually, the current voice of Coco in the Crash Bandicoot game, Crash Bandicoot 4, and also
Didn't you know that these
Devila and
rules were
Popula in Near
ridiculously
Replicant version
dangerous for ordinary travelers?
1.22474487139 ... Nocturne,
What?
what's the answer to
An
that?
adventure?
It's long story short, they gave it a weird number.
For the purpose of story.
Yeah.
Sorry, you saying?
I said for the lulz.
Well, it is
Learn
fun.
my
So,
age.
for the lulz, I read the whole number out because I have the whole number written down. So I gotta hold that as we see. Good old Like-A.
Yeah,
Always been there when we need
laughing
him.
at us on our adventure.
But he loves
Silly
the adventure. But he says, like, he loves the passion we've got.
All right, Nash and his hair.
Okay, what's he got? Oh, yeah, right, the comb. I forgot he has the comb.
And he's holding up his pinky.
Oh, he's right. Sometimes you gotta do that, but yeah, okay, he's got the moves with the combs. Like, he could be a great
Hey there,
barber at
kiddies.
some point.
My name is Nash. I'm a level 3 apprentice from the famous magic city of Vane that floats around the Goddess Tower.
Yeah.
The area around the Sea Hag's house can be a little tricky, so be sure to watch your step around here, okay?
Well, sorta.
Yeah, and if you remember, when you meet him, he gets stuck in a trap that was quite obvious. That even Null, like a scene before, says, "Oh look, this is an obvious trap. I wonder who would be stupid enough to fall in this trap."
He would.
Introduce Nash.
Yeah.
The genius at the Magic School of Vane.
Yeah, no,
That's who gets stuck in the trap.
Yeah, I know, and on PSP, he's voiced by Sam Riegel, who, by the way, he was Pumpkinhead on The Adventures of Pete and Pete going back today, and Donatello on the 4Kids version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
He's a good example of high intelligence, low wisdom.
Yep.
Yeah, as we saw last time as well when he was a Judas. This is not a spoiler anymore. They know the
Okay,
plot.
cool. And yes, this part.
We will show the updated version of this when we do the PSP version next month. I have a save set because they changed this song level too.
This is so sweet.
Oh, it's beautiful. And again, earnest, as you're saying, you know?
Wishing on a dream that seems far off, hoping it will come today. Into the starlit night, foolish dreamers turn their gaze, waiting on a shooting star. But what if that star is not to come? Will their dreams fade to nothing when the horizon darkens most? We all need to believe there is hope. Is an angel watching closely over me? Can there be a guiding light I've yet to see? I know my heart should guide
crow's nest where she was actually CGI.
It was, as far as part of that footage is in the cutscene, but it's beautiful. I love what
Yeah,
you said, the idea of
and,
how earnest this game really is.
And I remember watching a documentary on that, and took a lot of memory. A lot of memory for its time, and they were considering cutting that part out.
Is that perhaps the documentary that's on the Making of Lunar disc on this?
Considering it's so many years ago, maybe.
Yeah, because he does have this game as far as all its discs, which
I don't know where I would have saw that, but I just remember I was just like, "What? They were gonna take that out? Hell no!"
I would say, yeah, they have to keep it in for the purpose of this game.
Also, I wonder where all the fireflies were going to. They were like all coordinated.
I loved it. It's almost like you were saying.
That moon was way too big, man. I was kind of worried. I'm like, the gravity effects, I'm getting distracted. That is too big.
You're thinking Majora's Mask.
Yes.
Is that, you're saying as far
Wrong
as
game.
food?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back as far as another, okay, consider this part one of our behind the scenes. We'll do the rest a little bit. We have to eat first as far as it.
Let's go pick up the thing.
We will do, but don't worry, we'll be back, and hope you enjoy the rest of the show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you. We'll do. I don't know why it's going in and out, but fine. We'll show the last one as far as where we go off. It seemed like the feed was going
Has
in
it
and
been
out. I don't know
35 minutes?
It has actually. It has been fine. We've done 20 for the purpose of this audio test, but this can also be extra.
I was hoping to get through all of them.
Well, I don't know if we're going to be able to do that feasibly, but at least we got the arrival in Moravia. That's from part one, so it covers part one completely. All right, fine. One more, and then we will stop the recording and we'll go off. And we'll see some of these for next month for the PSP edition.
Governor of Moravia.
Good old hell now.
Since you're new here, I'll warn ya. If you dare to make any sort of trouble in my town, I'll pop your tiny little heads off your twiggy little necks and mount them on me trophy wall.
And he's like, yeah, I'm fucking with you. Yeah, he'll be fine as far as it. Okay, so we'll be back as far as it. We'll see you later.
I won't.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're all set and great audio test. I think we'll be good with this. We'll see you later.
We got the vote song.
Indeed. See you later. Okay, one other audio test. Like, put the audio down to negative 23.4 decibels. We have the whole Lunar crew going to look at the rememberizer for.
Where are we?
Pick something very. We only have like 10 minutes, so pick only of what you really feel like we need to show. We showed last mail, but
these are short.
No, but we only have 10 minutes before we start the show.
We'll just go as much as fast.
Okay.
Also, this is a good one too.
Oh yeah. Also, some joyful tidings of what we saw.
For our inner goth.
Yep.
We seem to have guests, but I welcome those pursuing knowledge, as always. For you see, I am a student of knowledge, past, present, and future. I can foretell many things in the future. So, let's see your future. That's why you came to me today, isn't it?
Alright, creepy goth girl.
It's interesting seeing her now that we know that, fine, she's evil, fine, she's just something weird off of her, but then now we know, it's like, and it's interesting kind of look at that.
I didn't turn off my phone and I don't want that to go off. Well,
Okay.
Good day to you all. I am Phaecia, head priestess of the Temple of the Goddess.
Mine's muted.
I have received word that you are on a journey to become the new dragon.
And I'm gonna put
Mr.
down
Alex.
because
I pray that you choose to stay in Vane and become the guardian of Althea.
Okay, I do need to.
For as you know, we haven't had a dragon master since the days of Dying came to an end.
Where we're standing, which honestly, now that we've gotten some answers as far as that, we're actually pretty sad as far as I think some of the stuff we're gonna do.
Yeah. Is the TV always this low though?
For the case of the game, yes, because otherwise it's going to Otherwise it's going to it's going to mix in on the audio and it will come through twice, once in the game and then once through this.
Okay.
That's the idea of what it is. We can definitely turn it. Where's the remote on this? We can turn up a bit. You see, the beauty that is Vane, or was Vane.
Oh, that's right. This fell, right?
Yep, it did.
And are we gonna see that? Is that animated or is that?
See, in fact, you know what? After you show this, show that one crash.
Yep,
show
we'll
the
do
crash
that.
of that.
We'll do that next.
Because that is the last one before we go back to plot.
Actually, can we show the battle scene as well?
Which battle scene?
Right before, to give her context.
Is that part of the cutscene as well?
That should be a cutscene.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We're gonna have to switch discs though for this. I do know that because it's on disc 2. We have to go to disc 2 anyway for the play. Don't forget that. So.
Here. Can we...
Yeah, that's the one that she unleashes. So yeah, let's take a look. But
this
let's
is the fight.
do the swap out of the disc, and we want to swap out again for the purpose of the play, unless we swap back to something else later. Because the rest of the game's on disc 2, by the way. So last time, yeah, the grinder came to town.
The grinder came to town.
It did come to town. It's have you ever seen the movie Mortal Engines?
Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking about.
Wait, you've actually seen that movie?
No, I remember the
Okay, yes, so neither is the rest of the world, including myself.
I'm like, if I want to, I'll go read the book that apparently is better.
Yeah, fine. Peter Jackson believed in it because he produced it, but fine, he didn't make it. And then it made, like, no money. So even when I was going to movies all the time, I didn't see that movie. Not because I didn't want to, it was like, fine, there's other stuff that's coming out.
Those are some small cannons for fighting Vane.
Yeah, but Mia knows exactly what she's doing. Talk about the growth of character. This is it.
She's the shy one, too.
But
she's the shy, timid one.
But her character arc, I love her character arc in this.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that she starts that way, and now she's saying, I got a plan.
I like her determined face.
Yep.
She went from sheltered to independent.
She knows exactly what she's doing. She's like, everybody else, you sit back, you don't focus your power on me, get my hand up, and
if only Nash could rub on me a little bit early on.
Yeah, that's going to be the question then for that.
A stare down.
With that silence, I love that.
Fire.
It's also worth pointing out she's actually speaking her Japanese dialogue in that cutscene there. She's not actually speaking English.
Why? Why didn't you get it?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask where he designs that or Victor Island. He probably have an answer, and there'll be flashlight warning on this as they had when we had the last part.
What does she say?
She just fine. It's just kind of just the sounds, but it's not the same as how she is when she
like
talks.
Like fire or something.
Like even like the way that pitching is, it's different than the other cutscenes where you heard her in English. So I can tell it's not the same voice actors. I can also compare that when I get through the mobile version because at that point they have the Japanese voice acting.
It is the same part.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that there was two separate cutscenes.
Yeah, so fine, we did see Vane.
Nice.
So yeah, like silence in a cutscene is an excellent tool to establish a mood.
Yep, and that's what this game definitely did really right there. And of course the gravity of, hey, Vane fell.
We'll skip these, I guess?
No, do you want to show them that? Because we find... I think they're both on the same disc. They're both on this disc, so I think we should be set to show
Okay,
it. We have 5 minutes, so yeah, if we want to do that.
Okay, so, the shrines, so nudity warnings. In 3, 2, 1, go.
That'll be the Plumbers Over Ties thing. Okay, fine, we saw this before. This was Nash's case.
I like how Null's great.
They're like, Null's like, what is this? What am I looking at?
This? Why'd I have to deal with Nash?
And the mirror. In this case, fine, we're just going bathing.
Oh yeah, one is,
Yeah, Mia's going and taking a bath.
I forgot that they put one... You know what? Whatever. We'll go 4 next.
It's weird, all of them except the first one are on disc 2.
Yeah, what's weird, what's confusing though is I expected 1, 2, 3, 4, but 1 is earlier up.
Yeah, we saw that last time, and I was like, wait, why is that?
Because I was like, wait, that's Mia.
Please tell me there's one of Kyle.
Oh yeah, there is one.
Yes,
Let's show
and that's
one.
why I was confused, because I was thinking this was 1, so I was expecting the 2 guys.
Alright, show one.
And then the girls.
They do. She got up to 1, we can show that in time.
Yep. So I wasn't expecting
Mia's,
I was expecting Kyle's. Oh god, why is it on disc 1?
Because I literally said that every one except this one is on disc 1. Actually, that's probably why they have them separated out. They basically said the ones that are on disc 2
you can see
are
the
down
one
further.
you care about, and then you can see the younglings.
Wait,
It's a joke about ages.
Oh.
The one who is legal and the ones who are not.
Oh, so you're saying Nash and Kyle are legal?
No. No, Kyle's on this
Kyle's
disc.
the oldest, yes.
Oh.
Kyle's on this disc.
Okay.
That here he is.
So the others are not legal.
He's mosaic, in fact.
Also, he's the only one who's censored.
Because the other ones, they are censored already by other stuff in the environment. Now, as long as you just pick 2 again, and I'll swap the discs back when we get it.
You want me to switch the 2?
Yeah, because we have to go to disc 2 for the rest of the game. It'll ask us for it
again. So we'll
again.
get to see one more of Nash?
Yeah, Nash is
already
that
saw
one.
the Nash.
Yes, but we are just doing a disc switch.
He just wants to switch discs.
Because that means the gameplay is going to be on the second one. Otherwise, they'd ask us to do it again.
So
in the middle of everything.
Yes.
So Nash, you found some use. You have some. I shouldn't be mean because his spells are actually really good.
So we're watching Nash again.
Apparently, yeah.
And now we're I think if there's anywhere to end the audio check for this, I think this is probably the place. Because we have 2 minutes, I think we're all set. You want to load that other file that we're gonna run to start the game?
Oh yeah. So we are on. Actually, do you want to show? Oh, I know what we do.
The bromides, we're gonna edit that in.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna start off with showing how to get the bromide we missed.
Okay, so feel free to get set that way. I'm gonna stop recording. I'll take a brief listen and just get that ready, and we'll start the show.